like and share the video. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Be sure to select all so that you can receive notifications every time we go live and upload to the channel.
Peace and love, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. And today's topic, you already see, is going to be a lit one. Some people say that slavery never existed. I don't agree with them, but I'm open ears and I want to hear why they say it. And they better fucking have a good reason. You bet to have a real good reason if you part of the crew that's saying slavery never existed. Some people say, hey man, Dane Calloway teaches that. No, he doesn't. He teaches that the slave trade happened in reverse. Show me a clip where Dane Calloway saying slavery never existed. He's saying it didn't happen the way they tell us. And if he is saying slavery never existed, he's wrong on that. I want to debate anybody out there saying slavery never existed, especially if they're not from the South. Especially if you ain't from the South. All right, peace and much love. That's what we on today. If you want to be part of the debate today, click the link. Click the link. We're going to give everybody a voice like we always do. All right. And we're going to talk about if slavery existed or not today. All right. We're going to define what slavery is, because when you have this conversation, it goes semantics all the time, where people say, well, we were indentured servants and we have, you know, stuff like that. But I want to hear all of the stuff today with open ears, and let's get it. Let's put up the link for people to join. And I will go ahead and make the initiating argument while we allow people to join. And you know what? Let me put my links down here real quick so you guys can support me via the links here in the description. Thank you in advance. Check the website out, guys. I keep telling you that for all things Bro Sanchez. If you're not getting alerts, sign up to the mailing list. I'm going to say follow me on Twitter. And that mailing list gonna keep you updated on that mailing list gonna keep you guys updated on key events that we have coming up. We got a couple events. We're gonna have a big event once a month that you don't want to miss out on. Sometimes 2 big events. All right, so sign up to the mailing list. Let me say salutes to everybody that's coming on to join us here today, starting with the OG George Macon, because today is going to be a very touchy topic. Yeah, peace to you, my brother.
No, go ahead. I was just saying peace. I know you ain't ready.
Well, yeah, today's going to be a very sensitive one, and we're going to do this thing respectful. I also see that we have Question Everything, Kyoto God, Felix Gallardo. If you guys are joining, appreciate you guys for having your cameras on. But if not, we can still make it through. So that's what the topic is today, and I'm gonna go ahead and set her off. Right? Thank you, everybody, for joining. Now, like I was saying, there's several groups. You know, black and white. It's a new thing. I never heard this coming up about slavery never existing. I never heard that coming from the South. And if slavery didn't exist, I think one of the first places we should hear that from is the South. Because according to history, the South was the last place to do away with slavery. Something that don't exist, right? So if it really didn't exist, or if it was exaggerated, or we need to know this, we need to talk about it. Now, some people say, like what Just Pearly Things was saying when that whole shenanigans went down, she was saying that Well, slavery happened, but you know, it wasn't that bad. You know, it wasn't that damn bad. You know, y'all talking about throwing the babies to alligators. No, man. And they was doing it to white people too. It wasn't just you, you know. So I never saw a white baby on a stamp card getting tossed to an alligator. See, this stuff was on stamp cards. If you bought you a car, stamps during that time, they had the racism on the stamps. Because, you know, everything gonna reflect back on of a society's mentality and they arts and stuff at the time. So you could go back in them times and see stamp cards with niggas hanging on trees and stuff. I ain't never saw a stamp card with the white folks hanging, with the white folks being lynched, with the white baby thrown to the damn alligator. And I guess what, y'all? Everybody know I'm an integrationist. But I ain't no sucker. I think all races of people got a common enemy, but I ain't gonna lie that my race of people was enslaved and we didn't come over here on ships. It was a crime committed on us in our own home motherland. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. Slavery was real. Who was the slave master? Somebody may say, well, black people was enslaving black people just as much, Sanchez. That may be true. Still, slavery was real. We may say, Sanchez, where those slaves actually was getting food and shelter and clothing and all that, so it ain't really slavery. Nope, that's the very definition of slavery. That is the very definition of slavery, which proves why slavery ain't went nowhere today. So, in so many ways, I can look back at the people who paid a price for us to be here today, and I can say what they went through was a form of slavery. And if there's any opposition to that statement I just made, hey, I'm open ears. I don't know everything, but I am from the South, and I wasn't told that slavery wasn't real. I was told that, you know, slavery was real, you know, and that some of my family lineage actually can trace back to it, you know. But let's hear from everybody, and George was here first, so let's go in that order, man. Salutes to everybody on the call. Thank y'all.
For people to see that slavery didn't happen, or I would just tell people, I've done videos on both my family's land. In Virginia, down in Gretna, Virginia, which the city of Gretna was built on a Sulphur Springs plantation. I'll just read something to you. And this is where some of my family comes from. And then the other ones, they down in Georgia and Florida, right? And this is on my dad's side of the family, because you know you got two grandparents. Sulphur Springs Plantation, the town of Gretna is located on the old Sulphur Springs plantations, once owned by a wealthy old bachelor named John Ward. But in terms of his will in 1826, he bequeathed his lands, some 10,000 acres, to his nephews, Dr. Lynch Dillard and John Ward Jr. of Edgehill, in the northern part of the country in Stanton River. His 70 slaves he liberated, and these brief words: "It's in my will that all my slaves now live and be free." They were carried to Lawrence County, Ohio, and settled there. So when I did videos down on Cotton Patch Road off of Stinking River, where my family owns about 150 acres of land. We have houses built on there. I rode through the different roads down there where you can see, which was the plantation roads. There's still black families that live down there that still own land down there that's been passed down. You got to remember, Virginia has some of the oldest black folks, based in the Americas, because of when they brought slaves here, and then in South Carolina. So, and then you have blacks that was already here. So when people say that the slave trade don't exist, I just ask you guys, before you start talking that, can you show any part of your own family? Can you show me who your grandfather is, or your great grandfather or grandmother? Show me some land. Get off the computer. Show me some video of where you're from, and show me where your people are from. Other than that, I'm not going to take you serious. If you go onto my George Making One channel, I'm in Virginia with my family. I'm in Georgia with my family on the land. And I could talk to my aunts and my great aunts that was 90, and she tell us this is where we come from, this is who we were, this is that. I'm not even getting into the African thing. I'm just getting into they knew where they from. We had names of who the slave master man was and all kinds of things. We knew it. So you can't tell that to me. I'm not trying to hear that because I know who my family is. We got the land still. And I'll be down there this July on Cotton Patch Road in Gretna, Virginia, 6 hours here from Philadelphia, right? Right on the border of North Carolina. We'll be right there again on that land. The whole city is built on a plantation. So the city of Gretna is built on a Sulphur Springs plantation.
I love to see you northern cats go back and be proud and visit y'all southern roots. That
absolutely.
shit, I love that, bro. Yeah.
Absolutely. So I'm just telling people, if you can't tell me nothing, if you can't even tell me who your grandfather is, I'm not gonna take you serious because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You online just listening to people talk. Go do research into your own family. I don't care. Listen, don't even listen to me. Fuck me too. Go ask questions about your own family. I'm just showing you as a so-called Black American that I can go onto the land. I can talk to my uncles. Before my father passed away, he could say, boy, some of the family moved up to Maryland, Eastern Shore, but they was in Virginia first. And then on your granddaddy's side, they was down there in Georgia and then in Florida first, Jefferson County. So I know it. We got the land. I can prove it. It's on my Georgia. But I froze all those videos. But if some of y'all don't believe me, I'll unlock them where you can see it, or I'll send them to Sanchez. I've done them. So I'll land there.
Good shit there. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yeah, man. A lot of you guys up north, man, should reconnect with your southern roots as well, man. That's good stuff. Y'all will be surprised that you might have land and shit you ain't even claimed. But yeah, let me pass the mic. Who else we got on the call? Salutes to y'all. And yeah, this brother said he can slavery. He can prove it in his direct family, and he takes visits, and he can trace his shit back from Philly to VA all the way down back to Dixie, baby. And that sounds about right. That's the Great Migration. Oh yeah, we got question everything. We can hear you. One more time.
What's good? What's good, my check?
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I think that outside of stories, there ain't no proof that we was slaves, man. All we get is what somebody told us, or we hear some he say, she say. But every time it comes to undeniable evidence, show us some proof that this shit actually took place, there is none. The only thing they show us is an old wrinkly ass house. Oh, this where James owned 1,000 slaves, and that's his house. Well, what? That shit still standing. Where? Show me the rest of the shit. Where everything else at? Where all the slaves lived at? Nothing. There's no evidence, man. I'm not. Listen, I think that our people, ancestors come from something that's beyond slavery, dog. I'm gonna just be real. I think that's another construct that they put upon us to subconsciously fuck us. And it's working. Because every time we talk about our failures or why we can't accomplish things, we always tend to run back to, oh, well, they did enslave us. You know what I'm saying? And then the Atlanta trade slave, you gotta start implementing all that bullshit and say that shit is real. These niggas built wooden boats that was apparently that can go against the currents. You understand what I'm saying? In the 1400s, no motor, no propeller. These motherfuckers rowing the boat, traveled 9,000 miles on a wooden ship to bring niggas from one place to another place to do what? To build in a country that already had infrastructures that was already here before they got here. Like, come on, man. We at some point we gotta be like, you know what? Some of this shit don't make any logical sense. You know what I'm saying? Because we had our own school system, our own banks, and all this other shit. We didn't start having these issues until we integrated with them. That means at one point we was living by ourselves, and they was living by themselves on the same goddamn continent. Then you start seeing the violence take place. Then you start seeing niggas getting hung. But let's not get that shit twisted. Them photos that we're looking at of niggas being hung, that wasn't slavery. There's a difference between discrimination and slavery. Because they wasn't taking photos. Google, if y'all don't believe me, just type in slavery photos. You might get one photo pop up with a dude with some raps on his back. And then you got to look at the year that photo was taken. He wasn't even a slave. They just give us the caption, oh, this is a slave, this is a slave. I can take a picture right now and give you a caption underneath that photo, and everybody that read what the caption that I put underneath that photo have no choice but to believe what I said is true. That picture could mean anything. That picture, I could take a photo about anything and just tell y'all this what it is. And we gonna believe it. Most people believe it. You're not gonna find no pictures of slaves at all. No pictures of no slaves, man. But the camera existed. You telling me they only took one picture? Millions of slaves, and we got one photo, and we're gonna make that one famous. So I myself personally say it's bullshit. It's always been bullshit, man. And there's no undeniable evidence to prove that our people were slaves ever to these folks, man. In that sense. I mean, everybody's slaves not to the government, but y'all know what I mean. But I'll land now.
Okay. I'll pick up where he left there. Let me get the screen share going here first. I'm gonna have to add a source on it here real quick.
Mic check.
We got your mic check. We coming to you in just a second. Thank you for joining. All right, so let me.
I'm in Thailand, so I probably got bad.
You got a good check, brother. Just mute up and wait till we get to you. So check this out, right?
Went out again, brother.
Yeah, I muted him. I'm about to go into something. So yeah, I just want to. Oh, okay, man, my bad. I'm talking on muted to y'all. My bad, brother. I was telling the brother, let me respond to what he's saying. So I wrote down a couple of notes. He said we don't have no proof of slavery outside of stories. Sometimes you don't have a proof of a child rape outside of the story that the child told you. Now, guess what? I'm going to take that story serious if my child come to me and tell me a story about a man victimizing them in any way. So what I'm saying that to say that you don't discredit stories. You listen to them and then look for the validity in them. And when I hear the slave stories coming from the South, there's a lot of visual and physical proof that I know that those stories that they told to me about slavery was fucking real. You know how I know them stories was real in their time? Because as a little boy, they was real in my time. See, I'm about to be 40 years old. And when I was a little boy, I seen white people who had the slave master's mentality during the time where we supposed to have been getting through segregation, moving on in America, right? And to say slavery when ain't no proof for it outside of stories is wrong. To say that it's just he say, she say is sad in a way. It kind of hurted me because you went on to say that the only proof is a wrinkled house. But what about the lashes on whip? Like, what about the lashes on the brother's back? You know, when you look at, it's more than just that, you know. And then we would have to say, well, a black person did it to him. You know, what about the lashes on this brother back? We may say, well, that's only one picture. Yo, I would not be constantly filming and recording crimes against humanity if I was a slave master, knowing that in the future this would be used as evidence against me for reparations and all kind of shit. So if you make an argument we can't find a lot of photos, that would make sense. When we say that this slavery thing ain't no proof for it, yeah, it's something called a generational wealth gap that I was born into. In other words, I was born into a world where my people was already economically at the bottom, and that was before I was even born. So there's a historicity of how they get there, and when we trace that back, we find that links to slavery. The different institutions such the West Indies Company, these different people extracting the wealth out of our lands and enslaving and colonizing our people. To say slavery didn't exist back then, when we can still see colonialization and slavery taking place today, full-fledged, wide, and healthy, going on in Africa and everywhere else. Here in America, slavery has now got a facelift. It don't look the same as it used to look, where they had to beat and torture you. We're willfully ignorant participants of our own slavery today, and it's just a matter of, do you even know you're a slave or not? Most of the world today don't even know that they're a slave. They really think they free. And if they don't, if they don't think they're a slave, they not gonna think their ancestors were slaves. Yeah, go ahead.
And respectfully listen to the brother speak, I think that we got to be careful when we say certain things, because we actually disrespect each other without actually trying to disrespect each other. You have a lot of black people that actually do know their history, that know their families, that they have paperwork where land was taken from them. You have people who may have had a grandparent that lived to be 100 that had paperwork on land that was left to them and things like that. There's a lot of things that go on that family members may not talk about online, but that's why I would just respectfully ask the brother, could you speak about your own family? When you say you don't think, hold on, let me finish. I didn't cut you off. Let me say what I'm saying. I don't want to be cut off. I want the same respect I gave you.
Responded. You mentioned me. Go ahead.
No, I did mention you, but show some decorum until I'm finished.
I'm saying nothing respectful.
No, I don't want you to speak while I'm speaking. That's all I'm saying. Till I'm done.
Go ahead. What
I'm saying is, because it's not just for you, it's for anybody that says that we're both black. I would ask for you to speak on your own family and what you know about your own family, as to, because there's those of us that actually know about our family, and maybe Mabel or grandma was enslaved, great grandma was enslaved, and we have the paperwork. We know it. I'm not dealing with who came over from Africa. I'm dealing with who was slaved here on these lands in Georgia and Virginia. So when we say that, we actually, you're actually denigrating or saying that we don't know what we're talking about. So I'm telling you, as a brother, when we had these conversations, I like to know, I'm about to land. Just relax. What do you know? What do you know about your own family for you when you say you don't think it exists? I'm done.
That's what I was talking about to begin with. And then number two, I did took what you said some type of way when you start telling a grown man how to speak. Nobody on this earth is going to tell me how to talk.
I didn't tell you how to talk.
Careful. Yes, you did. You said I don't need to do nothing but speak the way I want to speak. Right. And I'm going to talk about my people the way I feel that I need to talk about them. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm talking based off my own experiences. I don't know what the hell going on because I don't know you. If you say that your family came from slavery, that's between you and your people. But when you come on these platforms saying people need to do this and people need to do that, no the fuck, grown people do not need to do shit except research what's going on with their own and their immediate family members. And that's why I could get up here and say that I know for a fact that my people wasn't slaves. Don't have nothing to do with that slavery shit. I'm sitting on more than 100 acres right now, and I could cut on my camera right now and show you, but acres that I obtained with my hard-earned, my work. You understand? I paid for. I'm not waiting on reparations. I'm not waiting on none of this goofy ass shit. And the truth be told, if we as a collective really want to get reparations, if we really, truly, honestly wanted to achieve something like that, we should file a lawsuit for discrimination. We have more of a chance to get that than slavery. Because now you got to now you have to prove that we are in fact was enslaved, and y'all know what I'm talking about. When they call us slaves, they're talking about them bringing us over from a whole different fucking continent, saying that we're immigrants to this land.
That's not necessarily what they. That's not necessarily what it
Not
means.
respond to. Not respond to.
Can I land my own plane? What I'm saying is, when we say that we're African, we come from another land, which is Africa. It doesn't matter if they brought you here or you brought your ass over here by yourself. You are telling these people that you are an immigrant. Point blank, period.
Let me say one thing. Let me say one quick thing.
Okay.
When it comes to reparations, which I don't think is goofy shit at all, it's a political power at this moment that we're trying to intercept. Most people that's arguing for reparations, they don't believe that black folks gonna get it, and they ain't sitting around waiting on it. They just trying to control the narrative because the oppressor is. Right? So we got to understand that. Yeah, go ahead. I'll get it back after you.
I'll just say this, because we got off topic. The topic wasn't about reparations, nor was I'm telling that man he got to say. What I was saying was, and when we had these type of conversations, we should be able to show and prove who we are and where we come from. Because if I come on here and make the statement that slavery didn't exist, I have to have some type of credibility. Like, that's why I talked about my family being from Virginia, and I had videos of me on the land of Virginia and talked about my grandparents and who they said that they were and how land was passed down. So I just say, if we're going to come on here and speak about it, we have to be able to have knowledge of our own family. I'm not telling that brother what how he got to say. I'm giving from my perspective. If we're going to come and say it didn't, you have to know who your family is as well. Like, we got to be able to bring things to the table to have a constructive conversation about slavery. I mean, and I'm not dealing with Africans. I'm not dealing with none of that. All that's off topic. It's just about whether the slave trade existed. That's what I'm dealing with. So we go and say that it don't exist. I just want you to be able to say where you come from and who your family was.
Well, my whole thing on it was not even the slave trade, but slavery.
Right.
Another human ruling over another human is just a fact. That's something that's been happening in the world for years, and I think most of the world was descend from slaves and not no kings and queens. Everybody, everybody, mamas and daddies. Now, Dred said maybe he got land and all that and stuff. He's a rarity. Your family being royalty is rare. That's why there's only 1% of the world that rule the world, and that's the royal families. You know how rare that is for you to be born into a royal family, a family that is not have a overseer over it. If you grew up like me, you saw your grandmother and grandfather work their ass off for corporations that took all the money and gave them nothing. That's a modern day form of slavery. You see what I'm saying? So my whole thing was, when we talk people, this what happened. A lot of people think that when you bring up slavery and reparations, it's because you're lazy, you're goofy, you're sitting around waiting for handouts. And they conservative stances can kind of blind them of real shit that took place to get us where we at. So I don't think subconsciously blaming slavery, I don't think blaming slavery is subconsciously fucking with us. I think slavery already subconsciously fucked us up. We are people that's already mentally fucked because of slavery, but then people tell us, no, you mentally fucked because you pointing out slavery when we're pointing out the past trauma that still plagues this group of people today. That's undeniable, that there's things that your mama and daddy could have went through that affect the children. And this is psycho trauma that's passed down and shit in our DNA. But that's a reality, man. When we try to explain why our people at the bottom, that's a valid, legitimate point. And it's also a valid, legitimate point that a lot of niggas use that for an excuse to be lazy. So you're right on that too. I'm falling back.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Everybody
Can I say
black
something?
wasn't slaves either, though.
Yeah, I don't think slavery was real. I think y'all mixing slavery with racism.
It's
No, I
all
think they
this.
meant
Let
slavery
me.
with
That's something I wanted to
You get what I'm
speak on
saying,
too.
Sanchez? You see what I'm
cheap
saying,
labor and
Sanchez?
slavery is not the same thing.
See, this is
That's
how
what
I
I'm
go.
saying, but
Let me speak to the racism and I think Dredd said discrimination and prejudice, all that. See, all of these are byproducts of slavery. In other words, it worked like this, right? If slavery exists, we got to choose a group of people who we gonna enslave the most. Now that's called discrimination. See, my thing about this, if slavery exists, cool. But think about it, right? When you start
it
saying
was
we
still
only,
rich black people though.
I got you. That ain't got nothing to do with my argument today. It's always, I just
So
said,
how can you say all
hold on,
black people
brother.
were slaves?
I didn't say all black people were slaves. How you gonna keep cutting me off though? I ain't gonna talk over y'all today. I'm gonna keep it respectful. Relax, brother. You got you some weed. I'm gonna fire it up with you. Let's go. Same time. Same time.
Yeah, I'm already there, bro. You late.
All right, so let's check this out, brother. I'm saying the majority of people on the earth is still enslaved. You've been to Africa, look at all the wealth in Africa, but look at how much of it owned by the people in Africa who's indigenous to the land. You think that shit just happened today? Bro, this been going on for centuries. There's generations of family that's been inheriting the wealth of our people and keeping us blind and playing this game unfairly, dude. Cutthroat to keep you at the bottom and
Yeah.
them at the top. And ain't nothing we can do, but if we want to fight back at it, is be aware of what's going on us. If somebody raping you and you saying, look, man, they raping us, that's why we down, man, you being a victim. Quit talking about they raping you, man. What you gonna do about it? I'm gonna let everybody know they raping us so we can be aware of it. We ain't doing nothing about it because we ain't aware of it most of the time. But then again, you got these groups that will use that to do nothing. They will say, look, man, I can be a piece of shit because my people was enslaved. I got the right to not batter myself, to not. So I see both sides though. I'm gonna be real. But to deny slavery is just something different.
Well,
Hey, let me
I'm
say a
denying
two-piece.
like what they taught us
Hold
it
on.
was.
Hold on.
I'm
Let
not
me say a
saying that.
two-piece. All right, let me say a two-piece. How y'all doing? Salute, Elder. All right, check this
Salutes,
out.
Barbara, son.
Hey, can
I
y'all
was
hear me?
We can hear you. We're gonna let you go out the real truth right here. Thank you
Yeah,
for
let the
joining.
brother y'all do y'all thing. I'm just listening. I got something to say about it.
yes,
Okay,
sir, Elder. You looking good
for
today, Elder.
sure.
You looking good today. All right, check this out. So I was reading, right? Now, all through Georgia, they was building these lakes, right? So when they built these lakes, they had to build, the dams to dam up the water. So that means a part of the land had to be flooded. So the
Yeah.
part of the land that they were flooding were all the people, all the black Indians that had the land, right?
Yeah.
So so now these people had already came over here, right? Making their way in the land, living with the people, laying low until it was time for them to strike, right? So this shit boiling down to, we're gonna say, mid 1800s to the 1900s when they turned their backs on the treaties and all that shit. But what I'm trying to say is, when they built all them lakes in Georgia, I'm talking about all through Georgia, that pushed those black Indians that had their own land into towns, and they had to start paying rent. Now check this out. They were so poor because now all their land had been flooded out. They got to work for somebody. And who was the somebody with something? It was these people that came over here and took their stuff already. The surrounding lands, whoever tribes they were at war with, right? So, like I said, plus in the 1900s, when you read, these people were telling these people, okay, we gave y'all these treaties, so y'all got this part of the land, and we ain't gonna sick our military on you no more. Y'all can chill over there. But the more white people that started moving here, they just started selling the land that they had set to the side for the treaties. So what they did was, when they came over here, they made the people that were here that had everything already, they made them poor and then pushed them into indoctrination camps, cut their hair, wear American clothes. Generation after generation start forgetting who they were. That's all I wanted to say.
That's what I'm going with too, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just reading all that shit the other day. And one more thing before the elder go, right? So I got a picture as my avatar whenever you see me up here. So I got my ancestors, my family tree shirt, and it's back from the 1860s, right? And it's my third great grandmother, right, on that shirt. And the names are Pocahontas, Osceola, Pontata, all those different Indian names, American Indian, Black American, copper color American Indian. So I don't know how long these people had to set up slavery. I mean, it seemed like they didn't have no time at all because they was trying to get over here and start existing themselves. It's a lot, man. But y'all go ahead and take it from there.
Yeah, it didn't take that long for them to. They say it took, you know. Well, we can
It's
argue
not
about
funny,
how
boy.
long it took. We just know that institutions of slavery built the country that we in, and we didn't reap none of the benefits from it. And it ain't that.
Right.
But look, I'm gonna pass the mic to the elder real quick. I'm gonna come back to mine, man.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Hey, Elder.
Doing pretty
Can
good.
Everybody hear me clear?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can.
Yes,
Hear you.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I like this conversation. I heard the one brother saying that slavery was BS, this, that, the other. I'm 75 years old. Let me give you a history of it in Louisiana from my people. They had sugar cane. My daddy was raised in Thibodeau, Raceland, Napoleonville, Louisiana. They had nothing but sugar cane fields. That's right. And when we used to go visit my grandpa, I seen the little huts where the slaves stayed at, where they was working black people for nothing. And you get a little further and you see the plantation house. I seen this with my own eyes. Don't tell me about slavery didn't exist. You got to be sick. You're a slave now. When you work for money, we slaves. When you work for money, you're a goddamn slave. Because if you don't work, you gonna steal. If you don't work, you ain't gonna eat. If you don't work, you ain't gonna have nowhere to stay. So that's a form of slavery right now. But it's a form of mental slavery. Back then, it was physical slavery. Like the other brother that just left, he was telling nothing but the truth. How they stole our land. We was original Indians.
I told you.
From different tribes. And when the year, can y'all still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, sir. Yes,
I
sir.
cut off. The
Wait,
Europeans
can I ask you a
came
quick
here.
question though?
Let him finish.
Let him finish.
Yeah, when the Europeans came here, there was already different tribes of melanated people that called themselves ninjas, not Indians. It was called ninjas, not Indians. And it was in different tribes, the Blackfoot, Cherokee, Choctaw, bunch of them. You got
Pro.
Choctaw Indians right here in Louisiana right now. And they met Louisiana. Right here in mid Louisiana. They still got them in Alabama. They still got them in Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. Just like Thanksgiving of 1637 when them white folks went in there and killed all the Iroquois Indians and stole their land. Stole the Indians' land in Florida with the Seminoles, melanated people.
I told him.
Look at all the names in Florida. Go to Louisiana and you see the different names. Chapatula, Choctaw. That's Indian names that came from black people. They enslaved the Indians. They didn't bring them many people over there from Africa or no goddamn rowboat. I believe in that one. But they enslaved the Indians, and like the brother said, they had after generation. Now we wearing white folks' clothes. So that's the way it went down.
Can I follow up? Can I follow
Yeah,
up
go
with
ahead,
you,
my
Elder?
brother.
So that's
Go
what I
ahead.
was saying. That's what I was saying. If the people were made slaves, it was because they were pushed off their land and they had to work to survive. Because the people took their land that they used to grow their food and all that stuff on.
Exactly.
That's what I was saying.
They called it sharecropping, right? Because they was talking about how
Yeah.
a tenant would give I'm looking it up now. A tenant give the farmer, the landowner allowed the slaves to basically rent the land in return to their labor on it. Like people like Jesse Lee Peterson, who say that slavery didn't exist, right? I spoke with him, but see, he used this. A lot of folks use that to say, well, it ain't slavery. But I want to go into some real shit what I looked up real quick.
One more thing.
Hold on, real quick, real trip. Let me say something real quick about sharecropping. So look, they said this was a legal arrangement with regard to agricultural land in which a landowner allows a tenant to use the land in return for a share of the crops produced on that land. They called us tenants in our own shit. That's like me going in your house, right? And calling you the tenant. And then you see this whole arrangement was slavery. I want to hear all the arguments that's saying slavery wasn't real today, so I can line them up and annihilate them, man. Real talk.
All right. Understand this too.
Can I get my
Understand this
take
one more
first?
thing. Yeah, I'm gonna say this last thing, right? Now, understand that's why there were black people that they say owned slaves, because it was some black people that still had their land. Some black Indians, they fought like a mother to keep their shit straight up. That's how it was, bro. If you could
I think we're
outsmart them
looking
people,
at it wrong.
huh?
I think it was like Sanchez always say, it was a group of pirates, but it was not just one small group of pirates. It was a big group traveling the seas, finding land to
bro.
conquer. And
Nah,
they
bro, they
instead of kicking you off your land, they got you working your own land. They just taking all the resources from
That's
you.
what I'm
Bro,
talking
They set up
about.
their government and they get up
Hey,
out of
watch
there.
this. They
They go
still
set up
doing it.
another colony
Look,
somewhere else.
Look,
They rape
just
you
like
for
they
all the
got,
resources.
just like they got them
That's all I had
kids
to
in
say, though.
Africa. Yeah, look, he right. Just like they got the kids in Africa digging up the same diamonds that's been under the ground for centuries before them folks showed up. But now they put them to work on their own land, slavery, nickel a day, risking their life, the conditions they dying in and stuff. They
You
doing
get out
that
of line,
all
they
over,
gonna beat
man.
your ass, they gonna kill you, they gonna hang you, but you're still on your land
Look,
working.
they don't even got to do that today because it's so poor that, like we was saying, if you don't work, you don't eat. They can just starve you to death. Ain't no resources on your land.
Can I bring something important to the table? Something very important that we're not speaking about? Because somebody 5 minutes ago said something that was important. And let's keep it on the topic, right? When you're dealing with what happened with our people, right? I ain't dealing with Africa. I'm dealing with our people here. And the wars that was fought. I got to understand the battles that was fought in 1813, 1812, 13, 14, the battle of Horseshoe Bend. When our people sided with the Red Sticks against the Creek. When you're dealing with the president, Jackson, he sided with the Creek that was fighting against us. And when they beat us, was in 1814 in Horseshoe Bend, we sided over 23 million acres of land in the Treaty of Fort Jackson, and that's what started the Cotton Kingdom. They took that from us. So, and we gonna
I don't think we signed no agreements
let me
with them. We
finish.
ain't speak their language.
Yeah, let him,
bro. Let me say what I'm saying, so that way the people. It's not about you. I want the people to hear this. And if you disagree, you can come in. That's all. So what I'm saying was we gotta it was the conflict. I can't say the name was it was 1814. You had the Battle of Fort Mims. You had the different battles that we fought against these Creek that allied with the goddamn white man. And we lost that war, and that's what started the Cotton Kingdom at the time, when you start seeing cotton flourish. So we just got to do our homework and study of who we was and who we sided with, and what side was we in the war, and how we actually got in those plantations like that. Because it wasn't just indentured servants. We was rumbling, and we lost.
Yeah,
that's
what
all.
I don't think we signed no contract, though.
Yeah, we did.
Hold on,
we definitely were.
Hold on, one at a time. And listen,
We
That's
didn't
why
I
the
speak
like
the
I
people.
same
like I
language
like
as
what's
them.
going on now. We
We
tackling
spoke
all the
body language.
look. We tackling the indentured servant thing, the sharecropping argument, bro. It's slavery. We want to hear what everything y'all got. Who got the
Let me
Hey,
next
the
grab
anti?
that.
king.
I think
Let me
they
grab
just
that.
told us that we signed the contract, but they could tell us anything. How we gonna sign a
Right,
contract for a language we don't understand?
right. We
No,
lost. We
listen,
got beat.
Because you got your
We
ass.
we had this
Everybody was
place
listen,
dying,
thriving
boy. You
already.
not
They just took the
listen.
resources that we
Hold
had
on,
Sanchez. Let
already.
me get that.
hold on.
It's
So,
Didn't
warfare,
produce
bro.
what we
It's
didn't already have.
warfare. Just like he
Let,
said, some people still had their land. Why? Because they fought through that shit. If they didn't
right.
have their lands, because they was getting killed, bro, and they seen everybody around them dead. So, general, not the general chief, you know, whatever you want to call it, he looked
That's
around,
what I'm
what he
saying.
had to do for his people. So, yeah, some people signed it. That's what they saying. Like, that's what it's all about, and that's what I want to talk about. Slavery is obviously real, but it's the way they show it to
yeah,
you. Like
go into that,
people think
man.
I'm
it.
saying I
People
I
can't
see.
find nothing that's in
it's the way they
Chinese if
show
I
it
don't
to
know
you. Hold up,
Chinese.
my boy. Hold up. It's the way they showed it to us. Like people just
Let's
gave
talk
into
about
it
it.
and was like, we just captured, just gave into it. Like hell no. Nah. That's why people so mad about it now. You ain't hear the fierceness, the OG voice when he was talking about it now. Why you think you so mad about everything now? It's because that shit was yours and they took it from you and they pinned us down. Now they lying about how they had us. Ain't nobody was out there working for them for free. You ain't have a choice, bruh. Like the way you coming, like you
I
sound
didn't
like we
say
had a
it was
choice
for
of
free.
this.
I said they
What?
Hey,
came over here as pirates and they captured us on our
no, it
own
wasn't no
land that we was
pirates.
working already. We
Man,
already had
man.
sugar, rice.
Yo,
We was
watch this.
already farming when they came here. They just took everything that we was making. They said, this ours. We're going to kill you. You're going to give it to us. And y'all going to work these y'all plantations. Y'all already live here, but we're going to make these y'all plantations. Y'all going to keep working, doing what y'all doing. We just taking all the resources. If you don't know
Right.
how to do
But
anything, we don't need you
every
as a slave. You
family,
don't know how to do anything already. You going
everybody
for
didn't
the
fall
people
for
Nah.
that
that's
shit
already
though. There's
producing.
only a certain amount of people who fell for that shit.
Yeah, it's infiltration. They
Everybody didn't
slowly
fall for
work
that
their
shit. So
way
you
in. Just
can't
how
put
he said they
everybody in
had
the same
allies.
category.
Man,
Jackson
listen,
had allies.
to my understanding, right, when these pirates, pilgrims showed up, we won the first land that they had colonized. They was neutered. They was been doing this shit. So, but check this out, right? What happened was, if you look at how Manhattan was purchased, it was a false contracts. Manhattan was purchased for like less than $20, the whole island of Manhattan or whatever, the whole land of Manhattan. But the thing is, the Indians, our Native Americans, our ancestors, indigenous folks of this land, they thought they was getting over because they was like, how can you own land? Let's go all the way back to this, right? Because let's talk
Right.
about how did these people establish this land that we said they won theirs, and that was trickery involved, guys. That was
And this
trickery
what happened.
involved and
It was
shit like that.
established before they
This,
And
got
that's
here.
through
We
a
hold on.
took
contract,
over.
Sanchez.
Hold on. I got you. I got you. Check it out. This what they was doing, bro. They came over here. They was checking the place out. Our people was friendly with them. They was having decorum, being friendly too. And they stayed here for a while and they realized how good the climate was. They start writing back home to the kings. Then all the kings start coming over here or whatever. They was fake living in harmony with the people, but they had their eyes on the prize, bro. Then they turned their backs on them, bro. And then that's when all that shit started going down. But that's how they got over here. They ain't come over here on just being pirates and stealing and shit. They came over here
Yeah, they was
acting like
chilling
they was
at
cool.
first. Yeah.
Yep.
And
And
they
then
didn't
Warfare. They
teach us how to do
infiltrated
nothing. We
slowly.
was doing
Infiltrated
everything that we
slowly.
did in slavery before they got here.
But you not hearing us.
but
We was doing it for us because it was natural to our land. You fool. It was around. It was our shit. They slowly
Exactly, and they
again
took
act
it
like the
back to
homie, bro.
their
Be
land.
quiet because you're not getting it. They slowly acted like the homie, was sending messages back and forth to their people, and then came over with a rush of people and took over and conquered. And then, like I
Yeah,
said,
because you
people
was
looked
there.
around and seen everybody around them dead, and they had to sign them contracts. They had to give it up. It's warfare, bro. Like slavery is the way they propagated it and made it seem is not how it was, bro. That's what we're
they
trying to
defeated
get you.
the
It's
Brother
people.
warfare. It's a
Sanchez,
whole other
Uh-huh.
thing.
Because they defeated the
I just
people
put a
to
link
rewrite the
inside the
narrative.
chat room. Can you hit that
The
link and bring it
conqueror
up?
rewrites the
Let's just do
narrative.
it the right way.
I
Let's
got
because
you.
I want us because I want us
Go
to
ahead, bro.
see how deceptive the white man is and what he did. Right? This link, pull this link up real quick. Now scroll down. Scroll down. Down some more. Down some more. Now, all right, stop right there. Go up just a little bit. Go up just a little bit. Go up. Keep going. All right, right there. Now, this is what he did. This is what the white man did. And right here it says, by 1830, civil war erupted, and the U.S. military under General Andrew Jackson quickly came to support their Creek allies. Now, there was a split there was a split between the different groups of Creeks because there was one general from the I can't say from the Shawnee chief. He was part of the Creek too. He said that we should unite against the whites coming to take territory. And again, you know, people can't stick together. So this is what they did. Watch how they separated us, right? It says the famed David Crockett, a volunteer in the war, recounted, we shot them like dogs. Africans sided with the Red Creeks from the start of the war. So they already labeled us as Africans to separate us from the other aspect of Creeks. So that way they can take us out and put us in a different category. But we was out here rumbling. Now we was part of the Red Sticks that fought against the Creeks that Andrew Jackson sided with. That's how we lost our land. So we're not fighting with this group for nothing. And we wasn't fighting for freedom. We was fighting because this was our land. Now here, go right here, right? Africans sided with Red Creeks from the start of the war, aiding in the assault and the destruction of Fort Mims. Some of these self-emancipated slaves took up arms with the Red Sticks and fought vigilantly at the Battle of Echinacea or Holy Grounds, where 12 were killed in this conflict. Keep going down, right? Go down, Sanchez. At Echinacea, one U.S. officer reported that Negroes was the last to quit on the ground. We was fighting to the death because this was our shit. Now watch this. On March 1814, the Red Sticks resistance was defeated at the Battle of Horseshoe Bend. In August that year, Jackson's friendly Creek leaders ceded over 23 million acres in the Treaty of Fort Jackson, intolerable terms for the majority of Creeks. The treaty would birth the Cotton Kingdom and the Second Middle Passage, the domestic slave trade on the Mississippi River. So what I'm saying was we was already there. How they got that and created the cotton trade was we was rumbling and we lost. And then what they did was they took and said, well, no, these ain't these people. These are Africans. But we fighting against the other Creek. We like, yo, why are you siding with them motherfuckers? So we got to know how to properly word this shit and what they did. You got to study American history.
Sanchez, can you walk with me for 2 minutes?
I'm with
you.
Say
aliens are real, okay? I know aliens ain't real, but they come from outer space. They come to your land. They start killing you. They start taking all your resources back to space or wherever they going. And then they teach your kids that, hey, this is our land. We brought y'all here. We taught y'all how to work this land. You know what I'm saying? Y'all slaves. We set up the government. Now we're going to do that somewhere else. Ain't that a simpler way to looking at it besides all these books and stories and stuff like that?
Hey.
Well,
can I say?
Can I answer that?
Hey, look. The thing about slavery is, bro, the first thing about it is you got to understand when the gun came involved. Because when none going down, nobody wasn't bound down to nothing.
Yeah, I know they was killing us and they was beating us and killing us. Raping the women, everything.
Hold on. Now, forget the beating. When the guns came involved, when people start getting smoked, one bullet down, one bullet down, one bullet down. When you got bullets like that, when you got cannons, when you got gunpowder, when people see the effect of that, they're going to lay down because they have children. So another thing that made us lay down was the Bible, was the religion. After they brought the gun, they brought the Bible. They took our spirituality from us.
None of that, brother.
But what I'm saying is that's what created us slaves. And we was waiting on this force of this Jesus or this higher power to come save us. And we was depending on something else to save us. And we were just, you see what I'm saying?
I want to show how we got how some of us went into Florida and what happened. Watch this, right? In defiance of the treaty, because we wasn't fucking with that treaty, right? In defiance of the treaty. Now remember, they reclassified us multiple times. So what I'm showing you is there was a reason why we're fighting in this war against these people. We didn't just say, hey, we're going to fight with people we don't know. We were rumbling because this was our shit. Watch this. In defiance of the treaty, 8 towns of Red Stick Creeks numbering up to 2,000 inhabitants, including 800 warriors, crossed the Florida border and settled on the outskirts of Pensacola. Among the wave of refugees was a half-white 8-year-old boy named Powell, later known as Ashadi Yoba, a black drink of Pensacola. Now watch this. Hold on. Where is it? It goes to British now look to Pensacola as their new base of operations and to occupy Pensacola with Spanish support to build a black and indigenous army to harass the plantations and seize New Orleans. Now, this is the thing. They provided relief and arms to their Red Stick allies while recruiting hundreds of black Pensacolians. Who are these people? See, that's what I'm saying. Like, we got to be able to study their shit and then know who your family was. You got to.
Can I ask you a question, brother?
Go ahead.
Who wrote that?
That's my point. Now, watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna answer it. Watch this. When we doing our studies, right, of who our family members are and their census reports, you're studying what they put down. You're using your common sense, and then you're going off of what your family say. So now, when we know that there were wars, and then we know that we had land and we fought in all these wars, we know that they classified us as the group that we wasn't. And there's a reason why we was fighting in all these wars, not based off of the narrative that they gave us. We was fighting based off the shit that was ours. But they just called you African and Negro. They took the names from you. But there's a reason why we was dying for this shit.
Okay, so this is another story. This goes back into what I was saying earlier when everybody want to jump down my throat. These are stories. First of all, those are drawings, not pictures. That's another thing. Now we have to trust that what you just read to be 100% accurate, which none of us was around back then. And my problem is that they had the camera. They had a camera for over 80 goddamn years. And you mean to tell me they could only produce one photo of a slave, man? And then I want to also ask the elder, because he said he's 75 years old, and he claimed that he went to a live breathing plantation. So you telling me that they still had plantations in the 1950s that was operational? That's cap.
Yeah.
Like we got to stop this bullshit, man. If
How old are you? How old are you?
If he say he's 75,
why should we believe you?
How old are
That's
you,
what I'm
bro?
saying.
How old are you?
I'm old enough to know that. I'm old enough to know that in 1950 and the 1960s, there was no plantation and slaves with shackles and shit around their neck.
Well, you're still not old enough to know that you don't know everything. What are you talking about?
One mic.
You're gonna question somebody older than you.
So they're gonna let me.
Hey, is that dread?
So you're gonna let me get cut off, but everybody else get to talk.
Nah, he ain't letting you get cut off. I'm cutting you off. You're not letting
one mic.
Man,
one mic, yo. Let him go, bro. Decorum, man. Yeah, let him go. We're gonna have decorum, man.
This nigga talking like he gonna do something. Shut the fuck up, man.
It sounds good on here. It sounds good on here. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right. Can we all agree that we didn't use the English
all I'm
language?
saying is that means everybody on this panel believed that there was plantations, functional plantations in the 50s. Yes or no?
No.
I don't. Listen. Hold on. Let me answer that. Let me answer. I don't think it was plantations. I think it was slavery, though.
All right. Oh, you know y'all know what I'm talking about. So
how was it slavery?
Let's.
I'm gonna answer that when he get off the mic. I'll answer.
Like I said, there was no plantations back then. Again, we're dealing with stories that was told to us. Now we got to also keep in mind that we wasn't the only people that was lied to. We ain't the only generation that was lied to. You think your mama and daddy wasn't lied to, nigga? Huh? You believe that they mama and daddy wasn't lied to? Why the hell are we acting like this is we the generation of the people that got lied to and everybody else got the truth? They started lying to our people before there was television, my nigga. It was called a newspaper. It was called a book. See, back in those times when they want to indoctrinate society, they used newspapers back then, they used the radio, and they used books. That same information that our ancestors got, they passed that same bullshit down to our great-grandparents, to our grandparents, to our parents, and our parents passed that shit down to us. That's what I'm talking about.
I got one question for you.
You understand? We acting like, we starting to act like this is no longer the truth community. We're not seeking real truth. We're acting like this community is based on beliefs.
Hold up before you get your question, George. It was my turn. It was my turn next. So check this out, right, George, before you do your thing. Let me grab the mic. So check this out, right? Everybody got to get in, man. I'm going to let George go next. Let me grab the mic. Salutes to what Dread saying. We finna pass it around. I don't think I'm tripping at all. I think a person that's denied slavery has lost their mind, and that you want to be too damn woke now. That's what I call too deep for your own damn good. Because this just common damn sense. If I see them enslaving motherfuckers now, if the mindset of the slave master still exists today, it's for a reason. Indoctrination is a form of mental slavery. All the forms of slavery that exist in 2023, you telling me slavery is new in our time? Dude, check this out. I'm from Alabama. I pass by cotton fields when I go back home. Somebody had to pick that cotton. We was just reading about the cotton empire. I can show you the people who was picking them cotton. You say, yeah, they had cameras back then. Show me the slaves. I'm going to show them to you. These the people that worked the fields for hours on end, day and night with blisters on their hand. They children not getting no education outside of the Bible that's telling them to work hard and all that for your goddamn slave master. That's written in their religious book. That's written in their religious book. For, hey, Felix, you gotta go now, bro. Holla at you. That's written in their religious book. It's written in their religious book for a reason. Because they the ones believed in manifest destiny. They didn't just believe in it because they didn't want to manifest it. It's literally called manifest your damn destiny. They thought it was their destiny to rule the world, and they still think it today. These people going around the world enslaving people. And you can't argue this with me. Want me to tell you why? I helped them do it. I was in the military. Let me drop a bomb. I helped them do it. I helped them go to poor folks' country and take over. Yep, I did it. I helped them do it. So I know what I'm talking about. They still colonizing today, just like they was colonizing back then. And I know how they think too. I was in there. I know exactly how they think that your shit is they shit when they get over there. Everything around that American base is America, man. And it slowly expands from these areas. Next thing you know, that country is just another fucking America. So my thing is, I see how these people go around and they are opportunists and capitalists to fucking poor lands and say, we'll protect you. And they see division and all that, just like North Korea and South Korea going to war with each other when they family, they blood. And guess who in between it instigating? Us Americans, for our benefits. This is the same thing that's keeping the apartheid. This is the shit going on in Africa. These folks been doing that. I'm just pointing out all around the world. They did it here in America, even with gangs. So my thing is, I'm not being a victim. I'm being an observer to an institutional systems it's systems that's plaguing the world, and this ain't just limited to black people. Slavery exists and being perpetuated on all different skin tones in all different places of the world. And the thing that slave masters love the most is when slavery is denied. They thrive off humanity saying slavery don't exist. Only thing stopping you from doing you is you. No, oppression has really got not only humans at a down state, but the world and the environment, the air and all that shit too. But see, we can't be in denial though. And I'm gonna tell you, and I'm gonna stand on this, nothing gonna change my mind, and I'm gonna land here. Slavery existed back in the day, just like it do today, because ain't nothing new under the sun. But I'm a yield right there.
All right. Well, I'm gonna say this.
Hey, let me go after you, George.
Okay. I'm gonna say this, and I gotta go. This is strictly for the audience. You can believe what you want, but based off of what the brother said that went before Sanchez, a lot of you guys, sisters, you have to still use information of the past to even prove your point. To prove that slavery didn't exist, you have to go to old articles and old paperwork that your parents may have had, old classifications. You have to dig up all that kind of stuff and believe that it's real. So it's no different than what we're talking about now. You have to go to the past to understand the present to go into the future. So that arguments don't make sense, because to even make your point, to prove me wrong, you got to go in the past. When you deal with the Gullah Geechee Wars of 1817 to 1818, The Second War, 1835 to 1842. The Third War, 1855 to 1858. We have records of the war. We have actual family members that talked about it. We got family members in the South that say they Cherokee and Choctaw and all these different things. So we can't just come out here all of a sudden with all the history we just say it's all wrong. And then whatever you say it is, with no information, no nothing, just based off how you feel that you're right. No, you have to actually show and prove why all of our grandparents and people and the elders were wrong and you're right. You have to show that. You have to be able to tangibly and physically show it. So it's a conversation that's brought to the table where you say, well, you know what? Your grandmother was wrong. Let me show you why. You can't just come and just say they was wrong or say, hey, you can't use that because that's the white man's. Well, you're still using the white man's information to validate yours.
Hey, let me tap in.
Whoa.
Oh, go ahead.
Discipline. Let me finish. All I'm saying is, I don't think that everybody black was slaves, because I know that that's not true. You have blacks in the South that wasn't slaves. You have blacks in the North that wasn't slaves, but that don't mean that slavery didn't exist. That don't mean that these wars that our people was fighting didn't happen. So you can have both. You have people that wasn't slaves, but you can't just because your people wasn't slaves just come and say that this part of history didn't happen. That's the argument. So we have elders and people. My grandma was born, one of my grandparents was born in 1900. She lived all the way to 2002. She told the stories. All of a sudden, so I ain't got to listen to a white man. I just can sit and listen to her. So I'll just yield it there.
All right. I got hold on. I got a question for Dreads.
Hold up a second. Hey, Elder, your mic your mic is muted. You let the elder go in. You can ask Dreads a question. Go ahead, because I don't think and Dreads, you might want to hop back on if you listening. And he be hopping on and off, but yeah, he'll hop back on if you address him. But yeah, salutes to Baba Rasan. If you want the floor, go ahead. You got it.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, this brother, you the young man is denying slavery, but you're the very ignorant young man. You're gonna sit up there and tell me that I didn't see these houses where there was people were working the sugarcane field, little huts. I seen that with my own eyes. You gonna tell me I don't know that wasn't going on? It was going on. I don't know where you live at. I don't know, because you got all you do is run your mouth with no receipts. That's all you do, is run your mouth with no receipts. And that's all I got to say.
Salutes.
All right. Hold on. It's my turn. Hey, what I had to ask Dreads was I asked him where he from. I think it's Florida or something like that. But I gotta ask him, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm from the dirty South. You know what I'm saying? I grew up in Texas and Louisiana my whole life. And last time I checked, the oldest aboriginals in this land was in Louisiana. And it was the Washita. And Washita.
That's right. That's in West Louisiana.
Yeah, no,
that's right.
Kind of north, by Bastrop, outside of Monroe, Bastrop. That's where, and the Washita's not spelled with a W, it's spelled with a Q. That's probably why y'all can't find it, because my grandmama is from there. That's where my people from.
Yo,
so hold on.
Hold
on.
On Qualpaw, bro.
Hold on. But look. What I'm saying is, when you go to these places, when you go to Louisiana, when you go to Southeast Texas and stuff like Jasper, Texas. Let me talk about Jasper. When you go there, you see these old houses, but white people who still got them and still live there. First of all, they got Confederate flags on every house, and not U.S., not American flags, Confederate flags on every house in Jasper, Texas. Second of all, in Louisiana, you got these big old school white mansions, all white. They're like mini white houses, and then they still have the slave house, the slave plantation houses on their land where they big ass house is on.
Exactly.
And if you're not seeing this, when you ride through the country, when you driving through the country to go see your families and stuff, seeing all this land, you're not seeing it. So you don't know. You just sitting behind your computer over there in Florida. It's not, nigga, it's about the dirty South. So we know about this. We see this with our eyes. We grow up looking at this. We see these fields.
Guess what, y'all?
Cotton fields, sugar fields,
Guess what,
potato
y'all?
fields.
Let me tell you. I want to ask y'all this too, and while we still got George here, this is something I want to pick y'all brain about. How did this shit even come about to where you had a group of people saying slavery never existed? Because this some new shit. This one,
the pipe smokers,
psychosis.
This, I swear, this some new shit.
Brainwashing the shit out of everybody. It's not willful ignorance, because they really nice with it. Nobody cares about their history. They worried about this future and these clothes and these songs and these jobs, these careers, these mortgages they stuck in.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you, it's like I just woke up one day and it was a whole bunch of this shit just came overnight, man. That's what I'm telling you, bro.
It's the pseudo prison teachers.
That's why you gotta realize
pseudo
really
prison
anointed.
teachers.
It's really different vision. Some people really can't see.
Hold on. Let me drop one more.
Bro, it ain't Sanchez. It ain't been overnight, man. I can tell you that straight up. You got certain people out here. And I'm gonna be real quick, even though I've been patient to wait, and salute to everybody on the panel, Bro Sanchez, the host, and everybody out there in chat world. But all I'm saying is this really is not a new thing. You got some people who done made it their mission to kind of just, dissipate history in a certain way. Because you can't forget, and this is why I'm gonna just, slowly just even land my plane, but all I'm starting to say is you gotta, well, listen, all I'm getting to say is you got one part of reality of what we're talking about. Well, KRS once said it himself. The old generation and the young generation, the newest generation, is such a big gap because there's a lack of communication. Neither one listens to each other the way that they should. And that mid generation, the one that kind of trying to figure every damn thing out. We the ones who ain't got all the questions or all the answers to any questions, but we the ones trying to figure this shit out. It's just a big old lip in the matrix, man, but I fall back. Y'all do y'all thing.
Let me say this, and then I'm gonna fall back, right? Y'all don't forget about this. When you ride out in the country and you see all this land out there, believe me, somebody's working that land. And I'm gonna tell y'all, people really, a lot of people, they don't deal with people that are like real poor, that don't have a lot of education. Sometimes they can be forgotten about. And a lot of times those people wind up getting jobs with those people that own the land, just so happen to be a white man. So it's still going on today. You can just go look around. All that land you be driving past, that be cultivated, trust me, it ain't just tractors. It's people getting out there doing what they got to do.
If you're hired for a job, that's not slavery, though. If you
that's indentured servitude.
Yo, slow down. Stop cutting people off, man. Wait for your turn. Man.
Shout out to somebody in the chat, JB.
But you just cut somebody off, buddy.
Nah, he was right though.
I just wanted to say, man, because I'm from the area where that brother talking about. Even when he talked about the Washita with the Q thing, I'm Quapaw Nation. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't think slavery existed because it didn't exist for some black people.
Right.
Slavery existed for different kinds of people. You had Italians that came over here who were slaves. You had all different type of people who came over here who were slaves, but slavery did exist for some of our people. Just because it didn't exist for all of our people don't mean that slavery didn't exist. So we got people taking some shit and running with it and going and teaching it, and teaching that shit is misinformation, man. That's not real, bro. That's just because it take away from the people who did go through slavery. Like, so we get to talk about reparations when it comes to slavery, and I don't want to change the narrative, but some people don't fit into it, so they talk against it. See, I can't say my people were slaves, but I don't want to talk against this shit just because. But that don't make me say that slavery didn't exist either. Slavery did exist. There was families who were slaves. And salutes to bro, salutes to the channel, man, the panel. Much love and respect.
I thank you for saying that, because you put it in the perspective, and that's what I said. When you're dealing with the totality of so-called black folks, everybody black wasn't slaves. You had people in the north that wasn't slaves. You had people in the South that wasn't slave, but you had a large portion of our people that was. And you had people that was part of these tribes, that was the indigenous people, they were put into slavery. That's why I read the wars and why they were fighting in these wars, fighting so much. They wasn't fighting just the so-called Africans to be free. They was getting their land took from them. So they was fighting against the freaking Andrew Jackson. I'm telling y'all this. So my argument is this, because this YouTube stuff, a lot of you YouTubers that like regurgitating other people's stuff, what I need to see, right, is if you have this stance, which I respect, right? Take your stance, come together now as a people, because in the 60s, our grandparents and our ancestors didn't have social media. They was able to create movements that went worldwide and got things done on the table, right? I need to see you guys bring your information out to Congress, and you're gonna have to fight against these white so-called Indian people that's actually trying to take your place. I need to see Dane Conaway and his groups take your thing to Congress and get something on the Congress floor, and let's start getting some movement. It has to get past just YouTube regurgitating. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying.
What are y'all getting?
I'm not saying.
Bro, what are you getting from proving that slavery is real though?
Hold
what do we benefit from?
No, I'm not.
Hold on, wait. Let me answer. I can answer that.
Hold on, real quick. Let me
Okay, I'm gonna answer that. Stop. Let George finish. I got you. When you land.
Hold on. This is the problem with the black man. There's a black man speaking, and I'm laying the narrative. That's not my argument. What I'm saying is based off of this topic, and we're saying that some brothers are saying that slavery didn't exist. What I'm saying is, if you're coming in now and you have a different narrative, and they starting to grow and get bigger, right? I'm not saying whether you're right or wrong, but bring that information together, put it on the table, because there's a claim in that now. Because what you're saying is somebody else is in your spot, they have your name, they're claiming to be you. You don't even exist anymore, to the point where you have to come to tell me that my history is a lie and it didn't exist. So I need to see where are you at in history. So now you guys have to bring it to the table. That's all I'm saying.
I want to hold on, brother. Wait a minute, brother. I got you, brother. Slavery ain't a belief. It's a reality. And your belief is that your people that wasn't part of our reality. That's what you're saying. A lot of people who saying slavery ain't real.
I'm saying slavery,
hold on.
Slavery is employment.
Let me no, well, actually, you're right. I actually was saying that modern employment today. Brother, hold on. Hold on, brother. This brother here, boy, I tell you. Listen, man, I'm going to read the definition of slavery to you. Slavery is the ownership of a person as property, especially in regards to their labor. That would be an employee as well. So my thing.
Let me add on to what you just said.
Why can't I finish though, brother? Can you have a little patience with me?
Right back out. Bro.
All right, cool. Fair enough. I got.
Right. So. Damn, I just forgot what you said, bro. But
I said slavery is the ownership of a person as property, especially in regards to their labor.
Right. So when you look at it, right, that means we all slaves. You know why? Because we owned by the state. So before the state was established to what it is today, you had so-called, I guess you could call them slave masters, or people who own the land. And like dude was saying earlier, our people was looking for jobs once our land was taken, and we couldn't do crops no more.
That goes back to what I was just saying earlier about that's
different from us being beat and all of that. And
no, that's just a byproduct. Narrative. What I'm saying is all of this goes together.
That's a minority.
Hold up. Everything you're acknowledging is everything that means it goes into the beginning of the oppression for our people. And we still being oppressed. We still ain't been back to our greatness that we was before this encounter. So now when somebody say that slavery ain't real, they're denying this whole encounter. They're denying the exchange of power that took place because of this encounter. And I can't allow that. That's going too far. And when you look at if I ask you why are our people where we at today, guess what you will have to say? Because this what they want to say is because you lazy, because you ignorant, because all that. But guess what though? That's part of it. But also because you've been colonized and indoctrinated and enslaved, and you fucking ain't been restored to your true greatness. That's been something.
Remember that everybody wasn't slaves, so that's only to
but
the
listen,
people who claiming that
this is what I'm saying, man. Listen, everybody, listen. Hold on, wait. Listen.
And why can't white slaves claim the same thing, Sanchez?
Hey, bro, hold on. I got you. Let me holler at Gutter a minute. Listen, Gutter. You keep saying everybody wasn't slaves. That's irrelevant to the bill. The bill was slavery real? You saying everybody wasn't slaves is helping me out because you still acknowledging slavery was real, which is what the debate was about, so I win. So my thing is this right here, brother. You saying everybody wasn't slaves is like me saying everybody ain't broke. You right. There's a couple people in the world that's rich than a motherfucker. They don't know what it's like to be broke. But guess what? The majority of the world, I'll say 90%, they fall under what we call broke, man. They just getting by and shit. Everybody ain't rich. When you say everybody wasn't a slave, I can say that today, man. Everybody don't got a job. But guess what, though? Most of the world got a job. They got to pay their bills, man. Everybody don't live in a castle. Everybody don't live in a castle. Okay, so let me ask you the question.
We slaves today because we signed contracts to be slaves. We signed contracts to be employees. We make an agreement with somebody.
Okay. So guess what? And that's because your land was taken, like what you said earlier. So either you take your land back or take your ass to work. Which one you think we gonna do? It's a no-brainer. Why are we making it hard?
I'm telling you that slavery, the way it was taught to us is not really what it was.
Well, what was it? Give us how it was then.
It was exaggerated like a motherfucker.
Okay,
you know that.
Okay. Yeah, now guess what, bro?
You got a white boy on here talking about
Yeah, bro, there's some dude on here named the White Man trolling and agreeing. And man, we gonna get him up out of here, man.
He was the one that was enslaving people.
We not gonna give him a platform over here, man, for it, man. Straight up, I gotta respect the OG call on that one and put him in the back, man. So yeah, gotta go ahead, man.
Yeah, so and my grandma told me it was white slaves too. It wasn't just black slaves. A slave was just a poor person looking for work, man, to feed their family.
But you got to prove that, brother. That's what I'm saying. You got to be able to prove that, substantiate that. That's all.
Yeah, it's not the point that there was.
We're the living proof of it. I mean, we're the living proof of it. It ain't no.
One mic, I can't hear.
You're getting in their feelings. Go ahead.
Yeah, bro. Check it out, bro. Right? Check it out. Even though that is true, it still was a racial injustice show just to us. Even though it was other slaves and shit, the slave narrative wasn't really sold them. So the thing is, why shows that, hey, you was slaves, you was enslaved, then
breaking up.
Microphone breaking up.
He bringing us some heat, but he breaking up.
I think y'all missing what I'm saying.
Hey, guess what, Key? Try again with your video off. You got okay? Well, he had it off. Yeah, just come back when you get your stuff. Yeah,
say we got the Slavs or whatever, right? They go enslave the Moors. They take over the Moors. They build their country there. They build their school, their hospital, their military. They tell these Moors, I'm going to take y'all with me to Africa. We're going to go enslave them. They look like y'all. So we build our country, our military, everything. And then you go enslave the whole world. Now you got the United Nations. You got everybody fighting each other, but you started the whole war. But you took these guys over here to fight these guys and enslave them. And they went in, y'all all fighting each other together.
Yo. Not much respect to the panel. Peace, bro, Sanchez, bro. Yeah, but sorry, man, that never happened, bro, man. All countries was enslaving their people. Every country with a government, right now.
So you
this
saying
day, all countries was
okay.
I believe we was working together, building our own country. Slavery
No,
ended
we weren't.
these countries. Slavery would destroy these countries.
Bro,
Now,
slavery was already going on in Africa, which is why the Europeans went over there and started to trade with the Africans who already had a slave trade going on. Every country enslaved their people. This is how we have governments today. No, how else would they have got the control of the people's mentals? How else would they have got the control of the people's minds if they didn't enslave them? What incentive would people have to follow a government?
Yo,
can I say something real quick?
Wait,
elaborate more. I don't think they're getting it. I don't think they're getting it. Elaborate more.
It's too many hot mics. Hey, Bobby K, get ready. We about to slide you into the bill too. We got almost 900 people in the buildings, but we ain't got the lights. Y'all get the lights up. Thank y'all.
Hold up. I think it's just how Glitch was saying. Like, hold up. Can you repeat that a little bit again so you could elaborate? I want to elaborate. I want to build with you because you going into the warfare right now. So
well hold up, JT. One brother asked a good question. He said, "What would be the importance of remembering slavery or bringing up slavery?" I want to deal with that. Now I'm gonna forget that when y'all go ahead though.
Mike check.
I said to get our land and our resources back.
Mike check. Can
Land
you
and
hear me,
resources is one thing.
We
And
can
conquering, hold on. Land and resources is one thing. Conquering and establishment of government in the way of governing and getting, you know what I'm saying, your own thing established as your own race, which is still conquering, is another thing. But the whole part of it is to eliminate your whole competition or the biggest threat that you may or may not have and find a form of controlling. And one definition or answer to that is what slavery does. See, one thing that we ain't really even spoke on, and this my whole point of even jumping on tonight, check this out. Lynching. Who considers lynching a form of slavery
that
or what
is.
level of slavery?
Yeah.
Lynching is a form of discipline. Lynching is a form of discipline.
Because
this is what I think. I think a lot of our people think that we was free from slavery at some point, and we wasn't never free from slavery.
Hold up, Key. I'm gonna come back to you. We got to get order, man. We can't talk over each other. One at a time. Everybody, listen. As of now, everybody stay muted, unless you either me or George making, man. And so we gotta have order, man. Let's go ahead, man.
Pete gang. All I'm saying is, in respect, bro Sanchez, respect everybody on the panel, chat room, everybody. All I'm saying is, it's only recently that if you check in documents, lynching has been addressed with the Anti-Lynching Emmett Till Act. So if we addressing this, which, as always, bro Sanchez bring that goddamn heat rock. This is something that is really something we can actually talk about in real time, you guys. So if we're going to address the issue, let's just actually do that. And we can bring up documents, panels, family tree, T-shirts, and all of this and that. But we can also bring up what's actually going on in this world, Diggy 1D, falling back.
Okay, yeah, Bobby, you got it. Go on, jump in there because I'm gonna ask this brother. I'm gonna answer him why it's important. Well, look, let me do that real quick then, and then anybody else that's been waiting to get in, let me know. Here's why we should bring up slavery, and I'm tired of folks saying if you bringing up slavery and reparations, you lazy. You complaining, you whining, you being a victim. That's like saying, right, if a woman been raped, right, you saying that grape is real make you a victim. How that make me a victim by saying, man, grape is real? You know what I'm saying? Slavery is real, and that don't make me a victim by acknowledging the truth. It seems to be an incentive from some kind of power, yo, to deny the existence of slavery, and that's dangerous, man, because the governments that perpetuate their damn crimes against humanity on us every day, it's a form of slavery. I'm glad that brother brought up lynching. Y'all, we not even bringing up the mental part of the shit. Why is most of the world in the Western world got fucked up mentality, need therapy and shit? Bro, you can't, we're denying the past history that is a direct result of everything that got the world going to hell in the handbasket today. People trying to say slavery don't exist when they're a slave, and they need to be standing up against slavery and the many forms of it, because it ain't just physical, it's spiritual, mental, and all that shit. And to deny one, you deny them all, and this can't do nothing but work against us. And I'm just gonna yield right there.
And drop a bomb.
Can I say something?
If I can just tap in one time, I just want to say something real quick, something small,
one at a
very
time.
small.
Yeah, let Arms of Unity go. He was first.
The right word is colonialism. You see what I'm saying? We are prisoners of war. If you look at the definition right now of colonialism, it's going to explain how a group of people come and capture a person's land. They come with other people and settlers. They settle down and force you to embrace their religion. They force you to embrace their culture, and it's just colonialism. So I just wanted to slide that in there.
But here's the sweet spot. This is what the Glitch was talking about when he said slavery always existed. If a tribe is over here and another tribe is over there, once those two fight and the losers lost, those people become enslaved. And now, eventually, after generations, you're going to become accustomed to that people's way. So they slick their way in.
I don't know if the tribes enslaved each other, but I could be wrong.
Not necessarily enslaved, but say like it's two people coming at war. The people who lost, like if you're losers, now you have to bow down and get into their way if you want to exist. Or what are you going? You know what I mean? What do you become? You become homeless or what? Not homeless, but you get what I'm saying.
Can someone pull up the definition of colonialism?
But what I'm saying is once those people bow down to those people's way, and after a generation or two, now they're accustomed to those way, that's what it becomes. So it's not your way anymore. Now you're in there. So that's what he's saying. People's always enslaved. The same way we're in the system now, because they work their way in. Our people got accustomed to this shit, and now people are at the point where they don't even care because they just so stuck in it, and that's the psychosis behind it.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. And this is where. Hold on, let me quickly respond to him. Let me quickly respond to him. Yeah, this is where I feel like. Thank you for that, bro. Yeah, this is where I feel like black people go wrong. Yeah. We look at slavery through a racial lens when slavery doesn't have nothing to do with race. Back in history when it was happening, like how it was happening back then, it never had anything to do with race. It had to do with these people are lower class than us for whatever reason it may be. It was never to do with race. It was always to do with their lower class, and we're going to enslave them because they're lower class. It's nothing to do with race. And this is why it doesn't have anything to do with race. The only time, the only time that it started to do with race when it comes to black people is when Darwin started to try and say that black people was the first people to evolve from monkeys, and then they dehumanized us and made us look like we weren't even human. So then anything that was done to us at that point, it's the truth. That's how they had what's it called? The people in Brooklyn Zoo. They had them in there because they were telling people that black people weren't actual human beings.
I know that.
That's a fact.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Can I say something? In the chat room right now, Sanchez, I'm putting the link in the chat room from the 1600s up until now, all the things that indigenous black folks fought for in this country. Now, I want to say this because I got to go. You had slavery in the Indian Ocean for 700 years, over 700 years. India has some of the worst slavery based off of color and class. You had slavery in the Iberian Peninsula. You had slavery all over, right? Here in American chattel slavery and what they did in the reclassification of people because they came to a foreign land and took it. You had European imperialism, and that was to eradicate the cultures and basically civilize them to make them become you. And the only way you civilize is if you take on our culture. So what we've been through when I pulled up the articles and read how they reclassified us and how we fought in all these wars to try to liberate ourselves and all the wars, that's because we was fighting for land that belonged to us. Our people knew who they were. Then when they took the land from us, we was fighting to so-called get rights on land that was ours. So what I'm saying, people, I can pull up information of things that we fought for. If you disagree, come with your information. That's all I'm saying. Just come with your information to prove me wrong, because I'm coming with the information that my ancestors brought. If you disagree, fair enough. That's not the argument. Oh, whoa. No, no, you can't. I'm not dealing with Africa because I understand slavery with the Kanem-Brinu Empire and Central and Sub-Saharan Africa, and how they had slavery there in different tribes. I understand that, and how they fought, and all of them, they're black, and they were selling slaves to Arabs and different things. That's not this argument here in America. We're not going to compare the two. I'm not going to let that happen here. Two different things, because all slavery wasn't done just off of one template. They were done for different reasons in different regions of the world. So what I'm saying is, these are indigenous people now fighting to get specific lands because they fought wars and lost, and treaties was broken. So we have the records of what we fought for all the way here. So when you have lynchings that was going on here, right, under the federal government, which was supposed to protect us from state laws, they didn't. These were all remnants of people that was conquered. So what I'm saying is, if you disagree, bring the information to prove my grandparents wrong and other grandparents that speak on what I speak on. That's what I'm saying. Don't come with words on what you think or your feelings. You have to go. You
disagree about what?
Whoa. Show some discipline and respect. Damn. Come on, black man. I didn't speak at all when y'all was speaking.
This one gets them in their feelings, man.
All I'm saying is, based off the conversation, bring some information and say, George, that's wrong. I got this to show you. Don't tell me with words. Show me documentation to go against what I'm saying. If not, I don't want really respectfully. I don't want to hear words, because this is what YouTube has done. Show me the work that maybe your grandparents may have shown respectfully to them to say, baby, that's not true. This is what this was. That's all I'm saying.
Now, hold on, I gotta argue back on this roots argument that y'all saying in the chat too, that I keep hearing. Yeah, you said roots was based on an African narrative. Okay, there were people brought over here from other places and enslaved over here, but the bulk of the slaves was already here. Now check this out, right? What happens is, because the Roots movie is based on a transatlantic slave story and Amistad and all that stuff, the aboriginals, right, the people who know the truth like myself, I'm speaking for all of y'all will say all of that shit fake, but I ain't throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Somebody said, you think we was literally getting hit with lashes on the back? You see the thumbnail? I don't get how today we gonna deny this shit, bro. That's crazy. You telling me people wasn't hung and wasn't beat and all that stuff. What? Show you another one, bro. So look, dude. Hey, bro. Dude, I can show you this all day. I'm gonna do it right now for you, right? Watch this, bro. This sad. Yeah. I'm gonna show you.
Hold on, I got next after bro.
You barking out, kid.
Psychosis.
Hey, man, this is fucking crazy, dude. Nuts. He said, show him another one. Okay, let me show him one.
Now, no drawing pictures, like actual pictures, though.
Oh, this ain't no drawing at all. This is a real picture right here. You telling me this a drawing? That what you telling me?
I feel like we don't really have context to what that is. He could have fell in a phone bush or anything. We don't really know what happened to that man, though, man.
Hold on, brother. Hey, Glitch Soul, relax. I'm talking to somebody right now. I can do one at a time. I want to holler at him first. Is he saying, right, that this is fake?
It's hot. I'm saying.
Now look. Now watch this, right? Glitch Soul is saying, we don't know what happened to that man, but he's a UK dude that I'm not gonna really take serious when we talking about FBA 80 shit. Now he may think I'm wrong for that, but guess what? I don't even like how he approaching the shit already. When over there, when they be kissing the queen ass and shit, Marcus Garvey Irish ass niggas who already been sold out over there in the UK where he from, the queen ass niggas.
That's what I was saying.
So I don't care what he talking about. How else it got that in, bro? That's some shit.
All I said was that there's no context to the picture. That's what I said, bro.
Bro,
I don't know why you're talking about the queen
bro,
like I respect
I'm
her.
talking
All I said
about
is no context. We don't know what happened to him.
Man, we do know what happened to him, brother. We do know what happened to him. This is crazy.
Can you please show me what happened to him? I've seen that picture before loads of times growing up. Can you please show me? I've never been shown what happened to him.
Ain't no other way these marks can get on your back without a lashing a whip, dude.
There's people that whip themselves. There's people who do ceremonies in certain countries.
He said
where they whip their own
themselves.
I'm saying, dude. I don't know what happened to this man. None of us actually know.
They people got enslaved first and brainwashed, and they brought them over here to enslave us.
I'm not denying slavery. I'm not denying. I've never denied slavery. All I'm saying is that man in that picture, I don't know what happened to him. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my God, bro. This man said he whipped himself. He whipped himself.
I didn't say that. I said there's people in certain countries that do ceremonies and do certain
I don't
things in the
even
street
really
parade
want it, bro.
where they whip their own back.
Stop,
If
man.
you don't,
Stop, bro. Please stop. That shit's kind of triggering. Just stop, please. Just a minute. Give me a break for a minute.
Can you just show me how he got them injuries on his back, please? That's what I want to know, because I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
You know what's crazy, bro? It's crazy that we're denying the fact that was a group of people that was beat, hung, and oppressed in this land. I'm from Bama, bro, and I'm telling you, this shit was true even in my time. They was lynching niggas in the street when I was a little boy.
I'm not denying that, bro. I'm just saying that man in that picture, I don't know how to tell what exactly happened to him, because how are we supposed to tell with this man? I'm not talking about anyone else.
Okay, let me tell you how we know what happened to him. I'm going to tell you how we know what happened to him, right? If we see a nigga with gunshot wounds and we say, how do we know that what happened to him? Because this kind of impression, this kind of wound on the body only comes from a gunshot wound. If I see a nigga, right, hold on, bro, don't cut me off. Let me say something, right? It's certain things I know that if I see purple bruises around a nigga's neck, and I see that he got the lacerations on his eyeballs, I'll say he was strangled and his eyes was popping out, the blood vessels in his eyes. I see the purple around his neck. Someone strangled him to death. Look at his tongue out too. So it's certain things we can conclude on based upon the type of wound. If this man was burnt up like Emmett Till, I can say, oh, this brother was burned to death. He was burned at the stake alive, or old-fashioned way, like medieval style. Because I'll see, okay, yeah, cooked flesh, boom, this happened when he was alive. He literally felt this. Boom. Cool, I can look at this brother. I know he can't reach a whip back there. And do you know how hard that'll be? This is Occam's razor, right? A lot of people think that they so fucking deep, dude. Think about it, right? I'm a flat earther, so that show you I'm a critical thinker. There's a lot of shit that I'm willing to entertain, and some shit I think we this is some agent type shit. Who would it help for us to deny slavery? Who would that help? The people that's enslaving us, right? That's who it'll help. Guess who it'll help for us to deny slavery? The people that's enslaving us, bro. Why would we want to deny this shit when we can still see it happening today?
I haven't denied slavery, bro.
I don't see nobody with that.
I'm not talking to you, Glitch. Not talking to you, Glitch.
Still ain't showing me another picture yet.
Hey, I wanted to tap in on when he said slavery wasn't just about so-called black people, or black people weren't the only ones that were slaves, but that was really what it was about. And I can prove that. And it wasn't about white people and stuff. They just, first of all, white people and them, they were hunters. And they came from beyond the Caucasus Mountains, beyond, okay? So when you talking about sharecropping, when you talking about growing corn, cotton, different fruits and vegetables, potatoes, this type of stuff ain't supposed to grow in no cold area. See what I'm saying? You have to go to a lush area. You got to critically think and consciously think. And now, when you look at them, when you seeing these people digging up different bodies around ancient sites, you know what I'm saying, and looking at the paintings on the wall, man, we can clearly tell. Ain't nobody got the time to play with y'all. We clearly see all these as black people. When you talking about the manipulating and creation, not the creation, but the using the math of electromagnetic science.
Watch
And,
this, right? Hold on, bro. Hold on. I want to stay on the slavery. Listen, because look, I didn't finish what I was saying with this. People saying we need to see more pictures like this, right? But check this out, right? That's saying if I can't find it on Google, right, it ain't real. Despite the many people around the world that still get enslaved today. You got child slavery going on in China now. You got slavery going on still in Africa today in these diamond mines. You got kids on an island that I saw overseas that breathe in deadly gas. They ain't gonna live to be 40, 50 because they working in these environments with the deadly gas by this volcano, and they mining a certain kind of rock for rich people and shit who gonna live to be old though, but they ain't. That's a fucked up form of slavery. It's happening right now as I speak. To deny a form of slavery anywhere is to deny it everywhere, and I don't give a fuck who don't like what I'm saying. Slavery real, you damn dummies in the chat room.
Yep.
Why don't you click the link?
And the reason black people would have been slaves is because
the globe,
creators.
the globe real, it's the same thing, bro. You believe in this picture and taking this as your evidence to prove that it was
I ain't
slaves.
taking it. Listen what I'm saying right here. If you think this picture is my, hey, y'all see me going back and forth with a dude. Let me do this real quick. So look, this ain't my proof for slavery. I got hella proofs. The generational wealth gap, the fact that the conditions you born in these inner cities, my brother, the fact that you name, hold up, don't cut me off, bro. The fact that you name yourself gutter, right? I know slavery real. That's a mental form of slavery. The fact that we got niggas named Killer Mike, Ghetto God, Gutter this, Ratchet that. Guess what? I know slavery's still alive and well. But the sad part is the people inflicted by it the most don't even know that they're being enslaved. They think it's gone away and the world has changed. And I start laughing my ass off, man. If you think slavery just went away, you think a word called slavery exists in a lexicon, but the thing called slavery doesn't. That's just people making it up. No man never owned another man against his will and then made it so that he can own that man's future generations by making sure they dumb down. And what's the best way to do that? To teach a future slave, you ain't even a slave. You just an employee. You a citizen. You ain't no slave. We've been through stopping slaving you. Boy, that's a good system of slavery where the slaves don't even know they slaves now. That's dope. You done put the fence in their mind now, the plantation in their mind now. Boy, that shit on autopilot now. They was genius for that. And y'all are proof that the shit worked. When you could convince a slave that he free in 2023, slavery don't exist.
I don't think that's the argument, though. I don't think the argument is whether or not slavery exists.
You got emotional ties to the belief, bro.
Whether slavery exists the way they tell.
Hold on. I'm gonna show you what the argument is so we can be clear to everybody on the call while y'all cutting in. I wrote it right there. You see it in yellow. I don't
like
care.
You got a lot of emotional ties to the belief, bro.
See. Yeah, only thing I'm asking, was it real? Because you got people saying it ain't even real. If you saying it's real, but it ain't happened the way they told us, I'm fucking with that. At least you know it was real. I'm talking to the people that's denying it all together. We got to address them.
Okay. Oh, okay.
It's people who deny slavery altogether?
I haven't heard anyone deny it on the
Leo.
panel yet.
No, I ain't never denied it. I denied it the way they
Hold up, wait a minute. Dreads just did that, though, didn't he?
No. That's
improper. No, Dre said.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, man.
All right. If you talking connotative and denotative language, if you saying slavery didn't exist as far as like trying to do some paperwork and you want to call it POW or prisoner of war or something, Now we getting into legalities, but just talking figuratively, and yeah, slavery existed. We went through some shit. You did what I'm saying now.
But there is a big community saying slavery ain't even real, man. That shit bullshit.
Okay, but then let's look at it like this. When you speaking on reparations, that's speaking on prisoners of war. In order to get reparations, that's tying into wartime situation. So if you deny any type of indentured servitude, any type of prisoner of war, any of that, you can't even speak on a reparations deal, because reparations dealing strictly with wartime solutions. And we claim we prisoners of war. That's where you could separate from the slavery. Now, if you saying slavery just like our people, the whips and chains and all that, yeah. Motherfucker, Japanese people was so-called slaves. Chinese people been slaves. The term slavery come from Slavic people who was the original slaves. We could see slavery all over the motherfucking planet and pinpoint it and say it actually happened. So if you saying slavery didn't happen, now you just getting into super pseudo. Because this shit, nigga, slavery is happening right now in modern day Sudan with the Arabs, motherfucker. You ain't even got to go that far back. Go look on the news today, slavery still happening. They still snatching motherfuckers up in Northern Africa and turning them into slaves in all those so-called Arabic nations or the Middle East. These facts.
And Bobby, that's what I'm saying, Bobby. That's why I was saying slavery. That's why I was saying it's disingenuous.
Watch this. No. Fuck that. Let me host this. Let me host this, bro. It's a clusterfuck. I gotta get to the bottom of this, man. What we gotta get to the bottom of, I'm gonna show you that no matter what you saying in the chat is bullshit. Watch this, one at a time. If slavery didn't exist the way they told us, can anybody tell us the way how it really happened? Because everybody say we ain't saying slavery didn't exist. We saying it didn't exist the way they said. Well, how did it exist then? Nobody want to do that part. And we've been here for 2 hours.
I can tell you, it existed because it was. Hold on, wait. Hold on.
One at a time, because I want to talk.
Guys, one at a time.
Wait, quickly.
I got it.
I'm gonna be quick. It existed because it was legal. At a certain period of time, back in the day, it was legal to own slaves.
Hey, no disrespect, Glitch Soul, but how many people of yours been slaves in any type of servitude in America?
And for you answer that, let me just say this, Glitch Soul. Bobby's right. You're answering like a guy from the UK. Your answers are irrelevant. Like everyone here, listen, I hate to say that, but everyone's fucking here know that slavery was legal, man. It was legal to rape at one goddamn time. But brother, that ain't what we was trying to go into. If you're gonna
I would have gone into it more if you let me finish.
No. We're gonna go to somebody that's gonna hop right to the good
can
part.
I finish real? I'm finna get right into the good.
Yeah, we
how
fuck all that
slavery
other.
happened over here was a prison
No,
of
but you
war
can't
thing.
act like slavery is just about America. It's not
Can
just
you
about
let Bobby
America,
speak?
bro.
We can't hear him.
That's why when we give you the mic, you should hop right into what we ask, man, instead of all the other shit. Go, Bobby. We'll give you a try after Bobby. We'll try again.
Now listen. The way that slavery I know it's ridiculous. The way that slavery happened over here, we called it slavery, but it was actually prisoners of war. We went through all the wars that were fought over here on our land, was shit that we lost that put us into camp-like, warlike situations. Now, what happened within that is that at a certain point, you're supposed to come out of the POW camp or the concentration camp or the projects or the plantation. However you want to look at it, it never happened. By the time we came out of the plantation, we had a whole nother identity through generations of being there. Motherfuckers really didn't know what went on. That's my theory on what happened. As far as a slavery thing, I don't think it was the actual word slavery, like grabbing motherfuckers off the shores of Africa and bringing them here. I think it was us fighting wars, losing, and getting put into a slave-like situation here.
Exactly what I was saying.
All that shit.
Exactly. Until niggas infiltrated and they started switching up on us. That's exactly.
I was saying that the governments enslaved their own people. Let me respond to Bobby quickly. I was saying that the governments enslaved.
Hold up. The way Bobby just explained it, that's one of the ways they tell us slavery happened, though.
I'm agreeing with Bobby. I never.
And
What I
I'm finna
said
agree with you
earlier
on
was
that,
that governments
Sanchez. That's a fact.
enslave their own people,
I'm
make them go into wars and enslave their own people. That's what happened in America. Am I wrong? That's what you just said, and that's what I've been saying.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I use the word that explains everything.
Sanchez, I think
I ain't trying to talk over
what we
nobody
getting.
else.
Let me say one thing.
One
This was
mic.
getting confused real quick. When we
One
say
mic.
the
I just
word
want to talk. One
slavery,
mic, please.
as far as
you got it.
okay,
Next.
I'm almost done, bro. When we say the word slavery, speaking connotatively, like if I say, man, them some bad shoes you got on, you feel what I'm saying? We know what we mean talking. But as far as the brothers that's doing in-depth work and know what slavery mean on paperwork, I think that's why they saying we not slaves, and we got to be mindful of, like, when we go into certain situations, to make sure we say, no, it ain't slavery, it was prisoner of war. Now we could say
same
slavery
thing.
talking up. It's a difference though, bro, because
It
reparations can only hold on. Listen,
I'm,
Sanchez, this a fact. Reparations can only come from wartime situations. That's why a slave can never get reparations.
He's
Nah,
right.
bro.
So I just want to add on to what you're
wrong
saying,
is
brother. I just want to add on to what we just heard.
You guys are
already
only
talked
talking
already.
about
reparations ain't gonna come for real. We just gotta put that on the table. Unless you willing to take your shit the way it was taken from you back from the, like, we understand our situation with that. Only thing I was saying was this right here. And by definition, when we look up the definition of slavery, it says that a person that owns another person, especially for general labor, that you become that person's property. Prisoners of war, you definitely become my property, and your daughters and your wives become what we call concubine of war. It gets real treacherous, and then all of your men become workers and shit, and builders and fucking basically slaves and
Hold
shit.
on, I'm finna explain. Real quick back and forth.
That's what we was talking about, though, bro.
No, brother.
Like,
Listen,
wait. It's because you lot. It's like you lot. I'm talking about slavery as a whole, and you lot are.
Yeah, but it don't matter what we're saying. We're talking about what happened in America, bro.
Wait, bro. But that's what I'm saying. The question is, was slavery real? That's why I came on the panel, and you lot are talking to me like, yo, because you're from England, you can't even talk about it. But bro, we're not talking about just American slavery. We're talking about slavery, bro. That's where you lot are getting mixed up, bro.
So hold on, bro. Hold on, I'm gonna tell that brother Glitch Soul, how can I prove, man, that your people was enslaved? That's just speculation, your belief. Remember when I put up the lashes on this brother back and you played dumb? I'm gonna play dumb with yours too. So no matter what you show me, man, it ain't gonna be what you said. So let's just move the mic.
Now check this out, Sanchez. When you say slave versus prisoner of war, a slave being owned by an individual, which is why we can't get it, because you got to sue. That's like going to civil court. You got to find. That's why it's niggas now through the Slavery Act that sue individual families. When you talk about reparation, this ain't saying we could get it or not. This just literally me telling you the legalities and how this go. All reparations go to prisoners of war. Anything you get in the private sector, as far as your family being enslaved, gotta come from that individual family, and that's all it is to it. Do with that information what y'all will, but that's the facts.
Now, guess what, Joe? Let me show you something, right? So if I show y'all, if I say and I gotta say this because people in the chat room scared to click the link. If I say, man, there's a pedophile in a community, and I show you pictures of a damaged child in a community from that pedophile, and you say to me, you only got one picture of it, and you saying, yeah, it's the only picture we got of it, but several children said that he's done this. Would you deny all of those other children claims? Because, man, there's only one picture of who did it. That's what they doing.
That's,
you know what I'm
completely
saying?
Different.
No, bro, that ain't different at all.
That's completely different.
That ain't different at all. That's why I'm telling you, your people
it's way
working
different.
enslaved.
It's way different.
Guess what? It's not different at all.
You took it to an extreme.
Nah, brother, because both of them are victims. Both of them are victims, and they using visual proof to prove their victimization, dummy.
Hey, bro, Sanchez.
Bingo.
You know what people doing? You know what people doing, man? They trying to cross over the land getting took with slavery.
And
with
it's
the
not. It's
African
anybody's. Hold up. Anybody saying that's different, you dumb as hell. It's dumb as hell to say that. Because if somebody say, look, our people was a victim of slavery back in the day, and we only got one picture of one slave to show his proof of this, but several blacks said that they was enslaved. Same thing with what I just gave about any victim situation will apply. It ain't gotta be pedophilia. It can be great. If I only got one picture of a woman with bruises and battered up at her sexual organ, and this man, and we can prove it's from this guy. But several other women said it too, but they don't got visual proof. Only one picture. Tell me that ain't the same situation that I'm showing here on my thumbnail. If this is the only picture.
Same. That's the same.
Y'all just don't know how to do syncretism. That's why I get paid to do this shit, and you don't. And the people in the chat room who going against me ain't gonna click the link, and I'm gonna give them the flow to say what they want, but they too scared.
Bro Sanchez, that's coming from the brainwashing. You feel me? That's coming from like thousands of years of brainwashing our people.
Bro, I'm trying to see.
We don't even know the dates of slavery, to be honest. Like the brother was saying, like the 1600s. This started way before the 1600s. Try like the 1200s or the 1300s when Rome took over Egypt. We're talking about Black indigenous people that inhabited America. You have to go back to history. You have to go back to the 1300s before 1776, before the Pilgrims came to America. So for the brother that's on the camera right now with the dreadlocks, what's your original language? Because you're saying that your family wasn't a slave. Why are you speaking English? Where did you get the English language from?
Wait, who you talking to with the dreadlocks? Me?
He's speaking
kind of his family wasn't slaves. I want to know, why is he speaking English right now? He never been to England and he's speaking English. So you saying that you're speaking English to me? What is your original language, brother?
Yeah. Somebody said, if you need
what's your non-slave indigenous language?
What's my indigenous like language? 3 niggas with dreads on here, bro.
Whoever said they never been a slave before, what's your indigenous language?
Niggas can't call me no while he wait on that
My
answer.
indigenous language is West Side Chicago.
No, he slumped that nigga. Listen, niggas can't watch this. Let's deal with this. Niggas can't call me no goddamn victim. You need to call me a truth teller. I'm gonna tell you something, right? Long as you watch this, right? Long as you can't call me no damn liar, I don't give a fuck what you saying. If I say, look, man, slavery exists and our people were victims and still victims, and you say, you acting like a victim, Sanchez. I ain't acting, motherfucker. I am a victim. And I'm not going to let the fact that I'm a victim stop me from seceding. I'm just going to acknowledge the fact that when you're born in this country and they teach a baby a false history of themselves, take their identity away, indoctrinate them with spookism. All of that stuff, you've been a victim of a lot that hindered most of your childhood. You was believing in a fantasy. They didn't do that to their children. Their children had a head start on you because they came out the womb knowing what it is, while you was given religion and indoctrination and all this damn shit you had to figure out later in life to decipher and get out of that. It put you behind a few. Now check this out, right? Everything they doing is eugenics. Somebody said eugenics ain't slavery. Yes, it is, man. Only a slave master who think that you're his property think that he can edit your goddamn DNA, which is the ultimate goal of eugenics. To start now editing the people's DNA who they saying got faulty DNA because they got primitive genes. You know who that is, right? The people with the chicken bones in their nose. That's us, yeah. So check this out, right? Y'all got to realize one thing right now. Denying slavery don't make you look like you some successful conservative nigga and all that. It let me know you been bit by the damn beast, because the people that's enslaving our children right now, because mental slavery got them thinking one thing that it ain't, dude. That's powerful, man, as they wouldn't be doing it. So all of this slavery is taking place on the earth, and the best thing that the slave master got working for him is for a bunch of wannabe deep niggas saying slavery never existed and don't exist. You being a victim. Then they say, well, we ain't saying slavery didn't exist, so why the fuck are you calling me a victim when I say it do exist, dummy? Double talking. I yield the flow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go to
everything.
Sanchez,
I was trying to end slavery then. What's y'all plan to end
I was
slavery
trying to
then?
add to the bill by saying I agree with everything y'all saying. I'm just adding to the fact that the places that they enslaved before America, they used those slaves in their military to enslave the Americans. They looked alike. It was black people everywhere. That's all I.
Let's go to our Real Zoe Masquerader salutes.
Yo, what it do, y'all? What it do, y'all? So, like, I wanted to hop on this thing because, like, my mom's, you know, I'm Haitian, of course. You feel me? Y'all know this flag right here. But we actually paying the French reparations for the land that we already had for kicking them out of where we from. You feel me? Where we originated at. We paying them. We still in debt like $33 billion. But the whole slavery thing, you feel me? Like, I don't know how it really is in America, like, because I wasn't really taught American slave history. I just been taught on the Haitian slavery. Now, if you go to Haiti, bro, you still got, you know what I'm saying, families and shit like that still fucked up from that shit. So to say that slavery ain't real, I mean, I can understand you saying it wasn't as bad, because I don't believe like every single American slave that's been enslaved actually been through a lynching and all that. Because, bro, I'm in Alabama, right? I'm in Alabama.
Oh man, that's what's up.
Hey, I'm in Decatur, Alabama right now, right? And I be talking to a lot of rebels, you know what I'm saying? And bro Sanchez, I know what you're talking about. I know what you mean when I say rebels. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? And I'm cool with all them, and I be asking them about, you know what I'm saying, about their history, bro. And one dude even told me straight up, bro, like that they had slaves, but they didn't do none of that shit that was portrayed on TV. You know what I'm saying? Like they like everybody was fed good, everybody was happy, like not happy. I don't know if that's just him bullshit with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going by what a white man is telling me about his people and how they treated their slaves. They said that they ain't lynch the motherfuckers, they ain't shoot them crazy, none of that shit because that shit caused rebellion. I don't know. When they try to do that shit to us, bro, we've been fighting for years, for hundreds of years, bro. And you see this flag right here, bro? This ain't even our real true flag. This is the flag that the French was like, oh, here y'all go. This is what y'all get for y'all country, for y'all independence, but y'all still owe us money. So it's still all the Haitians, bro, we still slaves right now. Because we got to pay the French some money that we never gonna get, bro. How the hell you gonna have the most top, the richest colonies, the French, Spaniards at that time, try to colonize or try to take over the island of Hispaniola or Santo Domingue? That's what it was called. My mama, bro, my mom be teaching me about this shit. Our crest that got stolen, you feel me? We ain't never gonna get that. We ain't never gonna we might say, oh yeah, Haiti was the first country to gain their independence, but we still owe motherfuckers money. It don't make no sense. So like for people to say, oh, yeah, slavery ain't then you just saying our history is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That like so
Facts.
So like that's why I wanted to talk a lot, but I'm glad I got to listen to everybody pitch in and say what they want to say. Cause I can speak from my history. My mama always told me, hey, you're not African American. You're not African American. She still that shit in my head, bro. That's why I be rocking this shit every motherfucking day, because it's to remind myself of where I come from. And where I come from is the most fucked up form of so-called slavery. Man, we had to fight, we had to kill, we had to do voodoo, we had to do so much shit to get motherfuckers up out of our country, and we still owe them money, bro. You know what I'm saying? What y'all do? Y'all paying taxes, but everybody pay taxes. White people, black people, everybody pay taxes. So like, hey man, like that's why a lot of Zoes wanted to come to America, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because we figured out, hey, bro, like that shit straight over there, like we can make it over there, because it gives people opportunities. So I fuck with America, bro. You know what I'm saying? And by y'all talking is actually putting me up on game to like African American, or how you say the Aboriginal.
I thought Haiti is America.
Yeah. We're part of America. Yeah, we part of the Americas. You know what I'm saying? But my mom, she wanted to say like basically like you're not African American, me basically saying that you ain't come from Africa, bro.
No,
Like
you a
we ain't
full American. Cause look,
you know
I'm
what I'm
from
saying?
Chicago, bro, and you know that it's a lot of Haitians. Like my blood, I'm from a lot of Haitians in Chicago. A Haitian found in Chicago. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? That shit run deep.
That
Hey,
shit
bro,
run deep.
Sanchez, how do you feel when people say like I'm not African? Like, how do you feel like when people reject the African DNA?
Not everyone is African, you know. That's just the truth. People are different
I'm not.
things, and they
Okay,
got
so
the
what do you
right to
call the people
specify.
with the nappy hair, like the people with curly hair? What would you call people like that?
Okay,
Like
I would call them.
nappy,
I
yeah.
would call them nappy-headed people.
So, is there a geological location where all nappy-headed people come from?
Nope. You
Because we're
can
dealing with
find
dates
nappy.
here.
You can find
Let's talk.
nappy-headed. Listen, I'm answering you. You can
Yeah, they got
find
the same thing.
nappy-headed people every fucking way on damn near 90% on this earth. Trust me, you gonna run into a nappy-headed nigga. Watch.
Would you say that they're there because of like at one point it was
Somebody
something
brought them
called
there.
Pangea? It was
Well,
Pangea.
I can't.
All continents was connected.
I can't say that because I can't prove that.
Okay. So, but check this out.
How do you
Are you
explain
familiar
the
with Australia?
nappy-headed niggas of Papua New Guinea? No, why we always got to go to? How do you explain blonde hair, nappy-headed, blue-eyed niggas in Papua New Guinea? Then
Yeah, my concept is at
I'm
one
saying
point
where are they
all
at in
continents
Africa
was
though?
connected.
No,
We're talking about dates
No,
and
I
times.
get that, but we're
yeah,
saying
talk
that
to me.
people came from. If it was all connected at one time and it's separated, then them people always been where they at. They never was from a place called Africa because they in Papua New Guinea been there since it broke off. Now, if you saying everybody come from Africa, them people in Papua New Guinea don't look like nobody from Africa, but they nappy headed, they hair just blonde, and they eyes blue, and it's natural, and they skin
Hey, can I
dark.
say something? Hey, I just want to say that, man. Look, bro, ain't nobody Africans and Americans and none of that shit. I mean, none of that no more because, bro, all the black races are mixed now, bro. My cousin I grew up with, my mama, nephew, my auntie, she passed away, whatever, but she had married a African from Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? The Chukwukalus, and they created my little cousin. So now he got a girl. He brought her with us in America, going to schools in Dallas. Now he got him an American girl who don't have no African. What I'm saying is, bro, it's over. Don't y'all understand that all these black races together is the God race? You know what I'm saying? All that argument of real, man, it's mixed now. Ain't nothing you can do. The bloods is mixed. So what do you call us at this point? It's Americans in Africa right now having babies with Africans who never left out of Africa.
Yeah, but that's every race though. That's not just
bro. What I'm saying, most likely that black and white stuff. That's not. If you look at Earth ratio, not like citywide, but Earth ratio, it's not more than our people mess with our own people. So we just cut that out. So what I'm saying is, bro, it's over with. What else y'all want to argue about? We mixed now.
No, you right, brother. How about this though? I think the biggest thing for us is to actually know where we come from and regain our culture. That's what the people
all
want.
of them all our culture.
You know, we want our culture. We want to just.
I'm gonna tell you something, bro. I'm gonna tell you something right now. When you got an alarming crowd of people saying slavery ain't what they told us it was, how was it? I asked that a minute ago. Nobody, y'all acted like y'all wanted to go there, but you didn't really go there with me. Keep it real. No one said, well, Sanchez, they said slavery was you getting whipped on the back like them pictures you showed. But really what it was is they was baking cakes for you and shit, giving you cupcakes, rub on your head, man. They wasn't done. Like, come on, go into what was the different version of slavery. I'm interested in seeing this alternative version. No one giving that to me yet. Have y'all peeped that in the chat room? Have y'all peeped that in the chat room?
I peeped that, Sanchez. Them niggas scared to hit that link, boy.
Yeah,
I don't know
man.
if it's necessarily smoke, but I don't think it's definitely, a group of rebels. Some people did have to get beat down and was getting whipped, you get what I'm saying? But some people probably were more liable to just look around and be like, all right, you got it, so we'll do this. And that's what he's talking about. Over generations, it becomes that. And those people was the ones who helped them take over and conquer because they let them in naturally.
Look, that's what
everybody. But I do believe that, yes, some people were definitely whipped. Like, they had to lay it down. You had to be fearful. You get what I'm saying? But that's why it's so hard to find pictures of that shit now.
Bro, the rebels, bro.
If slavery never existed, then why did they pass the 13th Amendment?
Uh-oh, y'all got Rob in the building. Rob obnoxious into the building.
Love Zay.
I don't even know if there's anybody in here who's still saying slavery didn't exist.
Why would
it was that one dude I was talking to. He gone now though.
Yeah, he gone.
Look, I got this one more thing. If you was to Google your last name and add plantation, right? My last name is Rowe. So if you do Rowe plantation, you're gonna see that your last name is linked to a slave plantation. I'm not sure if y'all heard me.
We heard you. Your last name is linked to plantation. But what are you getting to?
So I'm just saying that where does your last name come from?
The plantation.
Okay, exactly.
Somebody got the YouTube playing in the background.
One dude I was talking to, he gone now though.
Yeah, he gone. Hold on.
Hey, hold on. Now
we're getting a lot of feedback. Let me kill all of the mics and then now there we go.
I got you. Even with that plantation thing, see, here go the whole trick back to all of this. It's already been proven that the majority of what you would call a slave owner is our own people. It was us doing the grievance to us, right?
Prove it.
Prove that most of the slaves, 50% of slave owners was black.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
Listen, I'm not saying you right or wrong. I'm saying people say that a lot, but they don't really. They'll show that the first slave owner was this black dude. I forgot his name, right? And then I want to explain the history of how those black slave owners ended up losing most of their slaves today and becoming slaves like us.
Also, we have to talk about how they made us pay for each other to get it back. So a lot of black people did buy slaves, and then they married those slaves, showing that they were just trying to buy their freedom. They weren't trying to buy them to have them on a plantation like the other people. They were just trying to free them.
Good point. And salutes to Sister Dulcina. Let's drop a bomb.
So who are the black slave owners today? Would that be the black media outlets?
Bro Sanchez, can I get a question real quick?
Okay, man.
If slavery never existed, then why would we need the 13th Amendment?
The people who was denying slavery, they left now. Now we dealing with the group that's saying it ain't happened the way they told us. So, but they never told us the alternative way, so we still waiting on that.
Oh, okay. It ain't
I think the narrative has been switched or changed because I'm sorry. Peace, brother Sanchez. Peace to you, brother, and your panel, your chat. Yes, I think the narrative is really changed. Like slavery, we still have slavery now. Like literally in some of these countries, they still have slavery. They do human trafficking. Human trafficking, that's slavery. Sex trafficking, that's slavery. You know, it's not like it's disappeared or anything. But I think that the main thing about the slavery that was narrated in America has been more fictional or changed to give a certain narrative for certain reasons. A lot of the reasons being them taking over the lands, them coming here, creating these parishes and these missions, using these churches. They would use the three things: the church, the school, and the health facility. Then they'll be able to create a tribe. This is how they had all these fake tribes come in, or the nations that they say signed all these treaties and things or whatever, because these people came and they were awarded a parish if they had 50 or more people, and then the pastor of that parish, they would be able to name him an honorary chief. So they used these people as fake chiefs, and then they went into signing these false treaties and creating these treaties and taking over the lands. And that's why I think that they use that slave narrative to say, oh, you guys all came from Africa. Hey, you're not from here. You guys from somewhere else. This land belonged to X, Y, and Z. But here in the same sense, the X, Y, and Z are all of the immigrants that they brought here. Because when they brought the immigrants here, these were the people they were putting on the parishes because they had it in they got the documents now. They're all over. They put them on the document, the 50 people. So now that allows them to have a reservation. So think about it. A reservation. What are you doing? You're setting up a reserve for something. to reserve these people in a position so that they can take over another area. Because at one time they had a very well, it's still in the in certain records in law with the distinction between Native American and American Indians, right? So they tried to do this blending of a sort with these immigrants that they brought in to misplace the people that were indigenous to this land. So they gave a misnomer, the Indians. There's always this argument about Aboriginal Indian. I'll just say certain things depending on the conversation, but we weren't even called Indians. We weren't, so all these different things have come into effect because of the laws they wanted to use to put what they wanted to put into effect. They create these things, and then now they created the statutes mocking our laws because we had governance already. We already had governance. All the governance that they're doing now, but they had it differently, and it was set up where you were more appointed or responsible for your own self, your own tribe, which is your family. That's what the family was. So, it's just a whole, I don't want to talk too long because I know I'm talking a lot, and I'm sorry. A lot of people up here respect you guys, appreciate me speak. But yeah, it's a lot more to it, but that is basically the foundation of it, the reconstruction of what they have done under the government, but it's not even a government. It's a corporation. It's literally a business that went bankrupt last year. They went bankrupt like 12 years ago. They keep changing the name, getting new owners, acting like they own something around here, and they never did because they all been immigrants. Like, really, to keep it shorter.
That was a lot of good information in a good little time. Appreciate that, man. Sister Soul for coming through. Let's drop a bomb for the sisters coming in with the
Pete,
facts,
appreciate you, Brother Sanchez. And everybody on the panel for allowing me to speak with no interruptions. You guys are very respectful. I appreciate it. Hello, sweetheart. How are you? Y'all were very respectful. Well, respectful. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, drop
appreciate
a one in the chat.
Guys.
Yeah, appreciate
Much
you,
love and respect.
Y'all can stick around, and I'm pass it around. Me myself, what's good, my brother? How you doing?
What's cracking, bro? What's good, people?
You got it, brother.
It was good, panel. I saw everybody was a little confused about that picture right there. Some know, some don't. Will Smith's new movie is about Whip Pete, who that's a picture of. So if we're confused about if that's a real person or not, there's a whole movie about it. He was that was after examination with the Union Army. That's how you got that picture. It was posted in news articles. It was supposed to be one of the sparks of one of the Reconstruction in 1863. So that image sparked a whole revolution. But yeah, that's what Pete. Just wanted to throw that little piece of information out there. And yeah, we're obviously still slaves. We use notes to lead a plantation called money. When you run out of your notes, you got to go back to your plantation or your plant or wherever you work. So we're still modern day slaves. It's still plantation politics as usual. Yeah, and we're all mutts for the most part. But yeah, shout out to the panel.
Let me ask you this though before you go right here. So that picture of Whip Pete that you just brought up, my brother. Now, out of your logical mind, me myself, do you need pictures of other slaves with their back like that to prove that it was probably other slaves beat that way too?
Not at all. Common sense as a grown-ass man would tell me that it was probably more than just that one person.
Can I ask you a question about that, brother? When looking at that picture, right? We know that they're able to do things to make it look a certain way. I don't even know why the word is slipping my mind, but you guys know what I mean. When when they alter the picture or whatever, right? So when you look at that picture, right? If Brother Sanchez, can you please pull it up? When you look at that, why isn't there like even a small scratch or mark anywhere on his sides, his arms? All that is like so clean. If you're getting hit with a whip, I don't know how it would miss all of those clean areas, and it's specifically in these particular spots. And to me, it looks something like something that would have been done intentionally if it is there, like some type of keloid. Maybe it's something that was drawn in a significance to something, like a lot of Africans put cuts in their face and
maybe he did it himself.
Excuse me, would you be quiet, slave? Because you're the real Slav, the white Slav that came over here, the ones that took our places on these parishes. Don't even open your mouth when I'm speaking with your rude self. Nobody else did. But yeah, it kind of looks like that.
Yeah, they call that permanent scarification. But if you look up images of scarification and people whipping themselves, it doesn't do that. Like the end result don't equal that.
Hey yo,
Hey,
I'm
Grand
gonna say
Rising,
this.
everybody.
Hey, salutes to the OG Leo. I'm gonna take the
Peace,
mic
OG.
and when he's done, go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, I was gonna tap in, real quick. Like I always say, man created religion so he can enslave man. Uh, they have been enslaving people mentally through religion. Mythology, passing on mythology as facts. But I do agree that slavery is real. But here in America, like it's been touched on, we've been reclassified more than we have been enslaved. We can prove that we've been reclassified, but we cannot prove that we've been slaves. And I'm a land right there. Flat motherfucking power to flat power family.
Well, that's why I always do this, right? Flat power to the OG. What's the definition of slavery? Slavery is the ownership of a person as property, especially in regards to their labor. Here's what modern slavery is, and I'm gonna put this in a nutshell, right? Back in the day, a slave owner had paperwork for his slaves, sort of like receipts and shit. So a person can say, hey man, you stole that slave. We can say, no, here go my proof of purchase for this nigga. You know what I'm saying? He had a little paperwork. Now, what if you had, right, hundreds of thousands of slaves? That'll be a paperwork's nightmare. That kind of paperwork is a headache. You get what I'm saying? So how about if I told you the new form of slavery is to just let each slave hold their own paperwork, which is birth certificate, social security card. The slave master don't got to hold none of that paperwork. And then guess what? If we let the slave hold the paperwork for us, and then we'll say if he ain't got it on him, we charge him a penalty. Where your ID, where your paperwork at? Because you actually doing the master job. He don't got to keep track of all his paperwork. He had a slave hold his own paperwork, and then it'll also make the slave feel like he in charge of himself. It'll also make the slave feel like he owned himself. Oh, was a genius. It worked, y'all. It's a lot of, I'm telling you, it's proof when I see people talking, they don't understand what happened in this country, and that the way they talking is proof that it worked, that the slave masters was ingenious with this new form of slavery, which is basically to deny that slavery exists altogether. You know what I'm saying?
Can I please hit on what you said? Because you drop yourself a bomb. Because check this out. Listen, oh my gosh, you just said so much in a nutshell. Just in the same sense of how they pretend, right? Just like I was talking about the pretendians, right? They pretend with the government and say that their corporation is a government, right? Just like you said with the birth certificate, they got you going around this, and that, using you and your information that they created. This was all done in like, in a way to, like you said, put you in the court. Because now, just like when you go for a job, so now they're asking for your date of birth, your social security number, all this stuff. Now on the back of your social, it tells you, do not give this information to anyone. Why are you asking for my private information? They need that to say that you're a participant, because now you're saying, hey, I want to be a part of your corporation. You're signing a document, you're giving way or leeway for their articles of incorporation that they use, and they have to have a certain amount of people. Remember, I was telling you about the parish, brother, and how they had to have 50 people to have the parish so they can have the chiefdom, right? It's the same thing with the corporation. So each individual corporation, when they have the employees that are working there, right? These are their slaves. Oh my gosh, you just said it. Just like you just said it. It's literally their slaves, because now you've incorporated yourself. The paperwork they have of you, having you incorporated into their system, is your information, being your birth certificate and all of that stuff, because all that ties back to the treasury and everything through the trust of your last name and through your heresy. So now they take this, brother, just like you said, and they make you the slave for them, and then they're getting double, because once you done signed for the corporation, they're getting paid for you being there, and then they have you sitting there working like a dog, spending time from your family, being more in servitude, and you can't even do anything, double getting the money from you, because they got you working again in the physical, and they got you as a slave there. They got you in both ways, physical slave, brother, working you on a physical plantation, and then they got you mentally enslaved because you done already paid for the job.
Hey, let me
A
make
lot of
an
people don't even know about it.
Let me make an announcement. Everybody that's in the chat room, no matter where you're watching is at, hit the like, hit the share button. If you can, hit the support button, support the show. And we're going to keep this thing rolling for the long haul. Salutes to the people that's on the call that haven't spoken. Let me get to them. Again, the sisters is going in. This is a good bill. And I'm looking forward to hearing what everybody else got to say. Nothing but good information today, man. Salutes to Dale Gotti Beats. See you, my brother. Zoom user. You got it. Go ahead. You got it.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, like, the easiest way I think to look at it is to say that, because they make plans, 100-year plans, right? So if you would say the 1600s was about basically the extermination and the annihilation of all the male heirs. You understand? So when they first came here and came off the ships, their first job was, that's why they got forts everywhere. There's a fort in every town or every city that you got a native or a native population, right? On the banks of the rivers, right? Or on the banks of the shores of wherever you at. So they set up this war set up at first, and they got rid of all the male heirs. Then the 1700s was about indoctrination. That was when they started bringing us into their society, making us civilized Indians, turning us into members of their society, horse and buggies, getting us to dress like Europeans, getting us to speak their language, getting us to conduct business on their terms. We had businesses, we had cities, we had everything of our own structure set up. We had roads, we had commerce and all that. We had judicial system. We had our own everything set up, which is the basically what the Constitution is, or the Articles of Confederacy. All of that stuff came from we were the original Confederacy. If you look up the Algonquin Nation, we were the original Confederacy of the entire East Coast. My people are all from the DC, Maryland, and Virginia area. We are the original ones that were here. My people was connected to the Madison family that came from Orange County, Virginia, into the White House. My family was slaves for 2 generations at the White House. This is documented. You can look him up. Paul Jennings, he's on Google right now. He was the first slave to ever write a documentary, to ever write a memoir about what his time was like working as a slave and being in the White House. At the end of his time of working in the White House, he was freed. He was re-enslaved, though, by Dolly Madison, James Madison's wife. He then went on to buy his freedom from working for other masters and working other terms in the White House for other presidents, right? So his children were then free children because he had money. So this game was set up during the 17 and 1800s for us to start basing ourselves in their money system, like she's saying, and indoctrinating ourselves into being a part of their paper system. My people still have stuff and own land in Virginia and in DC because we were part of the paper system, because we were part of the White House crowd, because we were around it. We sat around, we listened, we learned, and we soaked up game. We learned how the game was being played, and we learned how to play chess and not checkers with them. So at the end of the day, the 1800s became about the re-indoctrination of us and getting us to believe that we were from a land that we not from, right? So then you got the 1900s where they started to do what? Criminalize us so they could re-enslave us again. Like we were saying, there are more people now in jail than there ever were people in slavery. They'll tell you this. Because they got us through the music, through the media, through the culture, to start to indoctrinate and ingrain ourselves in being criminals instead of being legit businessmen, instead of being entrepreneurs, instead of being owners, instead of having a craft. We became products of a money system where they own you and you can't own anything. Hence, LeBron James, I don't got to say nothing else. We are the ones that produce all the work, and at the end of the day, we are getting the smaller chunk of the check. And that's basically what slavery is. The person that does all the work getting the smaller chunk of the check because they don't have a certain status in order to trade with other people on a certain status level. So that's why they say freedom's not free. You have to buy your freedom. You had to do it back then. You had to do it now. When they say that Native Americans own slaves, yes, because they tell you that what? Slaves bought their families freedom. So in order to free your family member, you had to buy their freedom. So you had to own them on paper. all of this stuff, it makes sense when you think about it. It's just like to this day, if you have enough money, you're going to support your family. You're going to help them. You're going to say, hey, you don't have to go get a job and work for the government. You can work for me and my family. You can be my my assistant. You can be my barber. You can be my anything. If I have enough money to pay you, then you can work for me. And that's basically what it was. It was an employment system. It was a contract system. But under this contract, there was no end date. That's the definition of slavery. They own you for life. You couldn't get out of the contract. So indentured servitude had a time limit on it. That was a contract where you knew when your time was up and you could get out of your servitude period. But slave could never get out. Hence the Civil War, which was about a contract dispute of how can we get out of these contracts. It was foreign to them to understand freedom and understand and say, hey, I have options. I can go work for another owner. That was a foreign concept to them. They came from being subjects. We came from being free people, having a confederacy, having rules, having a civilized society, having balance in our society, having everything going well, to being indoctrinated into a society of a hierarchy system where it's big U's and little me's, and nobody at the bottom can eat, but we have to supply everything for the king to eat like a king and do what he want to do and party and live lavishly and travel the world and yacht it up is what they doing now. So that's all I wanted to say. It's just you have to understand, like Sanchez says, as nothing changed. It's all about options, and it's a mindset of thinking. Basically, if you're a free person, you're an entrepreneur. If you still thinking like a slave, you thinking you need a job and you have to work for somebody. That's all it is. If you feel like you dependent on somebody else for a job, they can tell you when to get the you know what. They can tell you when to come to work, when don't to come to work. They can tell you when you're fired, when you're laid off. They can tell you where you can afford to live, where you can't afford to live. They can dictate the terms of your life because they running you through the money. Indentured servitude, but like he said, we've gotten happy. Now we like our little C-class Mercedes that our check can buy us from the government. We like our little $500,000 McMansion we can get on credit. We like all of the things they give us to persuade us to want to be a part of their system. But that's what happens is through participating in their system, we continue to enslave ourselves. While we chasing those things, we sending our kids to their indoctrination camps for them to be further taught by the people that want them to be under their control. If I came to you and I said, Sanchez, when you was a baby, I came and brought you to my mansion so you can live in my White House and you can work for me because I was such a good person. So all I need for you to do, Sanchez, is just clean up and cook for me and take care of my clothes and stuff like that, and we all good. You would probably be like, you know what? That sounds like a pretty good deal. I see the way the rest of these Negroes around here living, and they ain't really got too much. And you got everything over here, man. So you let me participate and live under your roof, and everything's good. That sounds good. But if he say, hey, nigga, I killed your mama and your daddy, and I took your house, and now you gonna work for me and do what I tell you to do because I say so, nobody going for that. So that's why they had the 1600s kill off all the males so it couldn't be no get back. Then they got the females pregnant so they can indoctrinate us with their sperm and with their mind state and their thinking. From there, they started separating the classes, light skin and dark skin, amongst ourselves to get us to be indoctrinated and ingrained in it. Like I have family members that are all involved in high-level CFR. They involved in governments. They involved in everything that you can imagine, from the military to politics. You understand? And I don't fool with none of them because of the simple fact I understand what they're doing in the game that they're playing. They're putting all of us on the new plantation. All this, go to university, go to the school. I wrote in the comments, Virginia Tech University has a plantation on the campus. I went to Virginia Tech. They have a plantation right now to this day on their campus. When you drive on, it says, I forgot the name of so-and-so plantation. So you can't tell me that they don't understand what this system is about. This system is about, and on top of that, Virginia Tech is a land grant university. Where did they get the land from? They don't tell you. But the name of the town is called Blacksburg.
I was about to tell you, Blacksburg. Yeah, that was my stomach ground. Tech before that shooting happened with the
I
Asians.
appreciate you explaining all that. That's why I
said.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
That's why I was saying from the jump, psychosis. These niggas is nice. I really appreciate you laying it down like that. Real shit.
Yeah.
I appreciate this platform. You see the shit you open up, you let niggas into. That's real shit. I appreciate.
Yeah, he definitely enlightened with a whole bunch of good.
Yeah,
I mean, listen,
bombs.
Yeah.
Everybody. Right on it.
Hey, salutes to everybody, man.
No, I just wanted to say one last thing. Like a lot of people were talking about the Irish in the comments also. Like, yeah, that's a true story too, but you have to understand the Irish went through the same thing also. That's why they're called the Fighting Irish. They took over their land and they put them under a king, and they wasn't having it either. Until this day, in order for them to come up, what did they have to do? They had to put them on a ship them over here to indoctrinate us in the system, and then they could come up. That's why white people won't tell the truth, because they was the slaves too. They was right there with us. They was the first subject. They don't want to go back to their status being revoked.
Yeah.
Status and class. That's pretty much what it is, trying to maintain that. And remember, St. Patrick's was about getting all them snakes out of Ireland, right? And those snakes were actually us. So when you hear Black Irish, when you see Black people rocking the kilts, because we know the truth. Yeah, exactly.
They got St. Patrick Day. Yeah, St. Patrick slaughtered so many people, man. But yeah, you know, they said he almost drove a pygmy extinct, is what I read about him. But
that's what they was on. They didn't come over here for no Thanksgiving and no pilgrimage. That's the BS they tell you to say, hey, we brought you to our nice house. Don't you enjoy it here? Nah, bro, they showed up on military time. They showed up, came to slaughter and conquer in the name of the king. Then they put it down on the women. And put them all and got them all pregnant. And then from there, they say, hey, you my son, so you gonna be governor so-and-so. You gonna be Lord so-and-so. And they started giving them rights to the land and stuff over here. That's why you got everything split. It'll be like Powhatan in Richmond is next to Henrico in Richmond. All these are Native American names. Everything around here is Native American. All this is Native American. Rappahannock. My tribe is from the Patawomack tribe, which is the Potomac River, which White House is on.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something though. They talk about the Nile River civilizations. They don't talk about the Mississippi River civilizations, the Colorado River civilizations and shit like that, where these was cultural highways and shit, man.
Yep.
At a certain
super
point
highways.
Before, you know,
that's how everything was done. We had our cities on all the banks of those rivers.
Yeah,
Keep trying to make this the new world, and they know it was the old world. This is all the old world. Everything here is more ancient than anywhere. They can try to perpetrate a fact of anything, show pictures, the false pictures, all of these things, but it's too many documents, and there's too many books, and there's too much proof that shows that everything is more ancient here.
And I just want to say one last thing. The easiest way to understand the split that's going on in our minds is understand that east of the Mississippi is what we call quote unquote Black people. And west of the Mississippi is what you would call quote unquote Mexicans. But if you look at Mexicans in New Mexico and like Las Cruces and places like that, because I lived in LA, I done lived in Phoenix, I done lived all through the Southwest, I done been in Houston, all these places. Those people down there is basically Black people. They will be brownest Mexicans you have ever seen in your life. The real people from those towns that really live there, that be in Walmart. I ain't talking about the ones they put on TV, the ones they put out there to pick for you. I'm talking about the real Mexicans, is brown, dark-skinned people.
Watch this. Hey, salutes to my brother Zab, the Sigma in the motherfucking house as well, man. I'm going to say, Glitch Soul, I know you came back for the smoke. I thought you was going to not hit the link, and I was kind of hoping you didn't, but I forgot who the hell I'm dealing with. I'm going to have to spar with Glitch. But check this out, man. I wanna say this shit real quick before I pass the mic to Zab and Glitch. Salutes to everybody that's joined, man. Y'all been coming with a lot of facts. If you're in the chat room and you want to join, I'm going to drop the link one more time, and then I'm going to lock us in because we got over 22. We got 22 people on here. So salutes, man. We locked in out to everybody. I'm letting on now. I just wanted to make that announcement.
Yeah, so however you fall on the spectrum, I think we could all agree on this, man. Them people lied about history, so much so that we still putting it back together now. They falsified the records. They misclassified, reclassified. They waged war on us, but we ain't lie down either. You know, we took it to them. We battled nonstop. We wasn't no pushover by any stretch. When they described us as wild Indians and savages and niggas, that's because we was warriors. We was taking it to them. Look it up. The Seminole Wars, the Gullah Wars, the Civil War, or the Confederate Rebellion, which was part of the law as well. But here's the harsh truth. When it comes to slavery, of course slavery happened. It did. The slaves were the product, they were the help, they were the work. That was the economic system. It was how a lot of people were classified here in America. And it was a system of class control. But interestingly, I haven't found any Africans in my research. The story of them bringing people on slave ships packed up like sardines, that never happened. So what it looks like is they were enslaving some of the black people already here in the Americas, because for sure we were always here forever. And as the fight for reparation heats up and it's moving, now whether or not it passes or not, that's another story. But the current reparation proposal, it includes being a descendant of a slave. That's what's on the table. That's the requirement. From what is being put on the table, if y'all disagree with how it's being laid out, if you want your voices heard, if you want to change the
descendant of African slaves.
No, not just African slaves, just slaves, period. But let them go ahead. Let them continue. We don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, so like I was saying, if you want to change the criteria, you have to become involved. You got to let your voice be heard. You can't just sit around and let the chips fall where they fall. If you not for it, then get out the way. Don't get involved. Don't stand in the way and divert it. But if you want to get involved, if you want to fix the criteria, you got to get involved, because currently all the proposals that I read, it includes you gotta be descendant of a slave, and that's what it is.
Let me ask you something, Zab, real quick. Is there a does it affect us somehow for claiming this slave title, not just with reparations, but just admitting that we're those people referred to as slaves throughout the historical text? Because a lot of people act like it's keeping us back just by acknowledging this truth. Like you victim.
It's a psychological attack in a sense. They want you to be a slave so bad, Sanchez, that they literally paying you to be a slave at this point. Like they giving you a check to be a slave, to understand that paradigm. And the way how I see it, a lot of people say it's a mental thing. It is a mental thing. In order to be a slave, you have to accept, you got to be obedient to that system. And slavery is different varieties of it. You have the outright, we know you getting whipped, you getting controlled, that's a slave. But we also have the modern conception of a slave, where you going to work and you're slaving away every day, making enough money to keep you going to go to work the next day. That is a slave as well, in my opinion.
Good shit, my brother. Good shit, man. I think it's on Dale Gotti Beats. Salutes to my brother Dale Gotti Beats. If you ready for it, you got
Power, man. Salutes to everybody at the panel. I just want to, like, if we wasn't slaves, where do we get our last names from, like our English last names? And why do our last names match up with some of these white people last names if we wasn't, like, with them and shit?
That's a good question, right? That's a good question.
That was your parent. What you got to understand, your last name is your legacy. That is the most important thing, especially back then, especially when you look at their culture. You ain't just get anybody last name just for any old little reason. Your last name is your legacy. And the way how
so look, that we have the last names that we got today, Smith, Taylor, Johnson, all that prior to because what he brought up is deep. I think if there's any physical proof to slavery existing back in the day that we can find today, that last name shit is pretty solid because, hey man, why I got somebody else's last name and that last name goes back to some plantation in most of the cases and stuff.
But here's the thing, Sanchez, and this is the harsh truth, and this is what I'm actually researching. There were a lot of Black Europeans coming over as well. See, they don't tell you about that. They want you to believe that all Black people only come from Africa. Like, if you Black, you gotta be from Africa. And when you like sit and really think about it, like Europe is right there. Like, you could walk to Europe from Africa. Of course, Black people been in Europe since the beginning of the concept of Europe. So a lot of these people who are European are actually Black Europeans coming over here, and that's the crazy thing.
That's not true, bro.
No, it is true.
The reason why I can tell you it's not true is because, man, we know when white skin developed in Europe, that was roughly 7,700 years ago. We know the people who brought white skin Europe and how white skin spread throughout Europe. We know what happened. We know we can trace the Bell Beaker culture, the Fernal Beaker culture, the Battle Axe culture, the Villanovan culture. We can see these white people coming down from Scandinavia and slowly taking over Europe. It's called population replacement. It happens all throughout history. Like in Tasmania, you don't see no native Tasmanians no more. You see what I'm saying? But you see white people over there. You see what I'm saying? Because they killed all of the people of Tasmania and they took over the population. So when you're saying this Black European shit, the few Black people that came over here from Europe, the first slaves that arrived to the New World were not even from Africa, they were from Europe. It was called the Reconquista. So when the Reconquista happened and the Pope signed off for that.
What I'm saying though,
I am. If you listen, I'm giving you the history of Europe.
No, if you can't give that they came a lot of the
brother. If you let me finish what I'm saying, if you let me finish what I'm trying to explain to you, it's called the Reconquista.
I got you.
I will post links in the back.
I'm saying. You saying a lot of the black slaves came from Europe.
The few black slaves that arrived, but they was black slaves. They wasn't coming over here running nothing. They were slaves.
Brother, we both agree.
You can go read. You can go read the verses by the Pope. You can go read the verses by the Pope. The argument is you making it seem like black people came over from Europe and they was running stuff, and so that's how you get the black European. I know the Dane Calloway talking points, bro. That's why he said he told all the abos that if I'm on the panel with him, he gonna leave because I can refute everything he's saying with basic history, bro.
You have to go and look at a lot of the primary sources, which are the paintings,
that's why I'm giving them to you.
The statues, and the actual descriptions of a lot of these black Europeans.
Swarthy, do you not understand Swarthy to a Nordic person is a person that looks like an Italian?
No descriptive. I don't gotta look at no Swarthy. I can just look at the actual
terms.
Paintings of these black Europeans. They were painting black people clear as day. All you gotta, it's not even hard to find. You could just Google the shit.
Bro, I don't do look at shit, bro. That's not primary sources.
Well, if you're looking at a painting of a black European, then
can you give us some dates of the painting?
One painting does not prove.
Like, history is crazy. Like, when you really start overrun with black people, bro. You're gonna find some crazy. It's gonna change your whole paradigm and your whole.
Bro, you don't understand who you're talking to, do you? I'm the dude. I'm the boogeyman, bro. Your leader, Dave Calloway, is scared to get on the panel with me. I'm the boogeyman, bro.
These black
I'm the boogeyman. None of your Aboriginal quote-unquote leaders will ever sit up there and talk to me.
You gotta go to beat them up of these black royalty.
I'm the boogeyman,
bro. You said you know the origin of white people. That's crazy, bro. So what's the origin of black people then, bro?
Peace to the panel. Yeah, D-Red, I got the sources right here.
You said that you know the origins of white people. What's the origins of black people?
I mean, that's not the truth.
That's crazy. Yo, Sanchez, you want to know what's crazy? A lot of Irish people, right? The Irish people to tell you that they had a lot of black people living up in them areas. This is like facts, and this is some shit.
Don't start talking about the. Don't start talking about the myth.
When they started to whitewash
history, about the myth
Hey, one at a time, y'all. Let's that
This is stupid.
Yeah. when they started to whitewash history, that's when you started to see them going into the paintings and lightening a lot of these people. If you go to the oldest drawings, they are drawing a lot of these black people, and they even say they were doing it. I was watching a documentary on History Channel where they were saying that they were restoring a lot of these artworks. It just so happened that a lot of the shit they're restoring are the people. So now you got people painting over the shit and lightening them. Come on, man.
Oliver Cromwell, bro. I know. Like, bro, you're not saying nothing that people don't already know, bro.
King James
You're
was
debating a mute point at this point.
an indigenous
You're not
person.
making no point.
King James was indigenous. Let's go there. Let's talk real talk.
Indigenous to
King
what?
Philip
This is facts.
was indigenous to America. King Philip was
King
indigenous
James was
to
not
America.
indigenous.
Alexander,
King James was not indigenous to
hold
America.
I know that we had a lot of royalty that was
Alexander the
black
Great.
and
There's
nobles,
a
all
book.
that.
Okay, we
Well,
can
Ross
talk again
Crowd.
now since y'all started talking. What's going on?
But I was
Okay,
actually
y'all
talking and
done?
the brother
Okay, I'm
interrupted me.
gonna be real quick. I thought both of y'all. Go ahead.
Much respect to D-Red. Let him and Zab go ahead and conclude there.
No, you can let Sister Soul go. But I was making a point, and he kind of jumped in and made up some, like, he just diverted it for no reason, because you saying they bringing over the Europeans was black slaves coming from Europe. You are admitting that you understand that black people were in Europe. How the fuck you saying black slaves coming from Europe, and you the same breath you saying ain't no black people in Europe, and then you said when white people came into being, like you got a time machine, and you were like, come on, man, like you gotta throw that shit in the trash, man. But go ahead, sister.
But obviously, brother, you clearly go ahead, sis. I got to you.
Those kings were here. There's books that talk about their record of being here. When you hear about England, like I said, they try to say that this is the new world, but it's the old world that was already here. When you hear about like England, things of that nature, that's the area that King Philip and all these people were from. You can even look up Queen Aliquippa. She was indigenous. She was the Queen of England. I've read books on it. I've done builds on it. Like, this is fact. This in their record. They have this documented. It's not like this. Not we making up. This stuff is serious. These people have perpetrated a fraud, and so much of our history is disgusting. And when y'all were saying something about the names, it's not that we got their names. They have our names. They came here and took our names because our names are tied to indentures and royalties. It's very important. We don't know that because they done lied and took everything over with all these fraudulent things that they've done. And this is how they're able to use you when you have the incorporation into their company, like going to work for them and all these things. When you give your information, all your information is tied to your indentures, your trust, through the royalties of your name, your heresy that you don't know that you have, and that they take advantage of. When you signing some paperwork, filling out the information, signing your social security number, that goes right back to the Treasury Department. You're giving these people authorization to get money off of your name because you're saying, hey, sure, I'm signing for this. You're giving your autograph, whether you know it or not even knowing the value of your autograph. This is so serious. People can think this stuff don't make sense, but it is facts.
Hey, Sanchez, I'm telling you, brother, you got to go research a lot of these black Europeans, man. This shit'll blow your mind. They got statues in Russia where they're literally praying to black saints. I'm talking about saints with afros. You got all these drawings of black Irishmen, black Germans. This shit is crazy. This shit got me looking at history completely like, wow.
Can you tell us the dates and the names of those people?
Can I address? I gotta address something right quick. King Philip war was based upon the Wampanoag general called Metacomet. King Philip was the name given to him by the English. That was not his original name. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This it's like I can. The more you talk, I can tell what you ain't reading. Like this stuff is basic information.
England, sir, don't insult me. I didn't do that to you. But where's England then? Let's clarify something.
England is an island off the coast of Europe.
Okay, and England was not in Seneca County, sir. Do you know a little bit of history past what you've been learning in school that these people indoctrinate you with? Oh gosh, let's literally be adults and have a
It
conversation
says,
about
give
this.
me a source.
'Cause,
Give me a
I mean, we
source
can
that says
prove it.
King Philip name was not Metacon, and
Sure,
it
let me
was
go
not
grab
given to him by the
let me
English.
grab something for you. Sure, I'm just like having it ready because I thought you were gonna ask, but yeah, I'll do that for you as soon as I get a chance.
That's why I was
But
asking for dates,
you
because she
can look
could be
it up.
right
You can
depending on
look
the
it up
date. You see what I'm
yourself.
saying?
I just gave you
But
names.
what
Look,
difference does
let
it
me give
make
you
though, man? Whether
an
someone
easy
was
way
black
to
back in
find.
the day, we're still here in this situation that we're in right now. I
Because
don't
the
get it
brother,
why we're even
when we
arguing about
talking
this,
about
bro.
a lot of these Europeans coming to America, the brother wanted to know where they getting a lot of the names from. Now, some names
I was
was
trying to tell
Indian
him, man, you
names
can
at
look up
first,
yourself. You
but
don't have
some
to ask
names
somebody
was
else to do
black
the work. Look it
Europeans.
up yourself.
Hey, look, I got the books right
But it's
here,
just
y'all.
like, what's the
All y'all
importance of them
sources.
being black? Like, what's the importance, bro? We're still
I just
here in this
posted a post.
situation that
I
we're
got
That's
in
what
all
I want
y'all
to
in
know. I
in
sources
want to
right
know.
here,
2023.
y'all.
Yeah,
What's
that's
the
a
Y'all
good
need to get
importance,
these
question.
bro? Why are
sources.
we
That's
talking?
a good
Why is
question.
this?
I want to know. Well, I know, but I want to know how and why they were erasing a lot of these black Europeans, because you hear everybody say black people was all over the world. We
Y'all
civilized
can't hear
everything.
me?
We were here first. So Europe is part of the world, people. China is part of the world, people. So we understand on a basic level that there were black people in ancient Rome, in fucking medieval England, medieval Germany. We understand this. And there's still black people over there right now. Black people ain't go nowhere. But what did happen is they started to whitewash history, so much so we confused like a motherfucker right now. Because I be telling shit that should be obvious to people, and they want to jump out the window and fight me on it when all they got to do is go look at the painting and the murals and all the shit they got over there as evidence.
Bro, can I say one thing though, bro? Yeah, one thing that I see happening, bro, and I don't know if anyone's going to agree, but I see it happening. I don't care, bro. Black people are blackwashing things in history, bro. I'm seeing it happen live in effect right now. We're blackwashing history now. We're saying that they whitewashed it. I don't really hear them talking about white history, and I don't hear them mentioning color when it comes to history. The only people that do that is us, bro. And I'm seeing us blackwashing a whole load of things right now, bro. And I don't think it's
All
good for
public
us.
education
I
was the
don't think it
whitewashing
makes
of
any difference.
culture.
I see
But
it
they
as we
don't mention
correcting the
color. They
record.
don't
Yeah,
teach
they
it
do.
through a racial
Damn, I
lens,
guess
bro. They
y'all
don't
y'all
mention
can't
color,
hear,
bro.
huh?
I see it as we correcting the record. That I don't see it as
And
blackwashing. We
here's the
just
thing about
bringing
that
out the
correcting
There's
the
truth.
record,
no
right?
White
Hey,
History Month, bro. There's
but
no. They
listen,
don't
I mean, we
label it white.
understand
yeah, I
that
get
black and white is a
because every
social
other month
construct.
is
I
their
get what
month.
you're
So
saying, but
But they
I
don't
want the
label it
truth.
white. That's what I'm saying. They don't label it.
yeah, they
There's
labeled
a
it black
difference.
so we could have this type of argument. It's like it's like controlled opposition. So
And I hope he don't take offense to this, but that's something that a UK person would say. Let me explain something to you. The dominant society don't need a month when they own the year. They made the calendar. You're on Gregorian time. You got a month called August named after a white dude named Augustus Caesar. July named after Julius. You talking about giving them a month? Well, shit. There you go. I mean, I'm just saying, you got Pride Month for gays. Where is the straight people's month? You know why you don't have a straight people's month? Because that's the dominant stuff. That's the dominant culture. That's the traditional thing. So you would only give a person a month because it's like, I'm not going to give you your land back. So here go Juneteenth, motherfucker. Be happy.
See, this is what I think. I
That
think
part.
that
You
they
going about
give
what
people,
you think
they
or
give,
what it is, though.
they give movements like the LGBTQ movement. They give people like that, like activist groups and things like that. They give them months, but ethnicity of people shouldn't be an activist group. I don't think that we should be an activist group. I don't think it helps us. I think it's done nothing but hinder us, bro. And anyone who can prove otherwise, I would love for you to show me, because I've been looking for my whole life, bro. I used to
Okay,
be
so listen, let
so
me explain
pro-black.
something to you, bro. It ain't about
Go on.
being pro-black. It's about being active. When you say don't be a activist group, you making it like you just sit around in the UK eating crumpets all day. We got to be active in many areas and aspects of life. Being an activist ain't just marching in the street. You got the wrong ideology and you're addressing a group of people who you don't fully understand. And I'm not trying to isolate you being from the UK, but you speak as if you're disconnected to me.
No, I'm not an activist, bro. I never marched with Black Lives Matter when they were marching around
That's
London. I
not
didn't
what
agree
being,
with it, bro.
brother.
No. We're
I'm
talking
just
about
saying
activism,
being
bro. I'm
active.
responding to you.
But that's what I'm telling you.
I'm
That
not
ain't
arguing
what.
against being active.
But
I'm not
listen,
arguing.
brother. That's not. Hold on, brother. When the people are saying we got to be active, this is activism that we're practicing. Ain't shit wrong with that. Even if they want to go out in the street with signs and say and make people aware of their cause, ain't nothing wrong with that. I don't understand your beef against any form of
I don't
activism.
have no beef with it, bro. I wish you would just let me
Hey,
let
you've
me
been
speak for
talking a
more than
lot,
a minute.
man. Go ahead, bro.
I need to start.
I've been chilling.
I need to start
When you get a
speaking slow.
chance, I
Like,
want you to
wait. Hold on, bro.
hold on.
Please, bro.
When you get
Please,
a
man. Because
chance, I
every
want you
time I.
to pull up
All right,
a
go
photo
on.
of Queen Charlotte. I want you to pull up Alessandro de Medici from the famous Medici family. I want you to bring up Saint Maurice. He was one of the popes. I want you to we could go far back as the Romans. You know what I'm saying? We could bring up Septimus Severus. Yo, I got a whole list, man. Like whoever want to debate this, I'll fucking demolish.
Sorry, bro. I was trying to respond to Bro Sanchez. You took me all the way off of what he's.
Yeah, but you trying
he's
to have this argument about
wait,
race
bro.
ain't real
Please,
and
can
all of
you,
that. We
bro?
understand that.
You're not,
You got to
bro.
take that
I
fight
beg
to
you,
the
bro.
white people because they're the ones
I'm trying my
propagating this
hardest not
shit.
to shout, bro. Please, bro. I'm trying my hardest, bro. Because every time I start speaking, people start speaking, bro. I don't get to make my points, bro. It's getting on my nerves. Yeah, I need to start speaking slow like you because more time I get on here rushing and then niggas start cutting me off quicker because I'm rushing. I need to just slow it down, speak slow like you because no one cuts you off for 2 minutes. But all I'm saying is, Bro Sanchez, I'm not disagreeing with you on even half of the things you're acting like I am because you keep cutting me off too soon. You keep arguing against points that I'm not making. And that's why I keep wanting to come back because it's like, bro, you're saying things I never said. You're acting like I'm doing things that I ain't done. And it does get kind of irritating, bro. So please, fam, from
Hey
now
man,
on, I don't even remember what the point is. Please, just
hey,
let me finish
brother,
speaking.
brother, we don't want to hear this man literally just wait. I'm gonna put him in a timeout. I told you niggas, when I give you my mic, you better not waste your fucking tears on it, clown. Fuck are you talking about? I'm making arguments based upon things. I'm making arguments based on what you saying. That man spent his whole time on my mic telling him I'm not giving him the mic, and he wasted his whole time to bitch about not having a mic that was in his goddamn hand.
Brother Sanchez, may I get up in here?
Go ahead, brother.
All right, peace to y'all, peace to everybody. I lock you. Basically, what I want to say is that first of all, we have to understand, and I know all of y'all already know this, so I ain't telling you nothing that y'all don't know. But Black people are the original people on this planet. So every continent that you go to on this earth, the original, you're gonna see Black people here. So it's true that the first Black people on this continent and our Aboriginals of America were Black people. But now here's my point: to say that Africans was not brought here too, it's kind of denying history because all we got to do is trace the transplantation. For example, if we go to Haiti right now, you know what I'm saying? They got if you study their culture, they got voodoo. Where does voodoo come from? That's Africa. So how did that get there? Even Haiti, even you talk to a Haitian, they would tell you that their heaven in voodoo is called Guinan. Guinan is just a Haitian word that means Guinea, which is a place in Africa. You could go to Cuba. Cuba itself is named after a country in Congo called Cuba, the king of Cuba, which is where the word Cuba comes from. You know what I'm saying? And then another thing we got to understand too, if slavery did not occur like how they say it did, why is we as Black people in America, we speaking English? English is not our indigenous language. You know what I'm saying? Why do we have last names like Smith, Jones, Johnson, all these different last names? That's not our language. You know what I'm saying? So we can just trace the transplantation just like that. You know what I'm saying? Why do they speak French in Haiti? French is not an indigenous language. Why do they speak Spanish in Cuba? You know what I'm saying? We could go to Jamaica. We could follow the African religions in Jamaica, like Obia and Kumina and Pocomina. We could go to Brazil. Brazil got the largest population of Nigerians, Yoruba Nigerians outside of Nigeria. How did they get there? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, brother, answer this question. So how did
brother know his stuff? Let him talk. Let him talk. He know his stuff.
I was gonna ask him that. How did
no, he
doesn't.
Now, please finish.
Let me ask you this though. Just
hold
pause.
on. Let me just finish real quick.
I know because you're going deep in. I'll just ask you one question. How did Webster come up with his dictionary? Do you know that?
Webster... Nah, can you please educate me, sir?
Webster himself said he went around to over 60-something tribes in America collecting words from each tribe to make that dictionary.
Okay.
Here, the English
So they
language
stole
that
from
was
us, bro.
created in America, the old world,
Yeah, they
the only
stole.
place where everyone traded with.
Right.
But let me tell you this. Let me tell you this though. If you
So
saying
some
if
of
you
some of your stuff is on, but some of it
No,
is
you
off.
guys
That's all
got
I was
y'all
saying.
dates messed up. Your dates is off.
But
Bro,
if you telling me,
I'm telling him where the book came from. Webster himself that
What
wrote
year
the
was
dictionary.
Webster's book created?
Bro, no, listen. Webster, go look it up. Webster himself said that he
Come
took
on, man.
words from. Okay.
my
Go
brother,
ahead.
the English language is a mishmash of so many different languages. If you study etymology, you see English got words from German, French, Spanish, all different type of languages. So you might you
Here. It was a
may I,
language for
may I please
trade,
finish
brother.
now? May I please finish now?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to throw that in.
Yes, man. I mean, the whole world was a trade route. I mean, if we're gonna study genetics, we're gonna have to come to the conclusion that all of humanity does come out of Africa. The oldest bones in the world to date has been found.
Bullshit, bro.
Hold on,
That's bullshit.
my brothers, can y'all please let me finish and then y'all can retort?
Nah, we don't want to hear that.
But it doesn't matter what you want to hear, my brother. I'm here
No,
speaking on
oldest
brother
bones,
Sanchez.
bro.
My brother, can I
You're
please
taking this
finish
back.
though, man? My
Go
brother,
ahead,
can I
bro.
please finish? Thank you, my brother. I appreciate that. From my research, it shows that the oldest humanity in the world comes from Africa. Africa has the widest genetic diversity on the earth. You can find in Africa right now a dark-skinned black man with blue eyes and a little bit of straight hair. You can find nappy hair, light skin, dark. It's uncontestable, brother. That's just actual DNA fact. Plus, you cannot
You find that in
You can find
America
that here.
too.
You can find that here, bro.
Yeah,
My
man.
daughter got blue
Yeah,
eyes,
that
bro.
ain't
What are you
true.
talking about?
My brother, can I please
That's
finish?
just out of Africa theory.
I swear, I ain't gonna cut y'all off when I'm done. I just need about 1 minute, 1 to 2 minutes, and then I'm gonna be quiet.
Brother,
You know what I'm
wait,
saying?
let me ask you a
Long
quick.
with the suit.
Let me ask you a quick question before you
I'm
go any further.
long-winded.
We very
My
versed
bad, my
on where
bad.
you're going, and I'm gonna give you the mic. Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
You saying DNA can tell a person where they've been?
No, I didn't say that. I said
That's
Africa
what.
has the. No,
Based
sir.
on DNA proof, right?
No, sir. I said Africa has the widest genetic diversity on this planet. So
Okay,
basically, you can
now
find.
wait. How can you
Okay,
prove
go
it?
ahead.
How can you prove it though?
How can you prove it?
I
It's
ain't
already the
saying you're
studies.
wrong.
Yes, sir. They've already done many studies that show you can go to Africa right now. You can see a light-skinned black man with blue eyes. You know
Now
the
wait a minute.
phenotypical trait.
Watch
Okay,
this.
go ahead.
The
Yes,
Amazon
sir.
rainforest got the most diverse plant life than anywhere in the world. Can we say all plants come from the Amazon?
Now I'm gonna ask you, how can you prove that?
That's just, I'm
Just
going
like,
with this. Okay, let me answer you, guy. Let me answer you. I'm
yes,
using
sir.
your logic, so I'm using your sources. The same people
Okay.
told, hold on, wait, you gotta let me ask you. The same
Yes, sir.
people told you that Africa is the most diverse in people, told me Amazon is the most diverse in plants. They concluded
Yes.
that since Africa is the most diverse with people, humans originate in Africa, but they didn't conclude that since Amazon is the most diverse with plants, that plants started in the Amazon. So I'm saying, me and you smart enough to say, shouldn't they do them both that way?
Yes, sir. You got a point there. Yes, sir. So what I can say to answer your question is that we as people, we need to do further research to verify these things so we could come to our conclusions and not rely on these external scientists, because a lot of these researches is being done by Caucasians. So I agree with you, brother Sanchez. You're right. And I'm gonna wrap it up real quick so other people can get
That's
on.
what I was
You
telling you,
got it.
bro.
I just want to go back to something about the ancient Egyptians. There's a papyrus in ancient Egyptian called the Papyrus of Hunefer that the Egyptians wrote themselves that says that they themselves, they come from the interior of Africa. There's their origins called the Mountain of the Moon. And when you study where the Mountain of the Moon at, you will know that that's Mount Kilimanjaro and the Rwenzori mountain ranges in the areas of the Congo, Uganda, and them areas like that. So the Egyptians themselves say they come straight out of Africa. And we know that the pyramids of Giza is aligned exactly on the center point of the world. That's the middle point of the world. So it's most likely that that humanity did start there because that's the exact 0 point of the center of the world, longitude and latitude. It can be verified. Punch it in Google right now. But I'm gonna wrap it up, man, because I don't want to talk too much. And I thank y'all for showing me the respect of allowing me to
bro,
speak.
let me ask you a question before you go.
Thank you, brother. I definitely agree with you, brother.
Please, let me holler at him. Let me holler at him. The brother said Africa in the middle of the world, and I'm gonna tell you, brother, that's called fanatic. You've been bit by something called neo-paganism and Africanism. But compasses don't point. Hold up, brother, guy, let me go now. Compasses don't point to Africa, brother. They point to the North Pole. Africa just ain't 0 degrees. We're using a grid point coordinate system to navigate this earth we're on, brother. And with the system we're using, there's no question where the center of this grid point coordinate system is. It's 0 degrees. That means you can't give, if I say meet me at these 2 grid point coordinates, every time you give me these 2 intersecting numbers, that's a location on the grid. But in the middle of the entire grid is something called 0 degrees. All lines of latitude and longitude intersect at this spot, making what we call the center of magnetism. Because of that, your compass point there. So, but now, if Africa was at that central point, my compass will point to Africa. Somebody want to point me in the wrong direction, if you will.
And I was going to say,
may I say this, Brother Sanchez? Brother Sanchez, may I say this real quickly, brother, please.
Let me say this 1 second, and then you can go. All right. Yo, he sounds so intelligent, bro, but that's so dangerous teaching the children that type of information because that ain't right. That's all I'm going to say. We went over this a lot on this channel and his other channels. We went over a lot of this stuff, and it always circles back to this. Everybody's from Africa. Everybody ain't from Africa, bro. Hey, them Chinese people ain't saying they from Africa, bro.
I kind of agree with the brother that with the Africa thing, but go ahead.
Nah, everything don't come from Africa, and that ain't the center of the world. The center of the world is what bro says.
I don't agree with the center of the world part, though.
Well, that's what I'm saying. His whole information is jacked up, bro. I was just trying to point some things out, but I'm gonna let y'all ride.
Check this out. Are you familiar with the Aborigines in Australia?
Brother Sanchez. Brother Sanchez.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Sanchez. Mm-hmm. Can you please do me a favor if you're able to? Can you please go on Google right now and put on the screen, type up where's the exact center of the world? Just type that up and let's see what comes up on Google.
So brother, this is how you research?
No, my brother, no. I just want to use that as a starting point. Just let's just see what they will say. Let's just see what they say. I'm not saying is it right and exact, but I'm just saying let's just.
I mean, that's brother Sanchez. You gonna tell him about the center?
I mean, if I go to asking them that black people evolved from monkeys, it's gonna Google that. It's gonna say yes.
I mean, my brother, but still, can we just go there and just see what they says? I just want to see what they say. Please, can you do that?
Some bullshit about the geographical center of Earth is like north of Giza or something like that. In 2003, a new calculation based on a global digital elevation model obtained from satellite measurements, which we know satellites don't exist. Satellite measurements.
It says the surface of the Arctic Ocean. Literally.
Satellite measurements.
I'm sorry, real quick, guys. I'm sorry.
Now listen, guys.
Pull up one more thing
hold on. Let me just say this to him. The center of a globe Earth will be the core of it, by the way. But I mean, I don't understand. This is crazy, bro.
And bro, when you type it in, just to be real clear, it says the North Pole is, if we're talking about a surface area on the Earth, it says the Arctic Ocean at the geographic North Pole. So yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
So look, I just wanted to say this now. So we was talking about Australia and the Aboriginals.
Wait, real quick, brother. I want him to pull one more thing up before y'all go on, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I do want to talk about the Aboriginals though. So go ahead.
Okay, yeah, sure you do. But Sanchez, can you please pull up what is the youngest continent in the world and see what pulls up and read it to them, please.
Probably Africa.
Yes, Africa.
I was about to say probably Africa.
So this is why you don't want to Google stuff. If you want, so now watch this. Now watch this. Do you believe that, Dajal?
Do I believe what, sir?
That Africa is the youngest continent.
No, sir.
Okay, so why did you tell me to Google something else that I don't believe when I can Google something you don't believe? That's a good point. Like, why can't you just use common sense and logic like I did with my Amazon thing? If you're saying all life started in Africa because it's the most diverse, then all plants started in Amazon because it's the most diverse in plant life. Guess what you asked me? Who's your sources? The same sources told you all life in Africa is the most diverse.
Like, so just like I said, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. No, the Africanism that this brother that neo-paganism, that Afrocentric bias you got. Yo, when they say that all people came from Africa, right? That shit is so illogical. And I don't need to run the science to prove we're not all from Africa. Let me explain what I mean. Whenever you hear someone say the DNA is showing that we all came from Africa, I want you to think about something, right? When we go back 10 generations, that means your great grandfather, that's about 200 years, right? You are 50% your mother and your father. You are 25% your grandfather and all your grandparents. So that's 4 people right there. That number adds up so fast to where when you go to the 10th generation, you are dealing with 1,024 people that made you who you are today. That's 10 generations. So the shit is so crazy. When you go to 20 generations, you're now in the million, and that's about 500 years. When you go back 1,000, you see how the numbers rack up very fast. So when you mean to tell me you could use DNA to identify each and every one of these people to determine where everybody is from, the shit is so illogical.
You take it along and say, listen,
that
brother,
is not
you can use your eyeballs. I got this. I guess I gotta just cut y'all off, man, because I've been trying to talk and shit, right? Listen, you can use your eyeballs and see that, okay, cool, this person's lips is big. This person look like me, but they come from all the way over there on the other side of the
understand
earth.
that
but obviously the same
you can use
species
a
of human.
plane too.
Hold on, bro. Hold on now. Hold on.
You know they got flights all
obviously the
around the
same
world, bro.
species of human, bro.
Hold up.
So,
According to
so
the
regardless if you
scientists,
want to
they're
listen
saying
to
that
me.
everybody
I'm
is
trying to talk to you now.
50%
You're not listening, bro.
in
I'm
common
trying to
with a
teach you something
banana.
new. So look,
Are you a banana?
Regardless if
Are
you
you
say
half
if we
banana?
are, come on now. What'd you say?
That's what the scientists are saying, that we are half a banana. Because they saying
no, see, now you asking
share
about bananas.
50% of the
things
DNA
that
with a
make sense to
banana.
you, brother. I'm
Hey,
trying to
so
make
if we
sense
all
right now,
catch a
and if you
plane,
just listen to me, you're gonna hear the sense I'm making. You could just use your eyeballs and see that we're connected. We're the same species of people.
Yeah,
So
we're the same
regardless if you,
species. I agree
I'm
with you.
trying to
Well,
finish.
not
I'm
all of us.
talking,
Some
bro.
of us is
So
like, I
regardless
don't
if
think
you want to say
we
that, listen now.
some of y'all.
Regardless if you want to connect this to being African or you want to connect this to being hued colored people, we are clearly one people, right? So
But I'm
regardless of what
saying you can't
geological
use
location we come from, it
DNA.
doesn't matter. Listen, I'm trying to tell you something. Like, how does the Jamaican look like the African, or the American looks like the African, or the Australian or hued colored person look? We all look alike. Same nappy type of hair. So what are you saying? What you're saying is like a disconnection. And what I'm trying to say, we're all connected.
No, I'm saying it is an
You're telling me about
impossibility.
generation and millions of generations,
It's
millions of
impossible.
people after 20 generations.
I don't care what
It's
kind of
obvious
science
that
you're
we're all
using.
connected and related then.
Shit is impossible.
What's
20
impossible?
generations. That's 1,000 years ago. That's 1 million people that made up you. How the fuck they supposed to know where each and every one of them was living?
Hey, my
People
brother, that's
move
speaking right now.
around. People migrate.
My brother,
And we
that's
only
speaking
talk
right
about
now.
500 years ago. It is impossible. I don't think the science will ever be able to tell you where people
You
were
clearly
living
don't know what you're talking
500
about.
years ago, 1,000 years
You
ago,
sounding real
100,000 years
pretty. You're
ago,
using
10
semantics to sound
billion
pretty. You
years
got to make
ago.
sense. I'm asking you
It's
about dates, and you can't
impossible.
tell me anything about
You'll
dates.
never be able to do it.
You just talking.
Hey,
right now,
Aboriginal information. May I ask you this, sir, please? You said it's ridiculous to say that all of humanity started in Africa.
That's what the scientists are saying.
Okay,
Because they're saying that the way that y'all using it to trace, like you spitting in tubes and they telling you what tribe you is, they're saying that that shit is entertainment and it's pseudo.
Okay, I agree. Just for the sake of argument,
how the fuck you gonna spit in a tube and they gonna tell you, oh, you 90% Igbo, you 3% Congo, you got 2% Chinese?
Okay,
this shit is crazy.
Okay,
crazy
just for sake of argument, I'm gonna agree with you on that point. But now I'm gonna ask you this, my brother. So where do you say all of humanity began then?
I think wherever you is right now, it's a
Hey.
likelihood that your people, your ancestors always been there. Maybe they
But I
moved
just-
around,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
they
so
didn't.
look,
I
look.
don't got a time traveling machine.
Look, guess what though?
brother,
Just
but brother,
listen,
I just
listen. Wait a minute, brother. If a person proved that where you said humanity started from isn't where they started from, it doesn't mean they have to know where humanity started from. Just say none of us know. Yeah. I mean, it's okay if none of us ever know where humanity started from, but it was not okay if someone say, well, since we don't know, let's just say it's from Africa, or let's say it's from here, or let's say it's from my favorite place. I'd rather us just not know at all.
Okay.
Right.
But you don't know, say you don't know.
But to not know,
Sanchez,
but brother
listen.
Sanchez, to not know would imply that if somebody says that they have information that might suggest that they do know, you can't deny it then because you don't.
Yo,
you
let
just
me ask you a
Well,
question,
check it out.
Bro,
Though.
you are
Hold on.
pseudo-winded,
Let me
man.
ask him a question. Were you around when humans, what we call the species of humanity was created? Were you around?
That's a
No,
funny
no, sir.
that's a funny question, Sanchez.
Okay.
But
So
listen.
then, guess what? We can go into our beliefs and we can go into our theories. And guess what, brother? The out of Africa theory is not a fact. It's a theory and a belief. So quick,
Wait,
hold up. No, don't cut me off.
Brother
Don't
Sanchez, I
cut
think-
me
I think
off.
you
I'm gonna
missed-
have to let you go if you do that, man. Come on, please, bro. Let me please finish, bro. What I'm saying is this right here. The out of Africa theory is a theory. And can't nobody pass it off like a fact and say that they know if they're basing their whole argument on a theory and the person that made the argument said they don't even know. It's just their theory. You will have to be honest and say, well, this is my theory too, based on a theory. I'm done. You got it, bro. Thank you for waiting, my brother. You got it. I won't interrupt you either.
What were the Egyptians doing with those boats?
What were they doing
Hey,
with what boats? What
Can I
boats?
ask him a question?
Did the Egyptians have boats and ships? What were they doing with those boats and ships?
They were selling everywhere. Everybody had boats and ships and was selling everywhere. What's the point we're going here?
Right.
So my concept is we're all mixed, we're all related. Like they've been traveling the world. Like people been going from Egypt to America to Australia to everywhere all over the planet.
This doesn't prove life started in Africa, which is the whole point of me speaking.
That's what will get people that's what's going to basically get people confused because it's going to seem like life started in Africa if you're going from Africa to America and you having children and starting families and empires over there.
Watch this right. America is a melting pot. And it's full of all kind of races, especially when you go to New York. You can go up to a nigga that look just like Brother Sanchez, but when he open up his mouth, he go to speaking some way other shit. I'm telling you. Now check this out, y'all. If America become the most diverse country in the future, people may think life started in America if we use this same logic.
Right. That's true.
That's obvious.
So that means it's flawed logic to use when we're trying to talk about human origins. That's what my point with that was. Come with another way.
But the people who are making these claims that life started in Africa and places like that, they're just not using the people there. They're using archaeological remains.
What's the archaeological remains? Let's see it.
Right.
You see? Okay, let me. No.
I ain't finished though, brother.
Okay, go ahead.
And then, like I said, and I don't know, maybe y'all have some information that can contest this, but like I said, my research indicates that the oldest fossil remains in the world that's been found today has been found in Ethiopia.
Can I holler at you on that? Here they go right here. They the Lucy bones, and guess what, yo? My ancestors ain't no damn monkeys. Here's hold up, wait, I want him to now let me get the mic uninterrupted too, because I'm finna school him on something. If you want to be first and you want to use the evidence that these folks use to make you first, you shouldn't be mad when a white man say, "What up, monkey?" Because he basically calling you a monkey right here. What I don't get about niggas is a white boy can't walk up to you and call you a monkey, but a historian can tell you a monkey because of fossil remains. I don't get y'all.
But
and hold on, no, I let you talk. Didn't I let you talk?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Yes,
watch
sir.
this, right? So watch this. Tell me the process of fossilization. How does it work?
What do you mean exactly?
You're using fossils to prove your point. I want you to understand. I want to make sure you understand how the fossilization process work, and you'll understand it's bullshit, basically. And it ain't. You shouldn't make your point off of it.
Well, from my understanding, sir, when they dig up fossils, the way that they date them is through the carbon dating. So they use the element of carbon 14.
Okay, so one bullshit science to prove another one. You know, carbon dating is bullshit. So
okay, can you prove that, sir?
Yes, we can, brother. Okay, tell me how do you prove the age of something with carbon dating? I'm finna show you how it's bullshit right now. Go ahead.
Well, hold on, sir. You said it's bull BS.
No, brother, I want to make sure you know what it is, brother. This is a test I'm doing.
Yes, sir. Carbon dating is you determine the amount of carbon, a half-life, because carbon has a extension of a lifetime. There's a certain amount of years. I don't have the years right now, but you can test, because carbon. First of all, carbon is an organic
okay, just be quiet.
The Bible
a minute,
has
brother.
God.
Just stop a minute, brother.
Which view is correct? Well, to be honest, both views require faith because no one was there thousands or millions of evolution. The Bible has God miraculously creating the world and everything in it in just 6 days about 6,000 years ago. But the theory of evolution has a much different timescale, taking millions of years to go from goo to me and you by way of the zoo. Which view is correct? Well, to be honest, both views require faith because no one was there thousands or millions of years ago to observe how it all got started. But can the idea of millions of years of evolution be scientifically validated? Can we really prove this idea of deep time using the same observational science we use for making medicine and putting people on the moon? Validation is a process of confirming what is believed to be true by what can be observed to be true. Has this ever been done for radiometric dating, the process that gives us the very idea of long ages? Actually, long ages and radiometric dating hasn't stood up to the validation test. Radiometric dating has never been validated against the absolute known ages of rocks. Let us explain. Consider Mount St. Helens. This volcano erupted in the 1980s, giving scientists the opportunity to date the rocks that were formed from the eruption. The result? 5 different ages, all between 350,000 and 2.8 million years old.
Do y'all hear this? Let's keep going.
For rocks that we know were less than 30 years old. This discrepancy happens all the time in radiometric dating studies. In fact, there has never been a radiometric dating analysis that simply produces ages that validate to the known ages of rocks. And if radiometric dating doesn't work for rocks of known ages, why do we trust it for rocks of unknown ages? So the next time you hear millions of years ago this happened or that, just ask, how do you know that for sure? And if radiometric dating is the answer given, just ask, are you aware of a study where the radiometric age of a rock agreed with the known age of the rock? And you'll find the answer will undoubtedly be no. God wrote with his own hand that he created.
Okay, so there you go. But watch this though. The moon rocks that was supposed to have been carbon dated and all that turned out to not even be from the moon. They was petrified wood. People can tell y'all anything. Let me show you something else about. Let me show you
carbon dated is supposed to be used.
Let me show you something else about. Okay, let me let him dig himself a deeper hole. Say that out of your mouth so I can blow you out the water. Come on, bro. I'm gonna show you who I am in a minute. I'm gonna show you who I am.
Hold on. The first thing I just wanted to just say, when you brought up that picture about the bones and it went back to a monkey. Come on, Brother Sanchez. We know how these Caucasians do. They
hey,
always
man, I don't know how. Hey, well, listen. So why would you use any of their information to prove your origins when they won't use none of yours? I'm not going to let you pick and choose around it. If you going to fuck with them, you going to fuck with them. Otherwise, you ain't going to fuck with them about your origins. I'm not going to let you say, well, no, don't do that. Don't do it. Listen, I'm not going to let you say, bro, listen to my point. I'm not going to let you say the white man found the bones to prove that life started in Africa, but then say, well, he lying about him being a monkey. Nope. I'm not going to let you edit none of his evidence that you're using to make your point. The nerve of you to think you can edit his fucking evidence. Don't use it. Either take it the way he give it or leave it all alone. That's the only way you're going to play with me. I'm not going to play those games, brother. No, brother, that's the only way we're gonna do that.
I understand.
Hey, Sanchez.
I respect you. I respect you. So what we got to do at this point now? We can't rely on any science then, because
that's why I gotta mute you. Let's let George talk. Now you got to, just because I told you some real shit, now you got to lose your mind and go all over the other. I knew you was gonna do that. Nope. I made a simple point, bro, and what you saying is wrong. Nope. Find another way. Go ahead, George.
I gotta bring it back to the topic, and I got some questions. Maybe start a little trouble a little bit. Because I heard a lot of I was in my car and I was listening to when he was talking about the Black European situation, and these narratives get spent, and we have the narrative of what Europeans did to us in this country, right? We have the history books, we have that, and they say don't use the history books. You can't go by all the things that the white man say. But we know that St. Augustine was basically a Berber, a North African that was born around, was it 300 something. When you talk about, was it Philip II? Philip II at the time, he from 1527 to 1598, he was the king of Spain. And they saying that this guy was black. So if he was sending like Pedro Martinez and all these people over to set up, situations over in Florida, then what you have to say is that the white man wasn't our enemy. It was the black man that did it. The black man came over. It was these mixed race, some of them Berbers and Moors and different groups that was connected to these kingships in Spain. They came over and start kicking our ass. So now, based off this logic, you exonerate the white man because the black man did it first and came over and did it to us. So what we know about this history, basically what was told is everybody lied. So now these new people got this information coming in saying, no, they lied to you. It wasn't this white man. The white man is now their friend based off the information, because if this black Brit was sending these people over to come, and they was bringing free blacks and then slave blacks, and they was coming over kicking indigenous black people ass. They was coming over.
I understand your perspective.
So, but listen,
hold
on, Zach.
George,
wait, Zach.
Zach.
Hold on, because this the shit that I just proved that we got to show what I just did with the other brother. Everybody try to use the lucid bones to say life started in Africa. Then when I say, well, you a monkey, then they say, well, no, they lying about that part. If y'all gonna tell Christians don't add and take away from the Bible, you got to do the same with either use their evidence or don't use it. These people got a whole skeleton in a museum with a fucking monkey/human on it, and you're gonna argue with them while saying, well, it's true what you found. This my ancestors' bones, right? Because we wanna be first, but we don't wanna be monkeys. Now you look stupid sitting up there arguing with the people that said, well, we the one did all the digging. You didn't find your own ancestors' bones. We found your ancestors' bones for you. We proving that your black ass first, and we saying you a damn monkey, nigga. That's what the science saying. You can't change it, and you can take it all or take none of it. You can't. And if you're gonna argue that you're not a monkey, you now got to argue that life ain't started in Africa, that you ain't first, but you want to have your cake and eat it too. And that becomes hypocritical. It looks silly with you trying to argue. This is what they got in the museum. That's a monkey human. Fuck what you saying. If you saying that's your ancestors, you also saying they were monkeys, whether you like it or not. So just don't fuck with it at all.
Can
I respond to Joe?
Let me just land. I'm gonna pass it right to you, brother. All I'm saying is we run a slippery slope because
absolutely, yeah.
When we talk about St. Augustine being North African and the Berber, we can't fully prove that he was black because we know that the Romans control all that area and they was wiping people out. He may have been mixed race or a little bit black, but he didn't have the African mindset of those indigenous people. He was a conqueror of those people. So now when those so-called black Europeans come over, if they were black, the indigenous blacks that was here, when I broke down about the Red Sticks fighting against the Creek, them motherfuckers was our enemy. Yeah. All the way. So they ain't nobody. I want to fuck them black Europeans.
Yeah, and I definitely understand your perspective because that shit did like fuck me up a little bit too.
Look,
How
check
I
it
look
out.
at it is this. I look at it like cooning. Let's just say this, man. The concept of cooning has been around since the beginning of time. You always had black coon, Uncle Ruckus ass
I
niggas.
want to hear what the jaw
Forever.
got to say about this Lucy shit for real, Zab. Because
Right.
I let me say about the Lucy
They running
shit.
over
Let
there.
me get this to
What I'm gonna say?
We don't want to hear
Let me
nothing
get
else.
this to Lucy.
What I'm gonna say about
They probably understand that Lucy is a black woman, so they're gonna recreate it and make her look like a monkey as much as possible. Like they're gonna put
let me
chimpanzee
ask you
fur on
something.
her.
Do you believe that the oldest bones were a black woman found in Ethiopia, Africa?
No, because if I bury bones in my backyard and you find it, does it mean that those bones are older than somebody else? Like I don't think.
But you know
finding
the
oldest thing
point.
is-
Man, answer the question.
Okay, see, here's what blows all the bone shit out the water.
how long did it last?
If you research what they teach in forensic science, bones cannot last out to 200 to 220 years. And anything out to 250 years is an anomaly. They stop after 200 years, they stop searching for your remains, man, because they know ain't nothing left for you. So when we say ashes to ashes, dust to dust, what happens is when these scientists say we found bones that's billions of years old, these are some miraculous bones. So now they need a very rare, miraculous way to explain how these humans' bones survive billions of years, but yours can't. And so they come up with stuff like fossilization, right? That under certain circumstances, and all this stuff, and they go to making up shit, right? To explain these miraculous ways how the human bone can escape decomposition, even though certain metals break down after a few hundred years. I'm gonna say that again: steel, iron, certain metals, aluminum break down after a few hundred years, but it's some bones that you found that's billions of years old. Man, you need a good explanation of how them survive. And fossilization ain't a good explanation. It's an explanation they can give to dumb people who they know ain't gonna even think about the fucking explanation, which why I asked the dude, can you explain to me the fossilization process? And he couldn't.
And can I say this real quick?
No one's ever found a billion.
What about mummification? What about the mummies? What about the mummies,
Understand,
Sanchez?
understand this
There's
too.
no way for them to
hold on,
know.
bro. Hold on. Understand this too. Y'all got to remember that the dark-skinned Africans, the Arabs, the Chinese and white men, they all from one side of the world, and we in the Americas. So I consider them brothers. So
I don't
I'm
understand the
pretty sure-
point of this.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, why was I saying that?
So you asked the question, how do we know that Lucy is black? And I was curious to find
How do
out.
we know that?
Lucy wasn't black. She
Lucy
wasn't even
there. Them fake bones, man.
Wait. How do we know that these bones are real? We jump in the gun. The conversation need to be questioning. Are these, and they know that most of the world gonna jump the gun like y'all did, and that we never gonna question if they real or not. We gonna question if it's black or white, shit like that.
Sanchez, you was asking if we came,
Sanchez, you want to know what
black
fucked me
people
up?
came from out of Africa.
And what fucked me up was when I found out that no museum on planet Earth has any real dinosaur bones, meaning that every single fucking museum on planet Earth got some fake ass dinosaur bones.
Yeah, because
That's right. They are fake.
They don't last. They can't last.
They're fake. Why would they have real ones sitting out in the open
artistic renditions? That's how they describe them. Artistic renditions.
Why would they leave fossils out in an open air setting?
Who knows? But why aren't he telling you?
I know why. Because you don't do that because they'll deteriorate fast. You have to keep them sealed.
Watch this,
They're
y'all.
not fake.
Hold on.
Wait. If you rocking replica Jordans,
they are not replicas.
Hey, guys, stop a second.
If you rocking some flea market replica Jordans, I'm gonna say them shits is fake.
And I want to say Lucy's not a
second, bro. Stop a second, man, because when y'all go to talking about this kind of shit, we can show and prove, and I got sources. That's why I'm screen sharing. Let's read it for a minute. Fossilization, because I'm going to show you that the brother who said it's a replica, you right. Watch this. Fossilization is the process of an animal or plant becoming preserved in a hard, petrified form. Fossilization often results in watch this, the part that's going to show you it's a copy. If I make an impression of myself in paper or anything, but it's not the real me, and I give you the impression, that's the copy. Watch this. Fossilization often results in the impression of an organism being left in a rock, but not the organism itself. Watch this. When a leaf or an animal skeleton becomes a fossil, that's fossilization. Let's take a look. People, guess what? Why can't I finish? Why can't I? I'm still ain't done that. I'm finna drop a bomb. Let me finish though. Watch this. Here's examples of fossilization. Now guess what you find out, y'all? Fossilization is an art form, and I can't even make this up. It's people that make all of these things that we call fossils. They're artists, and I'm going to show you that later. I'll let y'all talk. But check this out. Why am I saying this? You never found a human being fossil. You never found the alligator fossil. You never found, Norma shit, a dog, a chihuahua, a rock rider fossil. You only find the fossils that's proven the dinosaurs, the Lucy, and all the shit that we know that don't exist for real, but they gotta find a way to give you the impression, literally an impression. Only a dummy will think that organic matter can press up against stone and win. You got to be a fucking fool that you think that you can lay on a goddamn rock for a long time and you'll leave a damn impression of yourself. But they got us thinking that. That's some dumb shit.
I can prove you can.
That's right. Bro Sanchez.
Hold on, I can prove you can.
Hey, Rob, we ain't trying to really deal with you today, man. We're gonna put you in the back and let you on when we let everybody else get through debating it. We ain't trying to really, you know what I'm saying? Salute to you. Hey, much love to you, my brother. Thank you for joining.
Yes, sir.
Many of our ancestors, they cremated themselves. So another thing, when they always talk about bones, I don't know how they would find bones. A lot of times when our ancestors were buried, it was because it was wars, and these people were burying our people under the ground. But most of our ancestors, they did cremations. It was part of the burial process, and that's in books. Plenty of books that state that. So it'd be kind of hard to find a lot of ancestors' bones when they were cremating themselves.
Somebody
I want to see how Rob gonna prove that they did some Lego shit with the dinosaurs and made it real. How you gonna prove that?
Bro, they already tell you in these museums what you looking at is porcelain, and it may be other forms of different animal bones arranged to make a dinosaur. Pieces. Right, and check it out. They say they do that because they want to preserve the real shit that's locked away, and nobody can never see that. Now, ain't that convenient?
Get to them shits.
That's crazy. That's convenient than the motherfucker. And I ain't got time. Like Rob ain't gonna question shit about this government and shit. So I really don't want to fuck with him on that right now. We all here trying to chill and really have a legitimate spar.
He can't prove nothing anyway. He just a fucking troll.
In the radio isotopes, right? They say that because I want to know how are they testing these fossils, and with what if not radio dating? And they say that carbon-14 does not go past, it's 5,600 years, right? So anything past that, I want to know, riddle me this, anybody within the sound of my voice, how are you dating anything past that with this type of dating when it says it can't go past 6,000 years?
I'm thinking you're dating the minerals. There's a lot of things that somebody got to
be specific. Be specific, because I was just specific about what they're dating and how they say they can't do it. So you got to be specific on how you're saying that they can.
Right.
See, that's why these people are sneaky, because it's the same people doing all of this shit.
Absolutely.
That's why so many people is questioning the slavery story. Because when you really think about it, they saying people were packed up like mackerels and sardines and brought over for 3 months, sleeping and living in their shit.
The same people supposed to be giving you the truth.
You got people jumping out the window defending the story. I'm trying to glorify your ancestors. I'm saying your ancestors wasn't no sardine. And you see people jumping out the window trying to defend this shit.
And the crazy thing is with that,
show me the slave shit.
Yeah, they won't be able to do that, right? But here's the thing. All right, if we as black people, gods and goddesses, are saying that we are the original people, right? And then we are being enslaved by people that we're thinking or saying that aren't.
But that's why you gotta go back.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Enslaving us
No, listen to what I'm saying though. Here's what I'm saying. Where did these white people learn this tactic from? if not from us. So who's really
It's
to
the
blame?
culture.
If we're going to if we're abiding by that, you're right.
Hold
Certain
up.
black people are just trifling.
Watch
that's
this,
what I
right?
was
We're
telling
everywhere.
George Macon.
Watch this, right? I want to show folks
Yeah.
something. Because look, I want to show folks, look at this, right? This is the skull that you will see in a museum. I just want everybody to look at it a minute. I let Rob back on. Rob, do you see the T-Rex? I want to make sure he's back and
Yes,
he's
sir.
with us. You see the
Yes,
the
sir.
T-Rex. Now, Rob, this the shit we see in the museum right here where it say Tyrannosaurus Rex skull. You see that? Now, guess
Yes,
what?
sir.
Yeah, from Jurassic Park bullshit.
Right, guess what, Rob? That ain't real. You
Yeah, I
think
know.
it's real, and that's what
No,
I'm
I know.
telling you.
No, I know it's not real. I know.
Listen. You haven't never saw a real dinosaur bone in your life if you went to a museum, because even the museum owner will tell you those aren't real. They got replicas in the museum and they got the real stuff locked away because they wouldn't dare have that stuff on public display. My question to you is, do you agree with that? Do you think they should lock that shit away, or is that just a lie? Why shouldn't they display it to the public?
They do lock it away because, like I said, they can't expose fossils to open
Come
air for
on,
too
brother.
long.
We're gonna
They'll
need you to
deteriorate.
fucking stand for
You buy
something, man.
anything, dog.
We're gonna need
No,
you
I'm
to
telling
stand
you,
for
just
something,
buy
bro.
anything. You could.
I believe you. No,
just get anything.
the ones are fake. I believe you guys. The ones that
You
you
could
see in
buy
the museums
anything.
are fake. They're just replicas.
So you cool with never seeing a dinosaur bone in your life, but still
No, I have
believing
seen
in
one.
them?
I have seen one actually, bro Sanchez. I have seen one in a local museum by my house. We have real dinosaur bones. You can go see them. They're sealed. You can
Ah,
look at them.
bullshit, man. That's a damn
Man, you
lie.
are lying, Rob.
Yeah, man.
Rob, why is there 33 main dinosaurs that were created by Richard Owens and they were made out of metal, and all the dinosaurs that we find are the exact replicas of what he created as a damn park out there in Europe?
Yeah, I don't even believe that to be true. Like I said, I'm not.
Look up Richard Owens. He coined the phrase
stutter.
dinosaur.
Yeah, I know,
Dinosaur.
I know.
That's
I know.
Richard
He
Owens
built
Jr.
it.
You don't know the
Jurassic
history of dinosaurs?
Schooling his
built it.
ass.
You don't know the
I
history of dinosaurs?
I'm saying he built replicas for places, but those are just replicas. I'm not saying
He invented it. He invented them. The type of
Rob, you believe
dinosaurs.
in
Yes,
Bigfoot?
I know, because they never. First of all, they never found a
Godzilla?
whole. They have never found a
He
full
invented them,
dinosaur
and he was
skeleton.
kicked out of the Royal
So they
Society
can't-
for taking
I know, buddy.
people's
I know.
artwork and saying it was a pterodactyl.
I
He
know.
made that stuff up, man, and put it in a museum.
I agree with you guys on this, man. This is not like the other stuff. I agree with you guys on this. You guys are getting me wrong. I know that, but I'm telling you that they have never found a full dinosaur skeleton to begin with. So what you're seeing when you see these dinosaur exhibits, they're just what they think would have finished the skeleton. Of course, they're not all real, and they're not going to have real dinosaur bones out there because it's too much of a liability to have a 65 million year
That
old
is
bone sitting out to
fucking
the
crazy.
public.
But I told
Man,
y'all.
that's Richard Owens' work. That's Richard
Watch
Owens
this.
Jr. He
Hold
made
on.
that up. He made that
Hold
up.
on.
Sanchez.
I'm finna prove him something, my brother, and you can get his ass, because you sure got him then. Watch this, right? He said you shouldn't have them kind of bones exposed to the public, but yet Lucy bones supposed to be old as hell, and they sitting here holding them in their hand.
Yeah, 3 million years old though. 3 million compared to 65 million.
Brother, you just said we can never see the real dinosaur bones, but yet he touching on all these Lucy bones. Like, these bones supposed to be locked away under the same. Come on,
She's
bro.
not a fossil though, bro Sanchez. She's not a fossil, bro. She's not a fossil. Lucy isn't a fossil. She's not.
Hey,
She's not a
Rob.
Homo sapien either. She's not a Homo sapien. She's not. She's just a fucking, what do you call it? Like a distant third cousin removed. It's like you guys are.
Hey, Rob. How you say they saved these bones again? How did
What's
they
that, brother?
preserve the
Hey,
bones?
bro, look. If you look at this, right, anybody, you ain't gotta be a doctor to see that somebody just stuck some different bones from different shit together to make this right here, because this neck bone don't even support and fit that skull.
Hey, Sanchez, I need your help with this. Go into the chat. I just put a link in there. This gonna add on to what you guys are saying. Help me with this, because I don't have this knowledge, right? Help me with this. Tell me what you think about this. Hit that link real quick, that Pinehurst link. Watch what they say where Negroes originated from, and it ain't gonna say Africa, right? I want to see what your opinion is on this. No, it's a link that you hit that I just put in there.
Let me see here.
It's in the chat.
It's in the main chat. Okay, let me go to the main.
Yeah, it's in the main chat.
Okay, I got you. All right.
Now, this is by Professor C.S. You can read it because I can't really see it that good. But this is about the Negro.
It says the primitive black nations of America, the Society of Geography having offered a reward for the best memoir on the origin of the Asiatic Negroes. I sent them last year 2 memoirs, one on those Asiatic Negroes, wherein I demonstrated the affinities of their languages with the African and Polynesian Negroes, as well as with the Hindus and Chinese, and it renders it probable that all the Negroes originated in the southern slopes of the Himalaya Mountains, as they did once exist all over India, South China, Japan, Persia, and Arabia. I gotta stop there and say something. I've been telling people for years that black people, Negroes in America, the reason why they call us Asiatics is because of this right here. Columbus wasn't lost. Why he thought he was in India? Because the black people in this land were practicing that spirituality that came from China and the Indus Valley. And this is backing me up. I never had the sources for that claim, but now I do. Appreciate that, George. It says, my second memoir was on the Negro or black nations found in America before Columbus, wherein I proved their existence and connection. Man, man, that's
so
crazy.
Now we got to look up this guy, Professor CF, whoever this guy is, Professor, to get more information.
Yeah, man. Wow, man, bombs. And that'll explain why they call us niggas. Let me show y'all something. Don't you know that the word Negro, a Naga, is all over Southeast Asia, the whole country, Nagasaki. They got Niger even in Africa. Listen, this was a common term, Niagara Falls, all of this stuff was a common term to refer to our people, which is why they want to ban it today. Don't say nigger. Why, dude, we were calling ourselves that. What up, my nigga? They want to take away a term. I'm telling you, I ain't got no problem with it. If you think about it, these folks don't give a fuck about you. You think they trying to protect your feelings by banning that word? They doing something else, and you need to look deeper. So I'm wondering what happened to this brother right here, because this is deep, man. Showing you, I mean, that's just crazy, bro. It is fucking.
It's a whole lot more in the articles. All these old articles. These are all old articles talking about it. My only thing is, I would question this, and I want to really look up when he said that the Negro originated from the Himalayas. That would be somewhere in India. I like to look more into that to see where that conclusion came from. But I'm not saying it's fact or not fact. It's something I wanted to just bring to the table.
Yeah, because when you say India, that's where we really get the term Indian from India, the real India. And then when you got terms like Indonesia, you got terms like, that's like Indian and Asian put together, it's Indonesia. And then you got Hindu, which is, the H is solid, Indus, the Indians, they whole culture come from Indus Valley civilization, which predates Nile Valley civilization.
I got something. I'm starting all kinds of shit.
Which is the Hindustan, correct, Sanchez? That's all the Hindustan, and that's part of them that blending with all the pilgrimage that they did. Because remember, the pilgrimage and everything had to do with the West Indian Dutch Company, the West India Dutch Company. So these companies were they were the ones that started the trading when it came to cultivating and taking the lands and bringing the people over so they could use them for the servitude. Because they had to have people to cultivate the land so they could trade the things out to build up the other lands where they didn't have cultivation and things of that sort. That's why a lot of the stuff is transferred around and they confuse us. If you look at Tirthankara, it'll show you the black Nagas that were in the Asia area, and they had afros, everything, literally. all the original Asians were the black Nagas as well, part of that same era.
Couldn't be a samurai without black in your blood. Speaking about Asia,
when they was talking about the ninjas and the all black with the ninja star, the word ninja is like another offshoot of Negro, Naga. even Nazi, what Hitler was using. We ain't gonna, you know, that's we treading it. We going, you know. Let's just, you know, they like to censor that shit. But check this out, right? The whole thing. Hold up, guess what?
One more? Can I give you one more? If you hit that link, I'm gonna give you one more.
Yeah. Hit
that link right there. I think the sister gonna appreciate this one.
Yeah, that ninja star was the original Star of David before they corrupted that. Let me read this to y'all here. So this is Dathy Haynes, a Cherokee Indian stolen from her home, made a slave, and then defrauded out of 600 acres of land. You know how much land that is? Let's blow it up, though. It says...
it's a goddamn football field. Biggest...
What? No, that's way more than a football
field.
It's
1 mile by 600 by 600 acres is 1 mile by 1 mile by 1 mile by 1 mile square. It's actually 640 acres.
So that's a couple football fields, right, Rob?
Oh, that's a big football field.
Yeah, a real big one.
Well, a real big football field. There we go. So Dathy's mother was a Cherokee Indian named Chloe, and her father was unknown. She and her family were living in the North Georgia Cherokee NC area when she was captured by some white men while picking berries in the woods with her brother and sold into slavery. Dathy's brother was able to escape. She was sold into slavery at Louisville, Georgia to Nathan and Jane Haynes. Nathan gave Dathy to his granddaughter, Missy Haynes, as her personal slave. After slavery, Jim Braswell gave Dathy and the children 600 acres of land to live on. However, because they could not read or write, they were tricked into putting their X's on a document giving the land away. So they just put an X right there.
We didn't understand.
Absolutely.
That's what you're telling me?
And 600 acres is 600 football
Man,
fields.
this is so sad because think about it. Like they talk about Malcolm X, how they, if you don't know your last name, just put the X. But now it's like, should we do that? Look at this shit. Like, that's crazy.
Can I say this real quick? I'm gonna jump off. That's why Sanchez, when I first came on, remember I was the first one on, and we was talking about the red sticks, and what they did was they said that you had the Creek and the break off. You had the Shawnee Indian. He had a difference of opinions with the Creek, and there was a split off. Certain groups of the Creek sided with Andrew Jackson, and then they said the Africans sided with the other Creek side. But they just put that word in there. We know that they wasn't Africans; these were the indigenous people. They was fighting for their land. So now what happened was at that was at the battle of oh man, damn! I just had it up here. Something shoe. We lost land. We lost over like 24 million acres of land. And that's how we got into the position that we're in. So you can see the timeline of black people getting land stolen from them from so many parts down. So when they say we fought in all the wars, it wasn't because we was fighting for freedom. We was fighting for our fucking land. And all they did was say, well, these were these people. No, they wasn't. They were people that lived there.
And that's why they were hanging them too, brother. They did Ida B. Wells. They tried to say she was a free African slave as well, right? She her parents died. She had control over her sibling, and she was a teenager, 16. They had land. She put herself through college, took care of her sisters and brothers and everything. She was the one that was telling all the stories about the people getting hung. The people up north didn't know that they were hanging all these people and stuff down there. She started writing about it and putting it out there. The dude, W.E.D. Du Bois, she finally got to Chicago. She was trying to get it widespread so everybody would know. He told her he was going to help her because he was part of the that Pan-African movement. He didn't assist her, and he made that NAACP, and then just X'd her out of the whole thing. But it all supposedly started because they were supposed to be trying to be helping the people that were getting enslaved down there. And Sarah Rector, her oil and everything, they stole everything from her, took all of her riches, everything that belonged to her. It's so disgusting. They did the same thing with Mary Ellen Pleasant. She was the one that had all the gold in California. And they started that Federal Reserve with her gold. Can't nobody tell me nothing different. They also used the dude Graham Bell. She was in with him, and they took her money and started all of that stuff. He was a bank teller that was helping her because she was just trying to get in with the wealthy to see where to invest her money and stuff. So she was using him to assist her because of his skin color, obviously. And he ended up passing, and his wife stole all of the money. They did this to our people all the time. I literally just did a bill with the sister last year. Her grandmother, her husband's grandmother was dying. She thought that they had 5 acres of land. They said all the siblings had so many acres of land. They went to go check on the land, right? When they went down there, the lady mixed and sent her the wrong paperwork because they had to fax it to her from the county clerk office. Come to find out, these people were trying to steal their land. They had 200 some acres of land. And the lady, if she hadn't got the paperwork in this day, they would have had them people land, having them thinking they had 5 acres. They doing it to this day. That's why it's important to find your genealogy, find your ancestors' records, track everything through these county offices, check the coordinates, go right to their books in the county records department. You can go right through your books, look up your family name, get that information, and see if they got land or anything in their name because they trying to steal everybody's stuff.
Hey, Bro Sanchez, can I say something? Sarah Rector was one of the richest women in the world at the time, and she lost her fortune in the Great Depression and the stock market crash. I don't understand what Sister Soul's even saying.
No, she didn't. She was her riches were stolen. She had all, brother. All
stolen by who? Who stole it?
Brother,
Who stole
brother. Hey. Oil does not dissipate. Do your research. I'm not gonna even argue.
I know she put her money in the stock market. She put her money in the stock market.
Money into anything. The woman did not have any children, and she got married off to a white Slav, and he took all her money. What are you talking about,
That's
Rob?
not true.
Don't do
That's
that.
not true, sister.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
you don't
true.
do
That's
that.
true.
I can't go back and forth with no white man about our history. I'm not wasting my time.
Oh, come on with the racist
I'm not wasting
shit.
my time. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing
But what I would say, what I gotta say about this is that they did steal a lot of shit from us, but sometimes a lot of people lost money during the Great Depression era. I mean, a lot of people suffer from that. You see what I'm saying? And I agree with the sister about the Ida B. Wells shit. Don't think I would say that at the time that Ida B. Wells was dealing with W.B. Du Bois, he was not a Pan African. He became a Pan African later. He was actually against Pan Africanism in the beginning because he was trying to combat Garvey. Him and Garvey was at odds. They didn't even like each other. He didn't even agree with Garvey's philosophy. So he was definitely not a Pan African. He became a Pan African later. You see what I'm saying? When he wrote his memoirs, he talked about the mistakes that he made. But at the time when I was dealing with him, he was definitely not a Pan African. He was actually a person that was actually cozying up with white people. That's the reason why Marcus Garvey called him a rabbit mulatto.
And that's why he betrayed her as well, because he backstabbed her so that she couldn't get the word out, because these people seen what was going on, and this is what pushed him into that movement, to hiding the defrauding of what was going on and exposing what they were doing to our people. He intentionally did that, brother. That's a fact.
And another thing, like what I talked about, when you talk about like a lot of our family members talk about the land that was stolen, because you do have a lot of our grandparents that may say, hey, we wasn't slaves, we were living in the South. That's true. It's truth to that. And you have family members that say we was slaves, right? The thing is, when you have to understand American history and what happened. So that's why I talked about the Red Sticks and what happened with the Creek Indians and who sided with the how the Creeks, certain groups of the Creeks sided with Andrew Jackson, and at the Battle of Fort Mims, what happened there, and then what happened at the Battle of Fort Jackson, when we lost a lot of our land, a lot of us had to flee into Florida. So it's not, and when you go down south, you'll have family members talking about this stuff. Like some older people still know the history. I mean, this was only in the 1800s. So it wasn't that long ago, to a point where we're going back to the 15 and 1600s. Some of that history amongst elders is still there, or what happened. So at Fort Jackson, we had to see a lot of that land. That's how the Cotton Kingdom started. It started right across the Mississippi River because we lost 23 million acres of land. You had a lot of people down there at that time, and this was right before you had a so-called Indian Removal Act, where they just start moving people out of Georgia and all those different areas. You had a lot of wars that happened there first.
Yeah.
So people
and George, the piggyback on what George is saying, this is why I be on a lot of my Aboriginal brothers and sisters' neck when I be trying to explain to them, look, man, this is why when they be saying this is our land, it's not. You know what I'm saying? Because when you go to war, it's called a right of conquest. When you go to war and you lose, they take your shit. You take your shit, bro. And I know it feels good, and it's like people have traded in their pastor at the church for a pastor on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And this goes for any school of thought. So these schools of thought give you feel good doctrine, and it feels good to say this is our land, and these white men. It feels good to say that shit. But the reality of the shit is called a right of conquest. When you read John Marshall's case that he ruled against the tribe he used the right of conquest. Ruth Bader Ginsburg just in 2010 ruled against the Oneida tribe, who was an original member of the Iroquois Federation when they signed the Fort Stanley Treaty. She leaned on John Marshall's case and used the right of conquest. And she told the Oneida tribe, look, y'all not sovereign. I don't give a damn if y'all first Americans. Y'all not sovereign. We went to war with y'all. Y'all lost. That's the per the right of conquest. And she cited the war that they fought in and the side that they had and the fact that the niggas lost. Yep. So the reality of the situation is this ain't your land no more unless you fight and take it back. Ain't no paperwork gonna give it.
That's
ain't
not
no
true, brother.
Ain't no. All right, you can say what you want. I'm telling you case law on the books.
It's paperwork, brother. I'm telling you case law. I know plenty of it. And when it comes to it, those treaties and all those things, this is what you got to understand. Because of the fraud, brother, the ones that signed those treaties, they were government agents. And it's books and
But you
records
gotta prove it.
I can't prove it. I can, brother.
The problem. Listen to what I'm saying, sis. Y'all, the Aboriginal community spend more time trying to debate where we from.
Nothing to do with the fact. We're talking about facts. It has nothing to do with Aboriginal.
You
it has to do with
one?
the facts. You're not. You're not. You so busy wanting to believe you're a slave. You don't even want to believe the truth.
I know the history. I know the case law. I know all of this stuff.
Okay,
you don't know who you're talking to because you still never gave the sources.
Okay, let's answer this. Hold on. You know the case law. Who are the Indians that signed the treaties for all of these people to take the land? Tell me that real quick.
The Iroquois Federation signed. The Yamasee Confederate signed during the Yamasee Wars. During the King Philip's War, Metacon signed the treaty. Who was a Wampanoag? He signed it.
Chiefs? Who were the chiefs at the time? Were they? Listen, hold on, brother. Come on, stay with me. Don't get it.
You asked one question, then I started answering, and then you asked another question. That's called glitch gallop.
So I can't ask you another question. I'm only allowed one. I'm sorry.
Because I'm trying to answer the first one.
I don't even gotta argue with you. Have a good one, brother. You believe what you believe. If you don't want me to ask you nothing else, because you know it all.
I didn't say that, sis. I said what I said was I'm in the process of answering one question. But then you ask another. You don't do that. You let a person finish answering that first question, then you ask another question. When you do keep just asking question after question after question after question, it's called glitch galloping. Because you really don't want the answer to the question. You just want to keep asking questions just to ask questions, just to throw out the conversation.
Brother, I asked you one simple question. Do you know who signed? You went to naming all the people that signed. That's a yes or no question. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get to a deeper point. I'm sorry. Maybe I rushed you and I apologize. I'm just trying.
Okay.
I'm just trying to.
I know. There's a lot of chiefs. I know it was a lot of chiefs. I know that most of the chiefs that signed.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say, bro, please hear me on this. Okay, there's a book, right, that shows the agents.
Yes, man.
Where they got paid, how much they got paid, and all of this.
I'm working with that. All right, you was not 40. Well, Ray was your age.
George Macon.
Sanchez got a mute.
Oh, he talking.
Sanchez got a mute him.
A couple years ago.
Sanchez got a mute him.
Macon, we can hear your conversation. There we go.
So yeah, brother. So what I'm saying is, in the book, right, it goes into description of who the agents were, the Indian agents, what tribe they were in. It goes into how much they were paid and all of this, brother. What I'm trying to explain to you is that when they created these colonies and parishes, right, they had these people that they converted when they had these agents, and these were the people that signed the treaties. They were not the original people. So when, even though they may have went into an area, right, killed the people off, including the chief, and now they had other people sign these treaties in place of them because they took over the land by creating the parishes. All they had to do was have the mission completed with a church, a school, and a health facility. So they had the people come in, they would take over the land, take over the tracts of land with the Bureau of Land Management. This is how it all got created. This is all part of their construct and their system and their restoration. So when they did this, they took these people and they signed these contracts fraudulently. When you keep hearing these people talking about, oh, this treaty, this, and they signed this, oh yeah, they went to a treaty with them. They did all these people that went into a treaty, brother, all these particular tribes, our tribe that had fraudulently went into the treaties because they were acting as the chief of these lands because they were pretending, they were
Can I
perpetrating.
ask you a
This
question,
is all
sister?
I'm trying to say, brother. I'm so sorry. And I get
But
excited about this,
sis,
so I apologize. I don't
no,
mean to
that's
be
okay.
aggressive.
No, it's okay, sis. But you got to remember the Bureau of Land Management didn't start until 1946. Before that, it was the General Land Office. It was created in 1812. I'm talking about, and that was after the war 1812 that they fought what was called the French and Indian War. It was a combination of two wars.
It
So,
was
but
when
what
they
I'm
did
talking
the
about,
treaties, right? It was when
sis,
they started the treaties, brother, in the 1700s. I'm sorry. It was when they
I
started the
understand that,
treaties in the
but sis,
1700s.
this is what I'm
The
talking about when I'm
language is
when I,
different.
sis, what I'm trying to explain to you is that the General Land Office was created in 1812. I'm talking about wars that was fought before that. So they had nothing to do with that. What you're talking about are the subsequent wars that happened after that. I'm talking about the wars that the Fort Stanley Treaty was way before that. The King Philip War was way before that. The Yamasee Wars was way before that. So it wasn't even created. That stuff wasn't even created then.
They were
These
signing
are
treaties
wars.
then, though, brother. The corporation are the ones that started the treaty making in the 1700s. This is a fact.
I
They started. They are the ones that started the treaty making. We didn't use all these different paperworks like that. We had a governmental system.
Can I
They
ask you a
mocked the
question,
system
sister?
that we had, but it was not the same thing. This is how they learned to do these things, and they use the paperwork to actually change all this stuff around the
Can I ask a
reconstruction of
question though,
everything.
sis? Can I ask you a question based off what you're saying? Because I don't disagree. The only issue that I would have is when we study the timeline of the wars, they were in a position where they wasn't honoring a lot of those treaties, and you had certain tribes that were siding with them. So when you look at the timeline of the wars, that's why I said when you go all the way back to 1812 and 14 and the battles that we had on certain creeks and certain areas down in the South, they wasn't honoring those things, and we were fleeing. So all the way until you get up to the Gullah Geechee and Seminole Wars, you had to have 3 different wars. They kept breaking the treaties. So we wasn't in position. Go ahead.
No. So you're saying that they weren't valid. You agree with that, correct?
Yeah, but I'm saying was they wasn't honoring those. So I think in the conversation when we lay it out and we follow, what we do is we follow the wars that was fought and why those wars was fought. You find out that they wasn't honoring those treaties that were signed. The president, I mean, all the way to the point when we get to Special Order 15, when you had one president said, well, hey, this could be for blacks. That president died. The other president said, man, fuck them blacks. He came and took that shit back.
Right.
So that's all I'm saying.
I understand that too.
Yeah.
So we all saying the same thing in the sense.
Yeah, we are.
That in the sense that you're gonna have to take the shit back, man. Like it's the leaning on the undrift and the A-drift and undrift and all the stuff that I done heard motherfuckers lean on. That shit ain't valid, bro. You know
yeah, I agree with that. If you ain't strong enough to defend it, they coming to take it.
Yeah, they coming to take it. And it feels good to say this is our land, and it don't matter. And we so off code that and I say this, and I mean this. I mean when I say this. Instead of the utmost hype, it should be hyper focused on dealing with. And I say that because that's what the term that most people use. You know what I'm saying? So if you call yourself something different, then just excuse me. You know what I'm saying? But they instead of being hyper focused, do you know I'm gonna start posting in the back chat on the Zoom chat all of the money that the so-called natives are getting. Instead of doing battle with them, is taking them to court and saying that you are the faithful, y'all signed these treaties, all the stuff that y'all we all get telling us. Instead of taking them to court to get that money that these motherfuckers is getting, you see what I'm saying? The motherfuckers will be over here arguing about Pan Africanism. That's why I don't believe it.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Because we did a whole thing where we did a battle with them Ashkenazi Jews. We beat their ass so bad on Clubhouse that them motherfuckers were supposed to come over to YouTube and have a debate about who the original Jews was. Them motherfuckers canceled. We beat their rabbis up. We beat their historians up. We beat their geneticists up. We beat them all up. You see what I'm saying? To the point where they don't want no smoke at all with us. So, but y'all don't beat them up. Y'all be over here arguing with niggas about stupid shit that don't even really matter. If you say that them people defrauded you, you should be beating these niggas up to the point where they submit. But you're not. You see what I'm saying? I wouldn't be arguing with them. I wouldn't be arguing with no nigga about where he come from. Because if we was on code, if a nigga say he can trace his history to slavery, then you supposed to say, all right, brother, how can we help you? So how can we help you get reparations for that? And then the brother and sister say, hey, I'm aboriginal to this land. Okay, how can we help you get your shit back? At least get some money for it. That's the being on code. But we would be sitting around arguing with each other about where you come from. Okay, if you say you come from here, okay, cool, I support that. That's why I tell the niggas all the time, I don't give a fuck if a nigga say he from Mars.
So we do got to work within the system to actually beat it, though. Then, right? We gotta like infiltrate it, right? We gotta actually get the jobs. We gotta have a social security number, etc. Right?
Not get the jobs, brother. No.
Well, you gotta
How
do
do,
what you
how,
gotta
how
do
do
to
we
take
get the
the
land?
land.
How do we get the tools to defend the land? Then
you have to
give the tools.
Excuse me. And like Alakeen, I apologize for interrupting. I am Yajalaji Chinal Ka'een. That is my Aboriginal American title. I just wanted to point out, no, we do not need Social Security cards just to take our land back. The so-called Black people, everyone who's calling themselves Black, so-called African American, so-called Negro, were reclassified. They are Aboriginal Americans. They're the original beings of the Americas, including the islands. So a so-called Black person, quote unquote, because I'm not a person, I'm a being, I'm a matriarch. Someone who calls themselves Black or African American cannot go into court saying, "Oh, I want my land back." No, because excuse me, a little bit nervous, because it's all about the wordplay. The Asian Tisca folks, aka the pale faces, aka the Caucasians, and the so-called Africans, it's all a monopoly game. So yes, we do have to. I don't want to say play that game. We have to go through law. We have to go through those forms. Unfortunately, how can I put this?
You're right. That was my point. We have to actually work.
I don't want to hold up the line. I just wanted to address that.
But yeah, my whole point was we do
have to be able to get yourself in the proper status by having the control of your own governance, by letting them know that you are above the law, letting them, when you're saying you're Black, you're letting them know that you are dead in law. You are dead in your mind. You cannot think. If you're in a dark space, you don't know what's going on around you. This is how they label you. They're labeling you as a minor. This is why they tell you you're a minority. Y'all minorities. We're not minor. A minor is a child. A minor is a child that has no thinking capabilities of their own. They need guidance by an adult or supervision that can show them the right way. This is why they consider you to be a minor. You have to come out of the minor state, which is an imbecile.
How do you become a part of the Asian majority?
You have to take control of yourself. You have to actually take yourself out of their system. You have to declare who you are. Let these people know. You can't let people label you. You know who you are. That's why I get offended with somebody. Oh, you this, you came from Africa.
So I hate to cut you off. I feel you. I have a lot of knowledge on the subject matter that you're talking about right now. But one thing, it's a rabbit hole that once you jump down it, you can study it for years.
It's not a rabbit hole. It's knowing what you hold on. You finna go somewhere without it. Oh, no, because you don't know. If you don't know, don't speak on it. Because you're.
Let me ask you a question.
But wait, hold on.
So we can be on the same page, because I'm not sure if you know what I know.
Right, I'm trying to get on the page because you first asked me a question. Then when I go to answer, oh, I know that da 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 da. Then you say, oh, it's a rabbit hole. So you're being undecisive in your mind, brother. So let's start there. So what are you exactly saying, and then we can conversate. Because that's kind of indecisive right
I'm tired of watching and hearing about the Moors and what they talk about and preach about, and then I watch them in court get shut down. And they talk about this money that you're going to get through your birth certificate, but none of them got money. So that's the rabbit hole I'm talking about. You about to tell me about like how to, take control of my straw man and how, that's going to be beneficial. I'm going to be a part of the majority. I'm asking you to explain that.
You're saying something that has not. First off, I'm gonna ask you real quick. Did you hear me say anything about being a Moor? I'm definitely not a Moor. Did you hear me mention a Moor? Let me ask you that.
Let's focus primarily on minor, minority, and majority.
Hold on. Wait, let's focus because we want people to be clear because I don't want you to mix them up in their head about what I'm saying or misinterpreting what I'm saying. You said something about a Moor. You brought a Moor up. I haven't heard anybody say it the whole time I've been up here, anything about a Moor. You're the person that brought it up. So I'm asking you, what does that have to do with what we were talking about? As far as your governance and having your own control of your mind, declaring who you are, what does that have to do with a more. Did you hear me mention a more?
You just broke down the doctrine and the mindset
Did
of a
you
more.
hear me mention a more? But that's
You're
not
also speaking about the paperwork that they
You're
use.
speaking on something you don't know. There you go again. You're speaking on something you don't know, and you're wrong. You just said I'm speaking about something, and that's referencing a more. Incorrect, brother. Moors are not the law. They're not the law of the land. What are you talking about? The law is you knowing and understanding the law and operating in it efficiently and having self-governance over yourself, not nobody else. I wouldn't be up under nobody's principles of no more and being under somebody else's nation with their governing me, telling me what to do. It has nothing to do with this. You're supposed to do this yourself for your family. Have your heritage in order so that you're taking care of them.
So can I break some things down?
I
don't want to cut you off.
Well, you cut me off. What I'm trying to tell you. So, which question you want to ask?
All right. So, the age of majority is when you stop using your social security number and you start using an EIN number. We're speaking about the system here, and the documents and that whole process is basically what Moors do and what they speak about.
No,
so
it's not.
Okay.
Incorrect, brother. You're incorrect, and you're giving people misinformation. So you shouldn't even do that. Right now, you should really stop. You're going somewhere totally left. Being a Moor and having your paperwork correct has nothing to do with being a Moor, brother. Moors do it now. You can associate it with, they use paperwork, they use the law, this, that. They do use a different law. they use the law, right? But they're using it under the operation of their nation and what their constitution goes up under. I just said self-governing. You and your family that has nothing to do with a Moor, sir, or going under any tribe. I didn't say anything about joining a tribe. None of that stuff. It has nothing to do with that either. It has to do with you having the control and governance of yourself and having the control and governance over your family under a family trust, having all of your business operated with your family under your trust, having it protected under the umbrella of the law. That's what I'm talking about, brother. That's self-governance. We're not talking about Moors or joining tribes or any of that. So let's make sure we're clear.
Well, I think that before folks get to talking about all that, and I've been saying this, folks don't want to hear. I'm gonna post a book in the back because I've been, as like I've said, I've been dropping sources all in the back chat. Go read the book. It's a couple books. One book is called The History of the American Bar by Charles Warren. The other one is a 26-volume book. It's called The Benedict on Admiralty. Can't talk about admiralty law or the Uniform Commercial Code if you haven't read The Benedict on Admiralty. And please don't talk about the Black's Law Dictionary or Ballantyne's because those are just law dictionary that define the terms because there's a difference between terms and words. In law, they use terms, not words. And you know what I'm saying? Those dictionaries just define the terms that are written in Uniform Commercial Code, aka Admiralty law. Go read the book Elements of Ecclesiastical Law. It's a 3-volume book. I'll post at least the first book, and I'll post the link to the Benedict, or at least one of the first book of the Benedict on Admiralty. I'll post this stuff here in a minute in Charles Warren's History of the American Bar. Another book you need to read, Cases of Constitutional Law. You see what I'm saying? So, because I be hearing a lot of people talking and I know these talking points, and I agree with the brother that those are Moorish talking points. The Moors were the first person in the Black community to bring out what they call sovereign citizen doctrine. They're the first one to bring it to us in the Black community. Corinne Gaines, the sister who got killed and her son got shot, she was regurgitating the same thing about status and law. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to comply to your corporate form of government and all that other stuff, and the police ran up in her house and shot her. So the reality of the situation is, again, that's why I brought up Ruth Bader Ginsburg in the case against the Oneida tribe. You know what I'm saying? Because they tried to declare themselves sovereign.
Brother. Real quick, just to jump in, I just looked at what you put in the back. I just want to say something about that. Every one of those cases that you put in there are native. Those are native. Natives are government tribes. Just to clarify, I just want to make sure that's clear.
But that was the point of me putting that back there was to say, y'all should be if those natives are defrauding the government by basically saying that they are you, then you need to be taking those natives to court.
Right, exactly. It's identity theft, brother. It's identity. Yes.
Instead of arguing with Black folk, no, I'm not talking about with me. I'm just talking about in general. Instead of, because I'm cool with Ab Power, I'm cool with Ab TV, I'm cool with Chief Holiday. Instead of making every goddamn video about something against Pan Africanism, why aren't you addressing this? You know why I know they're not addressing it? Because I sent it to them.
Right, real quick, can I ask
all of those people that y'all listen to, I sent this stuff to them, and they do not address it. You know why they address it? Because when it comes down to it, they don't really want to do shit, but sit on YouTube and talk shit.
But brother, you're putting it on.
Gotta
you're
take
saying
that up with them, though.
real quick. You're saying that about everybody, brother, and I just have to clarify. See, I teach.
Because those are the people.
Right. But I teach, brother. I teach law. I teach history. I teach case law. I teach everything on my page that has to do with us and us getting ourselves together. I even teach about the identity theft. We are doing something. What you're talking about? I don't put everything out on YouTube. They can do that. They like to perpetrate, entertain. I'm not an entertainer. I'm not here to be a content creator. I'm here for my people. You understand? I just want to make that clear, because when y'all be like, it seems like a lot of times I've gotten on other panels and they, Aboriginal. I'm not Aboriginal. Okay, I'm Sister Soul, and I am here for my people. These titles are all misnomers. I don't care if they want to use any of these titles. They're just titles. They don't mean anything. When it comes to the sense of the law, I am a woman and you are a man. It's just that simple. Nothing goes higher than that. Like, real talk. And everything I'm talking about has nothing to do with more paperwork. I'm going to make sure that's clear. That's why I don't even want to get into it anymore. But I'm going to specify that standing in the law as a natural woman of this land, standing in the law as a natural man of this land, has nothing to do with having the title of a Moor, Aboriginal, Indian, none of that nonsense. Claiming that, I'm a Moor, holding the flag and doing all this stuff. You talking about the lady got shot? Yes, I understand all that, brother. They were operating inefficiently because they didn't really know the law. They were going by what somebody told them. They were going by what they were doing under these groups, and their master teacher in their Moor class was saying, do this, say this.
Let me ask a question.
They didn't have it installed within them. There's a big difference.
Let me bring this question to the table then. Based off the reparations claim for some of our indigenous brothers and sisters, that's bringing the information out now, and I'm only using it in that term based off the conversation we have with the different groups. They can't support this reparations claim because it doesn't go along with the narrative of who we are in America. This reparation claim that the sister speaking, you wouldn't be able to get behind. Correct me if I'm wrong. You wouldn't be able to get behind the reparations claims that's on the Congress floor.
That's right, brother.
Facts.
Okay.
Facts.
Right, because our people aren't so-called black.
That's right.
People aren't so-called African American. We're their original beings. We were here from time immemorial. I apologize for interrupting. I'll ask to speak next time. I just wanted to agree with that.
No, that's okay. It's okay, sis. But what I'm saying is, see, this is the problem of people trying to tell people who they are. So I never tell somebody who they are. I've made those mistakes before. And a brother did it, showed his genealogical work, and he was who he said he was. He said he was Shumash. You know what I'm saying? So I don't tell people who they are and what they are. And so this is why I said about earlier about respect. If a person tells me that they Aboriginal, I'm gonna rock with that. You know what I'm saying? And whatever I can do to support them, brothers and sisters, on their claim as far as trying to at least get some kind of recompense for the land that they lost back, I'm gonna help do that. If a brother tells me that he is an African, his family was slaves, and he want to get reparations from that, I'm gonna respect that. I'm gonna help that brother. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna rock with him, and I'm gonna support that brother. The problem, this is the problem when I brought up earlier about the Willie Lynch mindset. You see what I'm saying? People are like, well, Willie Lynch not real. It's not about him, the person, Willie Lynch. It's about the mindset. You see what I'm saying? And it's like we are trying to define who people are for them and tell people who they are, as opposed to saying, I respect your right to choose and define yourself, and I'm going to support you the best way I can in doing what needs to be done for you and your family. We don't do that. If a nigga don't think like us, we don't rock with him. You know what I'm saying? And that's that divide and conquer tactic that work against us every time. And you say that if you're Native American, you should learn from the lessons of the past about how they divide you, because that's what the European did. He came over here and divided and said, the Iroquois Federation against the Algonquin Federation, and the motherfuckers went to war, and them motherfuckers ended up with the land. So you ain't learned no lesson from the past. So it is what it is.
Let me add to that. And my thing is, dating back to Thaddeus Stevenson, when we had the first reparation claim on the table. I would just, something I asked Brother Topcats, with social media today, with all the information, with the way we can get information now, there has to be some bills now based off of our indigenous brothers and sisters creating something, putting something on the table, whether you outside the White House, whether you garnering a million petitions to say who we are and what we're doing based off the land. Like something has to be a movement. It has to become a thing. It has to become something outside of just little local towns or online. The people, like what I'm saying is, I say this, I land here. The young people in these inner cities have to start knowing who these people are and saying, well, damn, you know what? I know this is what they told me in school, but now this is the new talking point. Because it don't matter if it's a new talking point. If it's the truth, it's the truth. But it has to become a thing now where it starts to move and permeate.
I want to ask you a question, brother. What's your name?
Right. My name is George Macon. George Macon.
George. Okay, I'm Garth. Okay.
How you doing, brother?
What you're speaking of, so you identify the colonialism.
No.
Could you speak on that? Colonialism is when a group of people, like say me and you are at work.
I know what it means.
Come over there. Okay, so we are victims of colonialism. That ties into
European imperialism.
Yeah, and actually the whole world is a victim of that because they took over the world. Do you agree with that?
Of course they do. Let me say this.
Okay, I'm just yeah. Okay.
Hold on. Look.
Yeah.
So that way you understand. They took over the world so much that they killed so many people, took over so much that in their country, they say the police don't need guns. That's how much they fucked you up. That's how savage they was. Then they said you was the savage. I got you. Come on.
True, I agree. So
it's savages.
All right. We are victims of that.
Mm-hmm.
We suffer from a lack of knowledge. You agree? No, just hear me out. We can't escape it. You can't escape it.
We're prisoners of war.
Until today. Today we're still okay. So we suffer from a lack of knowledge, and a lot of people can't even identify that today in 2023 that we're slaves today. If you go to work and you're doing something that you do not want to do, we're slaves. We're economic slaves. Economics is the branch of knowledge concerning the production, consumption, and transfer of wealth. We don't think about, damn, how much did I consume today? What am I producing right now? So we have no type of knowledge of that. We have no type of grasp on that in our communities right now. So what is suffering? Like suffering is because you don't have enough resources. You see what I'm saying? So I'm thinking like the solution is not, you're not going to legalize and speak law terms and statutes your way into freedom. You see what I'm saying? Freedom is economics. If you own food, you don't need food. You don't need nobody to give you food. You don't need grocery stores. No one can take food from you if you own food. If you own shelter,
you have to have something to trade.
Hold on, can I answer that for you, brother? The biggest obstacle, and I've talked about this for years on my channel. The biggest obstacle that we face is, I understand everything you're saying, is conditioning our people to believe that they should be free. Our people suffer from lack of knowledge on many different aspects. So I use the term death to the real nigga, because no matter what level you on, whether you're in the boardroom or at the bottom outside on the block, our people believe that they're niggas, and they manifest that thought process, every aspect of having lack of knowledge. So even when we come to these tables and we have these conversations based off the indigenous talk, based off Black teachings, most of our people outside of this conversation don't have knowledge of what we're talking about. Their knowledge is based off conditioning. So the trick, the biggest obstacle we're going over is getting people to believe that they should be what we're saying they're supposed to be. And thinking and seeing themselves outside of the trauma. I'm done there.
True. So I agree with you. It's definitely an economic thing. And when I hear people talk about the slavery thing, yeah, it's true and it's cool to vent and stuff like that. But what are we gonna do about it right now? And the answer is economics. I'm telling you straight up and down is economics. It's networking with other countries. Since we African American, let's go to Africa and let's talk economics and politics. So that's what's running the world today.
Hold on, excuse me. Why would we go to the enemy and create and build on that type of contract when their contract was already up, when they traveled over here with their white Slavs, their prisoners, their criminals, so that they could work off a debt. Why would we go to the enemy when we're prisoners of wars? And please, hold on. I did have another thing. Okay, no. Go ahead and answer my question, because I've been watching Brother Sanchez, so I did ask a question. Go ahead.
Because we're fighters, we're warriors. You understand? And we're not sitting around and lounging around and allowing people to tell us what to do and how to live economically. So what we're doing is being diplomats. We're being like the people who captured us by being diplomatic. Yeah, Africa is what you said that they are, right? But we're still going to do business with them. We're not in our feelings. Feelings are not facts. We're doing business. We're speaking business. They have resources. We're doing this economic thing, and they have resources we need. We trying to make money. Money equals economics.
But they stole our resources.
Listen. If you living in poverty, it's because
hold on.
Go ahead.
My ancestors were here from time immemorial. We had businesses, we had hotels, we had theaters, we had everything. And I understand that I may sound emotional. I'm very passionate because I've been in class and I've been researching for 3.5 years, right? Okay, so hold on, please. The my state, because I did have a question about what the brother said about something about not going in the direction of law, but just going in the direction of just having our own food. Yes, we have to go in the direction of law as well, because I am the law. The law is within the Constitution of Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, and excluding Indians not taxed. To be taxed, and I put all of this in the chat, to be taxed in etymology is to be touched, to be charged, to be assessed, to be put a burden upon. The upon word is mine, because it says to burden. I'm not to be any of those things. So they are not, according to their law, the way that they wrote this up, because we are speaking a foreign language. This is English. So back to my point, they are not to touch me and mine, my people, my ancestors, my lineage.
Okay, you're absolutely right. And maybe I said something to kind of like I didn't explain myself properly. Now, listen, when it comes to these matters that you're speaking to, that you're telling me about the law, yes, it's very, very highly important to know your rights. And you need to know that type of stuff. You do need to study the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and exercise your rights. Because if you don't know your rights, you're going to get them violated. I agree with you. Okay. But when it comes to that type of magical paperwork stuff that you and the sister was talking about, I've been down that rabbit hole, like I was trying to say, right? And I also identify people, normal people that have trust. Right, I would say like Europeans or just let's say wealthy people. That's how they operate. They have trust. They own nothing and control everything. So there's no difference.
You don't want to be wealthy.
They don't call themselves wars.
Listen,
hold on. Let me talk. I wasn't done. Listen,
hold on.
Just let me finish. I'll make it very short and sweet. It's going to be very short and sweet. They don't call themselves Moors. They don't say tribalism or nothing like that. All they're doing is operating in commerce and knowing exactly what they're doing. So I'll just leave it at that and talk to me.
So that's what I just was talking to you about, brother. And you acting like I was saying something crazy. So you have the ability to do that yourself with your own family. Your tribe, you know what a tribe is? That's something they even mocked after your family. A tribe is your family. Your family name is your tribe. So now when you want to operate a business, you get together, your family, hey, what do we want to do? Hey, let's do this. Yeah. This person's good at that. That person's good at that. Then you operate your business. You do the same thing that they're doing. They're not doing anything that you cannot do. You just say, oh, because they're rich, this and that, da. They're only rich because they know how to operate. They're trading and they're doing things legally in the correct way that they don't have to use these things. They're using funding. They're using credits. They don't have money. They came here broke as hell. The reason they came here was so they could get money. They use articles of incorporation, certificates of incorporation, and articles of participation, sir. And they set up their corporation to get funding off of the American people, brother. They're broke.
I say this, can I add on to
hold on, no. They just filed bankruptcy last year, year before last. Again, once again, they just filed bankruptcy again. They keep going broke. And they keep using us to bail themselves out. And we keep participating and playing around with these people, allowing them to get access to funding off of everything that belongs to us. And it's wrong. And you need to be doing it yourself. Your family needs to be doing the same thing, operating business within yourself, operating between each other people that have trust, have a group of people that are operating with their family. You get together. I'm putting y'all in what I'm doing in the private, but I'm going to say it right now since you asking like this. You get in the private, you get a certain group of people that you're all working with. You guys are doing business and you start operating together. Then you can start going internationally. You can actually go to the UN to trade with any company you want to when you have your shit together, brother. And that's a fact.
I have a question.
It's not a ghost theory.
Hold on for
so wait a minute. I was talking and I got cut off and I was answering the question and then I was, but to the sister that originally asked me the question, did I answer it or did you, we kind of got.
And I didn't cut you off.
Go ahead, finish, bro.
Okay, so I'm speaking about economics, and economics is the agenda. Like we need to become more economically correct and stronger. When I was talking about Africa and just networking as a
why Africa?
Economist, why Africa? Because those people look like us, and it'll be kind of more easier to do business with someone who look like you. It's a huge continent filled with resources.
Let the brother finish.
It's a huge continent filled with resources, and I can use $16,000 here and go to Africa and get 100 acres. I can do things, and the thing, and me spending my money there is economically correct.
So for the love of money, you'll leave your own land and go build something somewhere else.
I'm not leaving my own land.
Listen, you're right.
Listen, I'm not leaving my own land. I'm just traveling. No, look, listen, this is 2023. Okay? This is about capitalism. No matter where you go, you can't escape it.
You can't capitalize.
If you're talking about using documents, legal documents in business and EIN and trust, you're using the system. Right? You're playing the game.
You don't have to use the
I claim life is about monopoly. I claim this thing is about monopoly today, and we need to focus on that, because there will be no more poverty when you're thinking of economics, food, clothes, shelter, transportation, water, energy, medicine. We should own it all. Listen, if you own your own medicine, you don't need to buy their medicine. If you own your own housing, no one can take your house from you. If you own your own land, you see what I'm saying? So that's what we need to be talking about. What we need to focus on. And I'll stop right there.
Let me speak real fast. Hey, where you at, D-Red and Sanchez? I want to say this real fast before I go. Sanchez, you there? I want to say something that we usually say, because the sister and the brother both talking. They both saying, they both right. This is the problem though, right? We live on a planet full of killers. And if everybody's looking to take something, if you ain't strong enough to defend what you got, they come in to take it. That's just the way of the world. Slavery didn't start here. It was in different places all over the world. This thing happened to us, right? We're supposed to take this information we know to use it to empower us going forward. So you become a power by recognizing who your enemies were and what you need to do. So now we can do business here. We can do business in Africa. We can do business all over the world when we understand who we are and we move together as a unit, because you teach people how to treat you. You teach people how to treat you. So the thing is this, okay, we was enslaved. Okay, so now we got to do something about it. That don't mean we don't do business with Africa like everybody else is because of those resources. We just know who we are and what our standards are as a group. So in order to compete on a world scale, when you understand nature and how things operate, listen, if you ain't strong enough, they taking it. Fuck all the emotions. It's wartime. Wartime is finding what your position is and being able to defend it. So for too long, we argue about different points, but we get nothing done. And while we do that, immigrant groups come right into our community and say, oh, you don't want that? I'll take it. Oh, you're not buying that? I'll take it. Because we too busy using our history as a crutch and not using it to think futuristic to empower us going forward. So it don't matter what we say here. When we start saying, well, this is who we are, this is our standard, and this is where we're going from there. Because the time keeps slipping into the future. It's not going backwards. And that's all I'm saying.
So if we're not staying here building our foundations, right, amongst ourselves to have something solid, how can you just go and start doing something somewhere else? The focus should be getting our foundation set here first, where we're at, where our ancestors have always been, and where we'd like for our heritage to continue. When you have those things set up and situated, then you can then go forward and you can Go ahead, brother.
I agree with what you saying. I agree with what George saying. I say get your foundation set, period. I'm going to give an example, right? If you trying to go to the NBA or get into the league in America, some brothers might have to go play overseas first. So they can't establish themselves here in their own land till they go overseas and establish themselves. Some people come over here to America and play, and they come from other. I'm just showing you how whatever works for you, right? But other people have no problem coming to America, establishing themselves, and sending the wealth back to where they at too. So I think it can work both ways.
That's why I said you have to know who you are and have a standard. What is your standard?
But George.
But the standard.
You see what happens though. You see the language that, like, if the brother, I don't know the brother stance, the brother that was talking earlier, that was talking about going back to Africa. But if he traces his genealogy and that's where his genealogy takes him, why are we constantly saying we? You see what I'm saying? Our. So that means you're speaking for people who lineage may not be the same lineage as you. So it's because this becomes a religion.
Let me say something. I don't want to cut you. I'm brother Garth, by the way, right?
Okay, so, all right, brother.
In my eyes, it's not really an African thing. You feel me? I don't have those limitations. If you black, if you have some type of Afrocentric in you, it is what. Matter of fact, I rock with all people. Because I'm the original, right? And I love myself and I love all people. So that's my stance right there. So where I'm coming from is, like, I grew up in the hood. I grew up in Philadelphia, by the way. And I know some people who never left the goddamn hood. They never left the neighborhood. No, I'm in California. I'm in California right now.
Okay, I'm in Philly now. That's where I'm
okay. From. But so you should know, you should know some people who that don't leave the neighborhood.
Never.
Or never ever leave the neighborhood.
It's like that everywhere, man. It's like that everywhere.
So I personally, I travel. I've been to Cancun. I'm Jamaican. I've been to Jamaica. I've been all over, right?
Oh yeah, you Jamaican. You've been everywhere.
Yeah, I've been everywhere. So that's a part of my culture. So I'm just saying that I think outside the box. I'm just like the European, how he's a travel the world and a conqueror. I think like that too as well. And we should think like that. So I'm not limited to just one place.
I agree. No,
and if you're trying to get money.
Yeah, but I was saying, no, brother, and I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is the language we use is what keeps us divided, and it keeps us like spinning our wheels on the hamster wheel. Because it's like dealing with Israelites. They'd be like all blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. You see the language. So then when a brother comes around and say I ain't no damn Israelite, guess what? Now it's a problem. Now it's division. You see what I'm saying? Because now so now these dudes want to convince this dude that this is who he is. You see what I'm talking about? So
exactly.
We've got to learn to say, okay, brother, this is what you is, okay, but so how can we get this done? You see, like not trying to always tell motherfuckers who the fuck they are. You see, this is why I say it becomes a religion. Just like an Israelite on the corner telling motherfuckers who they are, this is what it becomes. It becomes everybody trying to tell everybody who they are.
Right.
And then it gets us to one where it gets no damn where.
You know, I think we should throw that in the trash. Like we should throw that in the trash. That's like mental slavery. We should throw that in the trash because it divides us. Like what you're saying, it does divide us.
Hey, Red, you know what we've been saying for years, Red? This is the thing with us here in the Americas, right? From here to the Caribbean. And let's just say our indigenous black. I'm gonna put that on the table for a minute. Let's just say our indigenous black folks got a strong movement and really start getting stuff moving, and was really bringing documents to the table nationally, where it became a thing. You know where most of black people start shifting to? Over there. Whoever's bringing something tangible to the table that people believe that they can be a part of, that's where our people are going to go. That's all groups. 90% of white people are deaf, dumb, and blind. They listen to what the 10% tell them what to do, how to think, what to eat, and everything. So the thing is, if you're not providing a template for the people to follow, they're not going to follow you. So that's why we get into all these different arguments about who is who, what is what. What happens is, listen, in this aspect of nature, you have to bring your thing to the table for people to be able to consume it. Other than that,
brother George, right?
I think George Macon is a very reasonable dude. I've been listening in the back, and I just had to come up because he says something that I completely resonate with, which is all of these concepts that we're coming up with, we gotta take it to the people, because if we're just gonna use it as content for YouTube and, you know, collect a little bit of money and all of that, I think we are doing a disservice. And another thing too that we really got to be mindful of, right? I was in a room in Clubhouse and it had like 10,000 people coming in and out. And it was all about waking people up to the indigenous Aboriginal perspective.
Clubhouse was that?
Yeah. So, but as the you know, it was on for like a couple days, but it just didn't sit right when I saw a lot of Africans come in the room, and it's clearly they don't really understand, because they were told that everybody comes from Africa, right? That was what they learned in school, but it just didn't sit right watching how we were like tearing them down, and they really don't even know nothing. It became like bullying in a sense. And I think that if we're just aiming our information and our knowledge at just beating up Africans and not really taking this information to people and letting them know that, yeah, we are Aboriginal to America, it's getting misdirected. And for me, I can't really co-sign that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's some people's point. Yeah, some people, what is it? It's how you say it, not what you say. And some people, you know, just have different ways of getting their opinion across. But honestly, what I was really hoping we was gonna get to, right, was when we're talking about the system, breaking free from the system, right? Or are we, and we need the steps. Like, what are the steps a 13-year-old takes before that 13-year-old has kids in their own family? Like, what are the steps? Do they go and get a social security number for their newborn babies? How do we progress to truly getting so-called free from the man out of the system? I believe we truly have to work within it. I think that we do have to go get good grades. I think we do have to go get this knowledge back, this stolen knowledge. They call it college. They're selling us back our stolen information.
I agree with you, though. So a lot of people would disagree with you, but I agree with you.
Because this will really help everyone. I'm from the island of Antigua. I was brought here by my grandmother, my great-grandmother. So first of all, I'm not too sure about slavery, but I know we were in war. That for sure I could tell you. My mama, we call her mama. She's like the village lady. We were raised in a village where we owned our own crops and vegetables. Our elders in our village told us we fought for our freedom. And when we won, it became what Brother Sanchez calls indentured servitude, where equality now, okay, first I want to say there's something called propaganda. And propaganda is very big. And from what I'm hearing, Germany and a lot of places use propaganda in radio, in literature, to fool a lot of people. I can remember they had us writing in school, and this is really, we could really go to the lawyer with this. They had us in school pretending we were slaves on an actual boat, and they told us to write a story about what it would be like that if you were caught from Africa, from West Africa, they told us what location, we had to write a story about what it would be like to be brought here as a slave. And I could tell you, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Do you understand how evil that is? Like,
I was just gonna say that though.
That's the reason. That's the reason why I brought that up, because in school, a lot of the literature, Manly P. Hall, and all of these books that they say comes from the 1800s. I'm very sure if you get our books from our high schools called the SBAs, it's called the subject-based assessment book, and you read these little excerpts from us, it will be word for word plagiarized to sell the whole slavery story. Now, follow me for a minute. Now, if you're selling the slavery propaganda, one of the first propaganda tools is your eyes. So it will be the location. It will be your geographical location and how they entertain you with that. So they, of course, why not? You have an empty highway, build a couple, plant a couple cotton, and keep the cotton in the minds of the people. So every time they drive past, they can remember they were a slave. This is all propaganda. In my mind, this is all propaganda based on the fact that in school they had us writing about slavery that we weren't a part of. You go to my place where they have artifacts. They still telling us that we're Mayan and we have our pottery and we have all of this weaving work. That's the first thing. The second thing is I lost all my documents. And I could tell you, I've been asking people that tell me they know $1,200 package and how to get your freedom. I have no documents in this country. I'm probably about to be found right now saying this, but I don't care because this is for my people. I'm undocumented in this country. I have 4 children born here. I'm Antiguan. And I could tell you, since I got the knowledge of who I was, flat motherfucking power, since I got the knowledge of who I was, these motherfuckers give me everything I ask for, family. I take care of my family by myself. Not that I want to, but I want you to know your freedom is attainable. And if you don't go blabbering your mouth and acting inappropriate, you can really moor your shit, whether you're a moor or not. You have to growth and development yourself so that you can find your way through this whole thing, because they lying to me too. I could tell you half of my country was built by men way longer or later than 1800s. My Antigua looks like the Phoenician, like Turkey. You pull up Antigua on the map, and I'm sure you guys know about Antigua. You look at the Antigua thing, it's nothing in no 1800s, bro. My daddy built a house by hand, and all the men built the house by hand, and they never went to no school. School was considered laziness. We had to work. You feel me? So I'm not sure about slavery, but I know we was in war, and war brings propaganda, and propaganda bring unrest. And before anything, we need to just love each other. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for listening, guys.
Thank you. And with what you just said too, the same thing go with his story, right? They keep telling us the history, check the history. The same thing that she was talking about with the propaganda. Look it up. Look up the etymology of the propaganda, specifically on that. And look up his story, right? They keep telling us history. History is HISSTORY. That would be his story. They tell us his Tory, TORY. Look up Tory. A Tory is a parliamentary story that they push the propaganda. All of the documents that they create to push this story of propaganda that the sister was just speaking about, she is so on point with that, because all of that is parliamentary Tory. Look up Tory. What Sanchez, if you can, if you feel like it, please pull it up. Look up what is Tory, TORY, and it will tell you exactly that. They tell you right in your face that is his story, just like they tell you in the reservations, is reserving a nation of people. That's what the reservations are. The citizens that they brought them over to sit us in. They are citizens. They tell you what these things are. The etymological words, when you break them down, you'll understand what they're doing. And like the sister said, it's alchemy. It literally is spellbinding on the mind. This is what a lot of this stuff is. The pictures they put up, that picture with the guy with the that you was showing with the things on the back, with the marks all on the back.
With Peter, yeah.
All that is PTSD that they put on our mind to make us, so horrible. We came from nothing. We're nothing. We never had nothing. This is this is so wrong for them to do this to us. It is torture and it's lies, because that is not true. We had all the riches and everything here before these people came in, slaughtering us, killing us, murdering us, and taking over our stuff. Not only taking over our names and everything. There's a story where these people came in, move after they done got and ran us out the place, out of a town. They done moved these people in. They literally laying in people's beds, wearing their shoes and stuff. This is how deep it is. They talked about this stuff.
They still doing it
Man,
now.
still
Oh my
now.
God. You guys watch CSI. You guys watch these shows. They show you that. You guys go and look at the old photos. These people are wearing, the Pope is wearing a woman's dress, family. They're wearing clothes that don't belong to them from dead people. That is mental illness. Mental illness. To go and kill people, wear their clothes, call yourself their name. What? Who does that? Listen, I am right now about to find my way home to get my land back. Finland came and took my land from me. So I could tell you guys, listen, this shit is deep. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, they're living in my house right now, pretending to be my father. That's dead. You guys don't understand how serious this is. These people are sick. They're sick.
So what's the solution? The brother was asking for steps, and I think the two sisters that I was speaking with, they brought up two important aspects, because I said that we suffer from a lack of knowledge, and one of those things that we need to educate ourselves with is just the law. Period. Knowing your rights. If you don't know your rights, you will get your rights violated. So
that's right.
That's definitely one of those steps.
Well, another solution.
I do have a list right here that I just wrote down. And I can also copy and paste all of my sources in the chat so that no one's thinking that I'm a liar. So the 101s is what I learned is do your genealogy. That means, yes, you do have to go down to the vital statistic records building. And unfortunately, through fraudulent, nefarious ways and commerce, Anglo-American laws, get your Federal Reserve notes and do that $20, $25, however the charge is, because it's a charge, and acquire the long form birth certificate and or the census paper. I have done this, and that goes into the reclassification of what Walter Ashley Plecker did to our people, the Aborigine Americans, the AKA the so-called Indians, because that's what they called us, because we were speaking Proto-Mayan and they did not want to understand it. And like Alakain, that's Proto-Mayan. That means the light in me honors the light in you. Okay, let me continue. And I did put Walter Ashby Plucker in the chat. Study etymology. That's the root of the word, where these English words formed from Latin. The Bouvier Dictionary, the A-Dript, the Undript, House Congress Resolution 331, the Constitution, more specific, like I stated before, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, and excluding Indians not taxed, the Delaware Treaty, Northwest Ordinance, the birth certificate from the ABA website, the American Business Associate, I think it's Associate, please correct me if need be, and or you will see it in the chat. Constitutional law, because that's the Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. Study constitutional laws, not civics, not how to be a citizen. Okay, and I'm gonna get to that in a minute. The Indian Act, the naturalization, forced assimilation, eugenics, genocide, 18 U.S. Code 1091, conspiracy against rights, 18 U.S. Code 956, deprivation of rights under the color of law, 18 U.S. Code 242. I understand that the young people, the young folks may want to get into whatever their hobby is, whatever their interest is. I am not saying that they can't do that because I'm studying art and all this other stuff. I am studying constitutional law because that's one of the ways that I'm going to address these Ajatisca folks, aka these pale people and so-called African people. They're the barbarians because that continent is from Barbaria. This is what I'm studying. So that's just a bit of the 101s of what the young people need to be studying, because when you know who you are, you know how to articulate yourself to these people. Like every single day I go out to the grocery store, even though it may not be a huge win for my people, I am challenging this jurisdiction. Their jurisdiction is commerce, these fraudulent notes, these promissory notes.
Facts.
So, and I do have proof. However, I don't want to disrespect Brother Sanchez. I do have proof when I go into these grocery stores and these pet places and spaces. I record them as they record all of my people and all of the so-called Black people that go into their stores. I state that I'm not under the jurisdiction of the United States. And according to the Constitution of Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, and excluding Indians not taxed, to be taxed in etymology is to be charged, is to be assessed, is to be touched. I'm not to be any one of those things. And please do not confuse me with Native Americans, because they are under the jurisdiction of Title 25, the $5 Indians. They are foreigners and immigrants who invaded our lands. I'm not to be confused with them. So I am not to pay taxes. That is the double charge of what taxes is in etymology. Taxes is the charge. So I'm not supposed to be going into these grocery stores. If I do want to, if I have yet to even grow my stuff, which I should be, however, there's here, no there, shoulda, coulda, woulda, I should not have to be paying any type of notes or bartering for any of this. They are on my lands, my ancestral lands. So I'm owed. And it's not about reparations. I'm not Black. I was reclassified. My people was reclassified, but that doesn't make me Black. So
let me ask you this.
Yes.
And I definitely respect your passion, and I'm equally as passionate as you. But based upon my research, that's what inspires me to ask you a question like this. Like, these people, they do not honor, treaties. They don't honor anything. Like, if there's no camera present, you're definitely about to get violated. You see? So, in what way, by embracing that information pertaining to, being indigenous, how is that going to, stop me from getting shot when I'm driving down the street and I'm talking a little bit too rough to a person that pulled me over? How is that going to stop me?
The answer to that.
Can I answer that real quick?
Yeah.
Who's that? I think somebody actually just said something very low. They said they were trying to say something, so I'm sorry because I know I've been speaking. Was that a gentleman? It sounded like was
when they capture me. How am I going to get released? Like, you
know the answer to that, because we can't expect that dishonorable people are gonna honor anything. These people, based on what we observe, only respect one thing. And we all know what that one thing
money, is. Economics, which is economics.
Violence. Well, not even that, violence.
Talk to me. Oh.
Violence. That's been the history of our experiences. When we've been going to war with them, when we've been going at it with them, we understand this. So I got Moorish brothers. Listen, one of my friends was part of the whole Moorish American. And I'm not saying that we were Moors or any of that. I'm just saying that these people do not honor paperwork, wordings, legal ramblings. They understand the ancient.
They don't, but it is good to know their law.
It's
good to know their code, though. But yeah,
you have to understand their
even
culture.
Though we know they won't respect
peaceful
us.
People. We are respectable people. We are honorable people. We can't project that onto these other people who come from a culture of warfare and domination.
If I can just jump on top of that. So, brother, you're right.
Hold on, brother. Can I get in what I was trying to say? I had stopped to let him
But the sister was talking, and I think
can I say what I was about to say real quick?
For sure. Everybody just take a minute. For sure.
Go ahead.
No, you first, Gwen. No,
it's on you.
Yeah, it's on you. Yep.
Well, I wanted to say something in response to what the sister was saying, and then somebody was saying something about the law, real quick. When it comes to that, if you are protected, all that, they're going to do this and that to me, they don't when you have your paperwork in order. I'm going to say this. I'm going to use myself as an example, right? I have been pulled over before, right? And when I was pulled over, I was first thing they asked you, can I get the driver's license, this and that, or whatever. I don't use a driver's license. I don't operate with a driver's license, first off, because I choose not to work for the Department of Transportation. Because when you get a driver's license, that's what you're doing. Whether you know it or not, you guys need to really read what it is you're filling out when you're filling out these applications. They trick you into signing. But either way,
right.
I don't want to be a participant of the Department of Transportation, so I refuse to have a driver's license, right? So when I was pulled over, the officer requested a driver's license. I said, well, I don't use driver's license. He looked at me like I was crazy. Well, let me have your name. I gave him my name. He went to his vehicle and came back with what? A beet red face, because he could do nothing. Why? Because it's two things. Number one, anyone that is a person that is standing in their correct status, first off, you know the law. You're gonna know that you don't have a right to even question me or pull me over, officer. You had no reason to pull me over unless there was some type of emergency. If you do pull me over, I'm not required to have a driver's license because I'm a traveler. The only person that's required to have a driver's license is the person that is operating in commerce with their vehicle. This is what a driver's license is for. But they trick people into believing that they need one. That's a whole nother story. So when he asked me this, the next thing that is validated, right? Because I have my trust and I have everything on file with the county, so they don't play with me and they know what's going on. And I got my seal effect. I have my declaration on status with the state, and I have a gold seal for them accepting it and acknowledging it. Okay. So when an officer went and checked and ran my name, right? You know what comes up because I'm registered under the county? That I have a trust. Also, that I have a fee schedule attached to my name. Also, if he violates me or trespasses against me as a natural woman, he gonna pay out his ass. So you know what he did? Okay, ma'am, I'm gonna let you go without a warning or a ticket. Oh, I know you is, because you know better, because you're gonna pay. So it's important. This paperwork is important, whether y'all know it or not. I'm
Absolutely. And
speaking from
sister,
experience and
can I
knowing
ask you a
what
question?
protects you and knowing what
I don't drive without a license either.
Hey,
Yeah.
sister, can I ask you a question? Can you post,
for real,
sister,
for
can
I
you
don't
post
drive
in the
without a
main chat?
license either.
Let me just ask this real quick.
Go ahead, brother.
Sister, can you post in the other sister, Aborigine American, post an itemized list of what you just said we need in the main chat?
You gotta correct your status. You gotta
Yeah.
put your
No, I'm
status.
asking them to literally like post an itemized list 1 through 8 of what they labeled off we need. And then the other sister was naming off the 101s and the actual constitutional codes we need to know. The people listening need that information in the main chat. But yeah, that's it. Y'all got it.
And real quick to the sisters, I'm doing a woman's build. I would appreciate if both of you guys could reach out to me. If you had the time, that would be fine. But I put my information in the back directly to you ladies. So check that out for me if you can.
I did. I'm saving your information right now, and I am I am posting all of the links in this chat, and I will do my best to post it in the YouTube chat as well, if that's what you were stating, young
Yeah,
masculine.
absolutely. Yes, the YouTube chat. Yeah, yep.
And there was a question that the sister answered. I don't know if that was still directed towards me, if the question was answered.
Yes.
No, I don't. I meant by the young masculine slash. Well, yeah, the young masculine, because I don't know if you've done your genealogy. I can't call you a firekeeper yet.
I am.
Yeah.
Oh, the gentleman I interrupted. I'm sorry, young man, the one that was.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was, he said that, violence.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that was the answer. You guys kind of made me lose my train of thought when it comes to the question that I was asking you. I was asking about the paperwork. How is that going to stop me from driving down the street and getting, shot down? And I guess the sister said, like, you got to have a fee schedule and you got to be registered with the county. What if I drive out of the county? And especially I don't have a license and I'm in a car. Sister, is your vehicle licensed in insured, registered and insured?
Brother,
because if not, the vehicle would have been getting towed that day. It's just no, because
we understand.
Bro, I don't even go through. I drive without a license. Listen,
like, you already, it ain't gonna work for you. It might work for her. Like we understand.
Right. Listen, man.
I drive. You gotta be respectful, man. Wherever you go, just be respectful to the police. You don't have to worry about getting shot.
Bro, because I drive without a license.
So no, well, that's what I'm talking. That's where I'm coming at.
Excuse me. Yeah, let me speak to you real quick, brother. I drive without a license, right? I use my passport and I drive, and my shit is insured, and I got license plates and all that. Because I'm not the type of person to go through all the struggle and the wildness. Because these police out here, they don't know the law. They're very ignorant. You know what I'm saying? They just trying to get a job, trying to feed their family because they everyday people like you and me, but they just put on a uniform and then they some of them transform into Superman and some of them are respectful, but you don't know. You understand what I'm saying? Now it depends on you. You could be the type of brother or sister to go ahead and not do anything, because you know all that is dealing with contracts, dealing with the Department of Transportation, and that's an executive branch, by the way. I'm here to talk a little bit of law. This is Greens Gatlin, Peace Sanchez, everybody. You know I ain't been on here in a while. You know, flat motherfucking power to everybody, to all brothers and sisters out there. But real quick, you know what I'm saying? That's just the way I move. I just move with my passport because you know what I'm saying. It's still kind of corporate, but it's more of a, because there's two type of United States we're talking about here. We got the District of Columbia, and then we got the Republic, United States of America. And there's different type of constitutions out there. So when the sister gives the details, I you know, she said she got her information, and she'll probably tell you which constitution, whether it's state or federal or whichever state you in, because there's different types of constitutions. There's the Constitution of the United States and there's the United States Constitution, and there's two differences of that. So we got to understand the separation of government. And just to brief it up, because I'm about to, you know, let everybody cut in, you know what I'm saying? I think the resolutions of us understanding that this government is only 200 and something years old, and we fell out of our mind state of our way of living before this, our way of thinking before this. So we all got to understand we fell under a deep sleep. And as far as slavery goes, slavery been around. I can't name a race that have not been slave in a paradigm of a time period, whether it would be, I'm gonna talk religiously just to get through the time periods quick, whether it be an Egyptian culture in the 10,000 BCs or, you know, Islam culture in the beginning of your Old Testament, or the Christianity culture during the Rosicrucian times and things of that nature, because there was also white slaves too, with my family in Barbados, and my mom's and them is from Guyana, South America. And in Barbados, they used to call the indentured servants over there red legs, because the sun used to beat up on their legs and they used to get red all the time, and they was picking cotton too. So it's more of an indentured servant thing. And if y'all want to get deeper into that, y'all should look at the Dutch East Indian Company and the Dutch West Indian Company, and these where you're gonna see a whole bunch of indentured servitudes and marks of slavery, because this been around for a long time.
All races, absolutely.
Yes, I digress on that.
Absolutely, that's part of the deciphering of the fictional part in the restoration of what they did when they were changing things around and reconstructing, so on and so forth. Because the West India Dutch Company are the one that were bringing these immigrants and things in because they wanted them to till the lands. They needed them to fill the parishes so that they could create these reservations so they could reserve these people as citizens. So now they have these natives that they have on the lands, and they can put these things into under them, have them sign the treaties and all that stuff. The ones that they brought over, they used them to do the agriculture and, you know, the work in the factories and all this stuff, so that they be able to send things over and help colonize the other lands, because there's records on that as well, where they were sending all the things over for these people to be able to get the particular areas together.
Hey, well, let me say this too. I'm jumping off. As I said before, we live on a planet full of killers. Slavery is not new to what happened to us here. But one thing I will say, when we talk about all other groups here on this land here, in this hemisphere, what happened to us here happened to us longer, and no other group been through what we've been through. The indigenous Black folks here in America is not even comparable. Even after slavery, what we had to go through from so many different laws and things that wasn't enforced. So I'm not really into, well, it was indigenous, now all other groups were slave, fuck them. I'm talking about us and what happened to us here and what we had to fight for even after slavery and still now. So it's not comparable. But a lot of us have a 5th degree black belt, and knowing what happened to us, now is our job to do something about it. It's our job now to know that ain't nobody coming to save us. Either you're going to make it happen or you're going to get ate, period. You're going to continue to keep getting consumed. So we just got to do something about it. That's all I want to say. Thanks for having me on, Sanchez. I'm gone.
Yeah, I want to add too right quick,
Peace,
man.
brother.
Peace, brother. Much respect.
After the young man stated that he wanted to add, I'm going to answer that question to the best of my ability about what do you do about, you know, getting pulled over by the gangbangers, because that's what they are. They're gangbangers. Then I yield.
Okay, so just to let me say, she was talking to me though, but go ahead.
I was the one mentioning about adding something, but I just want to say something real quick. On our recent situation, basically, you know what I mean? You know, we were so-called emancipated, freed, for the people that believe that narrative, that we were so-called emancipated, meaning to be free. But like the ladies were suggesting, if we look into the etymology of the word, we'll learn a lot. So when you look up the etymology of the word emancipate, it actually means to be transferred as property. So when you take that into consideration, and you understand that when they say that we was emancipated, actually they're saying that we was actually enslaved, then you could probably have a clear understanding of what the lady was talking about as far as like the system goes and how we was entrapped into the system and how that relates to the Bureau of Land, I forget the exact name of it,
BLM, the Bureau of Land Management.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So you will understand how when they say they confiscated our lands and all that type of stuff, and then you follow that's how the Congress got set up, and then we basically we allowed them to use our land as collateral for us to get payments back from it, which is how they set up the Federal Reserve and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? And then with the Freeman Bank and all that, when everything was on gold, when they crashed the market on that, you know what I mean, to where they started giving us money because money's supposed to be free to us because it was accredited for the money, the stuff that we gave them to establish their system. But it's a whole lot of stuff involved in it. But my main point was I haven't heard anyone mention this about emancipation actually means to be transferred as a slave.
Exactly.
You know, actually be transferred as property, basically. You know what I mean? So that's
and
how
on what you said, Wisdom, real quick on what Wisdom's saying, with that too, remember you are property too. You're considered as chattel property. You're also listed as agriculture. So when you see agriculture and all these things, that's talking about you as well. And that's trading your birth certificate. The number that's on there, that's a registration number for the stock market. It goes back to your trade. It all goes back to the Treasury because we're not supposed to pay anything. Like you said, since 1933, it's been in effect since the New Deal. So what they've been doing ever since they manipulated everything with the paperwork and put us into the trust of the so-called emancipation, we're on paperwork now. This is when you hear people talk about the straw man and all this other man. That's what the straw man is. It's actually a nativity of you. They have taken your birth certificate, right? And they have a nativity that they created at your birth certificate. You have your little footprints on it. I know everybody remembers having this. The nativity is actually what they use to create the straw man with the birth certificate because it registers back to the state. Each state gets a document. This is why it has a registration number on your birth certificate because it goes back to the state. So now the state has you as their property. And until you emancipate yourself, take the control of your property. This is what a trust does. When you emancipate yourself, you're removing the authority from them because now they have something called fiduciary responsibilities. And that's a responsibility the state has to take care of the person that is up under their ordinance. So now when you have yourself together, the funding that is sent to your state for you are able to go directly to the Treasury Department to get your funding when you have everything set up in the proper order. When you're doing this is setting up your governance. This is what I'm talking about.
Can I say something? So that
when I finish real quick. So you have the control.
And let me go after you, brother.
All right.
Yeah, so you have the control this. So that nativity, they took it, right? They have something called the Guthrie card. They have the DNA of every person. All this old DNA, we're checking it goes to here today. They got everybody DNA since they started doing this. They have it under the Guthrie card. So they've been taking it. They know your ancestors by the DNA because they got it already in the system. They use mental games with people with all this nonsense. They take your placenta. They cut the woman's placenta, the placenta from the baby when the baby is birthed, right? Because it deprives the child of a third of the oxygen to their brain. They are literally cutting off a piece of the life of the child and creating the nativity. They take a piece of that placenta, and they actually have it. They keep this stuff, y'all. They got our DNA. They keep this stuff because this is the falsity of you. They create this under a sorcery. These people are like literally crazy. They create this under a sorcery. This is what the nativity is because it creates the false you that they are able to incorporate. Now, your mom, unbeknownst to her, when she was on her deathbed, because when you give birth, you're closer to death than you'll ever be. When she was on her deathbed, they had her sign this birth certificate, right? She didn't know it. When you look on your birth certificate, look at your mom's signature. You know what it's going to say next to it? That she was an informant. Now you are an enemy of the state because her being an informant, when she had a child, putting you on that birth certificate made you an enemy of the state. This is why they are using you as property because they're acting like you're not a part of what you are. If that makes sense. I'm sorry. I'm saying a lot because of what Wisdom said. He just brought a lot back to my mind, but I'm trying to hurry up.
Brother.
And I hope that makes sense.
No, we needed that, sis. That was powerful.
Yeah, so that knowledge, like I have to keep, I hate to be like this, but I had to let you guys know that man, you're gonna study that information. She just said you can take the bond and take it to the treasury and all that. I'll give $100 to any one of y'all that could show me, that could find any person in America that has successfully done that, and they're rich now, and they took their money and got the bond money, and they living a great life. I pay anybody that can find somebody living like that. I'll give you $100 right now. Yeah,
it's a term called a trust fund baby, though. But it's a term called trust fund baby. So
$100 for you right now.
I agree with you, brother. Let me ask you this. I agragree with you.
Now, what do you think?
Get in my class and you can get your own. That part.
Let me ask you something real quick. Like I know you.
I must know something, right?
I know you got a mind of your own, so it's gonna take you to think about this on your own, right? Have you ever thought about how they give you money when you go get a loan or something like that, or when you go get a car loan or anything? Have you ever considered how that actually
works? Brother, you're speaking about a negotiable instrument, which is UCC.
Okay, cool. Hold on. Cool. I'm not trying to insult that you don't know. Actually, I'm glad you know. So that don't have
he asked the question, but he know it all.
So that's good. That's good. Now you know that. So you say it's called a negotiable instrument. Okay. So now a negotiable instrument is basically just a contract, an agreement, which is a trust.
Trust, right? Yeah.
Okay, cool. So now, in order to tap into your trust, what they would call to be able to get into this warehouse money, warehouse lending, because that's what banks do. It's a thing called warehouse lending. And in order to be the broker, in order to become tap into that warehouse lending, you have to be a financial institution. You create a financial institution by creating a trust. When you create a trust, you are creating your own bank. When you create your own bank, you create your own rules according to commerce. So once you do this, now you have legal standing to actually go directly into your own trust. So you don't need a mortgage or this or that. You can go directly to get this, what they call credit, because it's not money. They're giving you credit based on your signature. You know what I mean? So like when you just look into the simple things of what's going on, you'll have a better understanding of what's going on.
All right, you're right. You're right. You hear me?
Your
You're
signature
right.
is worth
I agree with both of you.
You're right.
I know you guys
all right. We missing a few pointers here. I'm
go ahead, bro.
I might have. Okay, cool.
I was next though, but let me just say.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. Out of respect. Go ahead, God.
I want to take it from where George Macon left off, which is we know so much about the history and what happened, and we are. Well, I don't want to say we, but we do got to focus on the future because the future is important, right? So when I say the blockchain can create a decentralized form of commerce to where we control our assets, and I'm talking about our homes. And you know what's crazy? Like I found out that you can make your home an NFT. Shit's crazy. And people always talk about fiat currency. Well, our government is getting ready to get rid of fiat. They finna crash the dollar any year now. But the blockchain, we bringing it back to the days of bartering. That's what smart contracts are. Like this is the future. We talking technology now. And I will say, this technology will govern our lives. We're talking about AI and the knowledge of it. And this knowledge will further expand the haves from the have-nots. So arm yourself with this knowledge. ChatGPT, learn it, use it. We're talking about Aboriginal or Indigenous or even Pan-Africans. However you fall, the blockchain can and will preserve your cultural heritage. Like, we learning so much, right? But are we really writing any of this stuff down? You could put this stuff on the blockchain and it will be there forever. This is how history was erased. We wasn't recording nothing, but now we have the technology to actually store these information. All right, what else? We could talk about food.
How you
right,
put stuff on the blockchain, brother? Because
I mean,
all the stuff you can do, but how do you do that to a common person?
History was
Believe
always
it or not,
recorded.
we on YouTube right now, right? You could go on YouTube and you could actually watch videos on what the blockchain is and how to use it. We got to start utilizing these technologies. We can't just
it's like digital blocks. It's like digital blocks of information for your neighborhood. To answer the question, imagine your neighborhood, right? And each house is a block, and that's digital information that you put in there and store in that
NFT that the government can't
non-fungible token
because that's your contract.
Y'all talking like a nigga. Y'all talking like everybody know this, like this common knowledge. It's not common knowledge.
Yeah, that's why I had to break it down.
It's not common knowledge.
That's why I'm saying that.
I want to tell the brother something, man. The brother.
But yo, OG was dropping some real knowledge. He just, I don't know if it probably went right over your head, but OG was dropping that knowledge.
He was. One mic.
Hold on, man. I know y'all are offended by me asking the question about what you said. I simply asked, how do you do what you're saying? You should be happy as hell to be like, yo, bro, you got to go on this, you got to do this, you got to do that. Woo. Kick my ass because I'm asking. Like, oh, you dumb ass.
I'm gonna give it to you, OG.
I'm giving you the best advice. Like, I'm giving you believe it. This is the best advice I could give you. Go on YouTube and type in what is the blockchain. You're gonna see hundreds of videos pop up, and they're gonna break it down so easily and concise. You will understand what it is, and then from there, you could use it to utilize other areas that you are interested in. Do you want to start a business? Or you just go on YouTube, type it in. You want to learn how to trade Bitcoin? You go in and type it in. You want to know how to start your business? You want to know how to fund your business? You want to know how to grow your food? You go on here and you type it in. It will pop up and it will explain. The world, not the world. The sky is the limit. It all depends on what you specifically want to do.
Explain to OG real quick. OG, it's like this. You thinking about a business now. Usually, just think about back in the day when you think of a business, you write it down, right? You write down the title of your business, the mission statement, what the plan and what the business is, right? All right. Well, this is it. This is it digitally on the computer. Like, what would you say? Word perfect for people who how to type up drafts or papers for school or whatever like that. But this one is called contract, and it has functions. So there's, I ain't gonna get too technical now, but it's the same thing like writing down your business and your mission statement and everything. There's a contract that's already formulated. So there's a business, just like there's a business formula. Market your business, get your product, market it. Get your customers. There's the same thing for a digital contract. There's functions for it. So there is, buy, pay, sell, and then you create the contract. It's just the same thing as doing the business, but you're doing it online digitally.
Okay, so that sounds like that's something you could do independently from the government.
Right, and you could do it with pictures. You could do it.
It ain't no solution there. Why y'all ain't just doing it?
No, people are doing it. Absolutely. People are doing coins.
But hey, to be honest, I had a question for OG, because the type of information you just shared, I could tell your stuff. All right. And to answer your question pretty fast, like as far as NFTs and stuff like that, that's not really going to help our people progress financially anytime soon. You feel me? The problem that we're having right now is economics. It's a financial situation. What we do with our money. You understand? And if we don't wisen up no time soon, we're going to be like the bottom class of the earth.
So what
you saying? Yeah, go ahead. I got it.
So we need to own and control. We need to own things and control things. We need to own and control more. You understand?
Okay,
because
like what kind of things? Like you still speaking vaguely. Like what
economics,
kind of
food.
Kind of things we need to control?
Yes, sir. Here we go right now. Here we go. You ready? You ready?
Yeah.
Food, clothes, shelter, transportation, water, energy, medicine, education. When you own your own education, your own school, you ain't nobody teaching your kids about like all this
land,
ABCD, GQ, LY. Land. When you got your own.
This is economics, though. I want to correct that. This is the economy of the future we're talking about that you could use right now.
Yeah, but brother, what I'm saying is, if we all focus on that right now, I don't see
this is literally the solution.
Focus on
it's a part of it. Okay, look, my bad.
If we don't get ahead of this thing, we're gonna be so far behind. This shit is gonna be crazy.
We already are. It's already crazy. Now, here's my whole thing, right? But y'all know about blockchains and like, listen. Ethereum, right? Listen, the little white boy teenager that built Ethereum in his mom's basement, whatever, right? When you look up, like Zab said, you can type in anything, how to do this for dummies, how does this work, and fill in the blank, right? On anything, YouTube, Google it, Bing, right? Yeah, anything, Bing it, right? Here's my point.
How to grow your
the little white boy that built Ethereum, which is one of the biggest blockchains, they trying to get him out of there like they did Snapchat. Not Snapchat, Cash App boy, right? But he's smart enough to know, go ahead, take everything. I just want my few hundred millions and I'm good and I'll fade away. But he went to school to learn that stuff. So what I'm saying is, when we giving out and we having these conversations, people are listening for steps, standard operating procedure on how we get to this area of freedom. So are we going to school? Are we getting good grades? Are we paying for college to get to this level? Or are we just not going to pay our rent and we're going to build our house from scratch in the wilderness? And we can't do that if we don't understand how to do that. So what are we doing? Are we going to trade school to gain the knowledge to build these resources?
That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
So that's what people are really listening to.
We got to teach our children about embracing the technology. We got to steer them into it.
Wait a minute.
See, I'm infiltrate the system, in my opinion.
I'm saying throw the technology away, right? That's just hear me out. Thank you. Look, the reason why I say that is because it doesn't belong to us. Let me talk. He asked me why. Let me answer his question. It doesn't belong to us.
One mic.
It doesn't. Look, listen, brother. It doesn't belong to us. It's not ours. We didn't create it. And I'm talking about being creators. I'm talking about. Damn, man. Goddamn.
We did.
I'm talking about.
I want you to push that.
I'm talking about owning things. I'm talking about, if anything, we own our own blockchain. You understand?
And you can, that's the point. Learn it. We got to do our own, and that's the beauty of it. You don't got to go under their system. The whole point is the blockchain allows you to create your own system, your own currency, your own way to.
What do you do when they turn the internet off? When they turn the internet off,
they can't turn it on and off. There is no turning on and off. It doesn't work like that. You can't just turn the shit like.
I got a solution.
God damn, this shit is crazy.
Yeah, but I think we need to.
The older gentleman, he knocked on the. If Brother Sanchez could pull up the Emancipation Proclamation, it gives you not only the problem, but just like every troglodyte, he really ever do anything and don't tell you how he gonna fix it, right? So in the Emancipation Proclamation that the older gentleman, thank you so much, sir, brought up, after George Washington said people were free and niggas supposed to be celebrating, barbecuing and shit, the rest of it says, to the freed person, and this is why I'm happy Sanchez brought this up. Was there slavery? You know what I mean? Let's go back home to the question. Was there slavery? Because he said, to the freed person, I advise you, just like Donald Trump when he came before the pandemic, and he said, everybody that's free, please go inside and mind your business and close your doors and da-da-da-da-da. He said, to the freed person, go inside. I advise you to go inside, close your doors, and earn your wages, family. That's what he said.
Yes.
Earn your wages. Now, if you want to do the Malcolm X and say by any means necessary, then for sure, but the rest of it says, earn your wages, family. And if you don't know how to earn your wages, educate yourself, like everybody been saying, educate yourself and earn your wages and mind your business. This has nothing to do with you.
Period.
That's really what the Emancipation Proclamation said.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Wages automatically put you in servitude because wages mean you're getting paid from someone else.
Yes, that's the servitude by going under
I
the
mean,
corporation.
it
You're
gives you
signing
a
up for
barter.
it.
It gives you a level of balance and trade. You know what I mean? Now you're in commerce. Now you can make how you want to state your contract. Now you can stand on your square or circle or Merkaba, and now you can prove who you are by standing on who you are in your contract.
I definitely get your point. You said,
I agree.
Yes.
I think the problem.
That's what the self-governance is. Governing your own mind. Self-governance is the government of your own mind. That's being able to be capable to operate proficiently, just like anybody else.
So after you govern your own mind, you're gonna get hungry. Listen, just check this out real quick.
And yeah, but
you're
when
gonna
your
get.
mind
Just hear me out. Hear me out.
operate.
Listen,
Hold on,
you're gonna
brother,
get hungry.
real quick.
And
real
when
quick,
you're
brother.
hungry, what are you
If you
gonna
govern
eat
your
in life?
own mind, brother, you're gonna know how to feed your hunger already, brother. You know what I'm saying? You governing your mind. What you mean? Do you understand what govern your mind mean? When you govern, that's what government is. You're governing your mental. That's what the whole meaning of government is. You're governing your mental. So you got to govern yourself accordingly. You understand what I'm saying? You have to satisfy your needs and yourself. You know what I'm saying? That's where it goes. So, I mean,
it sounds like you're talking about economics. Break it down some more. Yeah, talk to me.
Exactly. This is all of it in one. This is very ecclesiastical. It is all of it wrapped in one. See, what we forget, like I was saying earlier, this government only been around for 200 and something years, man, 240 years. And then they have a separation of powers that's going on. People think that the United States of America is the United States, and it's two different things. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I be talking about when we talk about the Constitution and things like that. We got to understand what role we're in. Are we in the executive branch? Are we in the departments? Are we in their agencies, like police, who were literally like, you know, saying they were military first, and then they became, you know, police. They were watchmen, then they became police. So we got to understand what's going on. But back to the government thing. So when you govern yourself accordingly, when you govern your mind, you're gonna understand when your hunger is needed, when your food is needed. When these are economic principles. See, the principles in yourself is equality and it's equity for yourself. It's a balancement. You understand what I'm saying? You could put it that way as a Libra scale. The Libra scale is a balance, and that's how you should always stay balanced. I'm mute out.
Let me ask you this. Yeah, let me ask you this though. Since you're dealing with law, right? I remember you mentioned Constitution twice, and then you just mentioned as far as like you're supposed to have your innate abilities to do whatever. So now, can you kind of explain how that relates to the Declaration of Independence when it talks about your inalienable rights and how and the difference is about with the Constitution, right? As you know how you have the so-called federal Constitution, the main Constitution. That all the states, it'd be like a guideline for all the other states, right? And like, you know, Florida, whatever, all the different states. And now when you understand that you can have your own government, like the sister speaking of, when you establish your own state and you take care of your own estate and handle your own business as a majority rule too, you know what I mean? Now you can operate within that Constitution. So like, can you explain the difference between the two constitutions that you're saying, like the fraudulent one and the main Constitution that everyone abides by according to the UCC one and all that type of stuff? And,
right.
You know,
well, there's two different type of Constitution. We got to understand. I'm gonna just take y'all on a little 20-year brief history, and I'm gonna be real quick, and I'm gonna relate
real
stuff.
Quick, can I say something real quick before you do that, brother? On what you said, you were saying that you said something about the United States of America or something, but that's two separate things. It's the United States, which is one corporation. It's an entity of its own, and then it's America. That's separate. America is here. That's the nation that we are. But the United States is the corporation that pretends or falsifies itself as being a part of the America and a governing force on America. But that's the fraudulent part of everything that they're doing behind all of this stuff, because their paperwork is all fraudulent. So I just want to clarify that they're not the United States of America. They're just the United States corporation.
Right.
But once
So,
you, but the problem is, but once you start using the Constitution, you rope yourself back in to that jurisdiction. That's why it's
That's
called an
right. That's
adhesion
why we don't
contract.
use their constitution. That's why you have to have
So
your
when you get to
own
talk about,
governance and you have to be under your own constitution, brother. That's all
so
important.
so so so
Hold
so
on. Hold on.
once you get on, once you get stuff like a bank card, that's an adhesion contract. These Google shit that you get on, that's an adhesion contract. Facebook, that's an adhesion contract. Instagram, that's an adhesion contract. Once you get on, so that's the reason why they make you agree to put your terms and agreements. You know what I'm saying? So when people be talking this stuff,
Hold on. Hold on.
they don't even know that you rope
Go ahead,
yourself
sister.
back into the you rope yourself back into the Constitution and the corporation once you start doing and participating in these things that are corporate entities that are in line with the government. It's the reason why Facebook is able to monitor you and track you and do all this stuff. They're in league with the government. You know what I'm saying? What's the dude name that started Facebook? He has a government code name, so he works with the government. So once you get your Facebook,
Zuckerberg.
guess what
He's
you
a
just did?
Rockefeller.
You know what I'm saying? It's Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah,
He's a
he's an
Rockefeller.
FBI agent. He's an FBI agent. He's not a Rockefeller. You know
He's
what I'm
a
saying?
Rockefeller. He's
He's
a
not.
Rockefeller. There's
You can
documents
trace his
proving.
genealogy. Again, sis, put the source in the chat. I've been dropping sources all night. You know what I'm saying? People been making a whole bunch of accusations and ain't dropping no
Hey,
sources in the chat. So what I'm
hold on.
saying, what I'm saying is, people be talking this stuff, but what ends up happening is these same people got Facebook accounts, which is an adhesion contract, which ropes you back into the corporation. So
Facts.
unless you finna go hide in the woods somewhere and not
Did you
use
know
the
that
internet,
Facebook
not
just
you know
paid out? Did
Facts.
you know that
Facts.
Facebook just paid out a
but
multi-million
Preach on,
dollar
Reverend.
I had a
lawsuit in reference to what
I
you're
didn't interrupt
saying, brother,
nobody.
real quick?
You see how y'all don't have the discipline? When y'all was talking, I didn't interrupt nobody. I
I'm
just
trying
let
to speak
everybody
on what
talk
you
and say,
said
get
on the
this.
Facebook, brother, because they just paid out a multi-million dollar lawsuit less than 3 months ago behind what you're saying right now. But go ahead.
But it still doesn't stop them from working with the government. It's an adhesion contract. So what I'm trying to say is,
It
unless you're
was
gonna go
illegal.
hide in the woods, and not use an iPhone, not use a Google phone, not use not get on none of these platforms. Guess what? That's the only way you're gonna actually be quote unquote sovereign. And I've been listening as a person that's been spending most of my time just listening as opposed to doing all the talking. When I was going at it with Polite, he was saying the same shit y'all saying. When I was going at it with Dan Calloway, it was over the same paperwork and the same shit that y'all saying. You see
Maybe
what I'm
they
saying?
didn't.
I've been around this stuff. I've
Light
been
was
around this.
definitely not
I
saying what
was
I'm
But you
saying.
you
can't
I
understand?
can
compare
guarantee you,
everybody
Light
to
So
is
what
so
definitely
somebody
so
saying
else
what
so
I'm
is
saying.
saying, brother.
but what
Self-sufficiency is not
but you see
impossible.
what
You cannot speak on what somebody
Self-sufficiency
else
is
is
not
doing, brother,
impossible.
though. You're
do you see the
referencing what
emotional
somebody
trigger?
else was doing. What
You guys
somebody
are
else is
saying
doing has nothing
Hey,
to
self-sufficiency
do
one
with
mic,
what
one
Man,
you're
mic,
you very
one
saying.
mic,
broad, bro.
one mic,
Brother,
one
man,
mic.
you very
Has
broad. You
nothing
very
to do
vague
with
with it.
it.
You can't. Yeah, you know, not everybody is
Well,
kicking the same thing because I
Right.
tend
That's
to
crazy.
disagree with certain things that.
but when you start talking secure party creditor, that's the
Brother,
same
do you
thing.
know that you can do your own
When you start
Nobody here
talking
talked
calculations,
about
concept
brother?
secure
numbers,
party creditors.
Do you
The
know
Nobody.
that
I
brother,
you
would
have your
never.
when you
own,
I
talking
would
when
about
you're
never
under,
talk to
when
you
you
about
have your
secure
own
party
baby
creditors.
and
I would never
everything
do
that
that.
you can
y'all are so
also
emotional,
operate a
y'all are so emotional,
telecommunications
y'all are so
company, brother,
emotional,
and
I'm
that
not
you
y'all are
being
don't
so
have to be
emotional
emotional.
and
under
Just
like
anybody else. Did you
you
know
don't
that,
even know what
brother?
I'm
one mic,
saying
one mic.
because y'all are so emotional that y'all lack so much discipline. Y'all have no
Yeah, I
discipline.
lack
You don't
discipline
even let
because
you
I'm emotional about lies. Brother, did
so
you
you
know
can't
that you
let
can make your own
sis, can I finish?
telecommunications company when you have your stuff in
Sis,
order?
okay,
Did you know
you're
that,
not
brother?
on your
Are you
but
trying to
right now you're
claim
not
for
on.
something else?
But sis, you're not on.
But
You're
you're
not
saying stuff
on.
that's wrong, brother. I'm sorry.
Bro,
They
You're
turn it
saying
into
okay,
a
the
okay.
wrong
religion, brother.
thing,
It's
and
like
you're
it's
I
a
told you they
religion.
religious,
putting
bro.
us
They
in
Yeah,
the
religious,
boat
yeah.
bro.
with
What
other
y'all
people.
supposed to be
It's
You're
like they
talking
talk
about
about
they
Jesus
Go
right
ahead,
now.
go
You
talking.
feel
ahead.
me?
Y'all just
You're
want to talk.
talking
It just
about
be cool.
multiple
Let the
lies,
lady
and
go get
neither
it
one
off
of
and
them
then
are
get
up
back
one
in
mic.
it.
here.
One mic.
Neither one of them are up here, brother.
Let her
Neither
talk. Let
one
her
of
talk.
them
Let her
are up
talk.
here.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah. One
understand why
mic.
you're discussing what you discuss with
Oh my
them
god.
and
Oh my
referencing us
god.
to it.
I
I'm
just want to
sorry.
say this is why our community is the way we are. You have three women on this panel
Oh
that is
Lord
showing the right for sovereignty. I mean, if we really want to be protected by the police and you don't want to be choked up, and you really want to be able to traverse the land like the men and the women that we are, we're really going to have to band together, family. We're really going to have to find a common denominator. You have women that are saying that they know how to protect themselves, how to be sovereign, how to walk around with their head held high, and they really don't have any I'm not sure if the other women here have protection or have men that are willing to stand up with them and be like, you know what? We all together on this.
So calm down, man.
The men don't know how to have.
I don't know. Like if we listen more, we'll learn a lot.
All right, man. Look, man. The secure party credit.
They're too busy battling with their feminine things, but then they'll talk about the women being emotional.
These niggas triggered as fuck, man.
Listen, it's supposed to be all love. It was just all love, man.
Let's not get into this.
I'm starting to feel like,
hey, yo, one mic. Come on, guys.
Something that you're not aware of. You're
like a religion, like that.
Don't talk against something that you don't know about. Don't bring up people that aren't in the conversation. Dan Calloway's not here. We don't have anyone here that you're talking about, Brother Polite, what they were doing. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You're being referred to as being talking more stuff. I specified this has nothing to do with more. It's all about self-government.
All right, look, this should be it should be all love right now. Let's kind of like get the love back in the building.
Hey, you antagonizing them, man. Let me finish, man.
Excuse me, brother. It does not make you look intelligent to go against something that you're not aware of. To argue with someone about it when they're giving you facts and when they're giving you information about things that you can look up and verify and study for yourself. Take the information, then disconcern it if you find that it's not true. If you're not familiar with it, how dare you sit and go against something that you don't know that someone knows about and they're giving you the facts about it. This is why our community can get nowhere. Everyone wants to know everything. If you're speaking about something and you don't want to hear what another person has to say, I am listening. Yes, I'm interrupting when I hear somebody saying, oh, no, this, and that, because you're lying right now. You're calling me a lie. So I am offended. Yes, I am going to get emotional when you act like I don't know what I'm talking about. And I've been studying this and putting my time and investing my life. And I have helped almost 50 people right now. So you can talk what you want to talk, brother. But if you don't know what you're talking about, you need to slow down for real, because you're going the wrong way in the wrong direction. All that negativity against what we're speaking on, positivity, does not look good. And it does not make you look more intelligent than anybody else because you're saying the wrong thing. But go ahead.
All right. So one of the things that was said, one of the things that,
I had a question
listen.
after you say that.
Okay, one of the things that was said was like, I kind of lost my train of thought.
In this video,
go ahead.
So I'm not sure if it was the young.
Go ahead. I got you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if it was the young masculine or the young matriarch that made the statement about, and please correct me if need be, about that we can't use their constitution. Am I correct? Did someone state that? Because
something like that.
Okay, well, I just
their technology.
So I'm a bit confused when the Aboriginal Americans were the ones that helped the colonizers create their own constitution based off of ours, the Great Law of Peace. And I have a statement with this about the other subject, what correlates to I guess protecting yourself. So I use the Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 almost every day, every day that I go outside the door, with obtaining, even though it's our natural resources, with obtaining food, with obtaining items. I've went and with the help of East Pomai Chakmam Yahalahi. She is another matriarch. She's a Aboriginal American Indigenous matriarch within the area that I'm at as well. I shadow her through a lot of this process, and I receive my knowledge from two other beings I won't state today. However, I shadow her, and we travel alongside each other, and we challenge the jurisdiction. Unfortunately, yes, under the double charge, the quote unquote taxes after the original charge.
So wait a minute. I feel like you're speaking in code, because trust me, I got the knowledge. Okay. So are you using like a EIN number when you're in these stores? Like, what do you mean, like the grocery store? Or are you just saying like, hey, I'm an Aboriginal, I'm just taking this chicken and I'm gone? Well, how does that go?
So when you're talking about EIN number, that's the jurisdiction under the United States, which is a business, a corporation. That's for Title 25. That's for Native Americans. I'm not a Native American. I cannot be from two places at once. So no, I don't have a number. Now I do have paperwork, a document of what is it? I apologize. A statement of truth.
Declaration of
I have it upstairs.
indigenous standing.
I'll go get it. Basically, I have paperwork stating who I am as an Aborigine.
The affidavit of truth.
There are others that have created ID cards for themselves as Aborigines. So getting into that about getting our resources back and enlightening the young, because I don't educate no one. I'm not into the whole indoctrination business. I enlighten. I can never educate or teach someone. So it's putting these agetisca folks, because that's who they are. I put their image in the chat a while ago, putting them on notice. That's on creating a paper trail of what I stated about the what I stated about.
I want to, if I can ask you some more things.
Yeah. I apologize.
Okay. So my where I'm coming from is this. I believe that the same thing that you're saying I could do without even doing any of that paperwork. Just knowing my rights and exercising my rights will get me the same results. I know plenty of different people, different walks of life. Secure party creditors. I know Israelites. I know Moors, that they all pretty much do the same trust paperwork. A trust is just a beneficiary, a contract between a beneficiary and a grantor, and that's pretty much it. So where I'm coming from is this: I can make a trust without doing all those things. I could exercise my rights and speak about like what the Constitution says, and when someone is trying to violate my rights, and I can accomplish those things as well. So. The reason why I'm bringing that up, because I'm looking for a solution. How, by embracing that, is that going to free? How is that protection when all it is really just knowing who you are?
So yeah. I'll explain, because the Aboriginal Americans have a system where they have a matriarchal society. So all the matriarchs, even when, as soon as you have offspring, because I don't have children, that means something totally different in law, and I don't have kids, that means baby goats. I didn't give birth to baby goats. So when I have offspring, I have my own nation state. And that's, I don't want to say it's just like anything. Please bear with me, because I'm still learning how to articulate myself with all this knowledge. So please bear with me. I'm creating my nation state, and that's putting these ageist folks on notice when I use the ADRIP, the UNDRIP, the Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, and excluding Indians not taxed, the Northwest Ordinance, all of these multiple maximums of law and constitutional law on notice that I am not to be touched. I'm not to be bothered. They are to give back my ancestral resources. I homeschool with my own information that I'm stating to you right now. And it is unfortunate that I have to teach my offspring this English foreign language. However, I'm not going to set them up for failure. And then it is creating a legislation. All of this is within constitutional law. It's there. You have to put these nefarious persons on notice, because the law is you. As long as you know who you are, you can use constitutional law. I don't want to say benefit, but as you can use constitutional law to receive back your resources and to protect yourself. Now, going back to about the automobile.
What kind of resources?
Our land, our water, our electricity, our food. That's our resources. This whole land is our resources. All of it.
So this is what I want to ask. Like, do you personally know someone who is received their resources? Like, do you know someone who tapped into the Federal Reserve and they're getting money through their birth certificate? Do you know someone who actually accomplished this subject matter?
Me.
Okay. So addressing you real quick, I can't use the word personally because I'm not a person.
I don't know nobody who did that.
I don't either. Thank you for being. Thank you for keeping it real. Thank you, brother.
Hold on.
Yeah, but let me
Y'all two people gotta have
Let
me answer the
question.
Hey, y'all answer the question, right?
I just want to finish up. There's a thing to both sides. No, I never seen nobody do it personally, because if you go in there personally, you must be an officer or somewhere that could be allowed to do something, or IPO to even go to the Treasury with a bond. Would have to do that. Now, there's people that have their trust and they have an intermediary go and do that with their bond. I don't know nobody who personally to go do it. So
when you have a trust, you create your own bond. Just go to show y'all just talking.
The bond has to mature. The bond has a maturity date. Stop it now. Stop it. Stop it.
Yeah, the bond has a maturity date. Bond has a maturity date. Exactly. Right. So listen. So what I'm saying.
Oh man, go ahead.
Okay.
Excuse me. Can I answer the question, please?
There would be somebody who have a trust.
That misinformation.
Hold on, y'all. Don't be rude like that. Both of y'all said it matured. Hold on. Both of y'all said it matured. She said it did. Let her explain.
That's a lie.
Let her explain how it did.
Can I answer the question, please?
And salutes to Wisdom in the house, man. Salutes my brother Wisdom.
What's happening, bro?
Wisdom, I'm gonna answer your question too. I'm gonna finish
Can I answer the question, please?
Y'all should be cool to let her explain her wrong answer. Y'all think she wrong. Y'all
absolutely.
Don't just shut her down like that. She ain't gonna stop.
No, absolutely. Let her go ahead. I agree with you. Go ahead.
He just sit here and said that no, you can't do that, and I'm 100% factual that that's a lie. This is what I'm saying. You're giving misinformation. I don't know. You and the other brother, that's two people on this panel, right? Not to mention the whole world. Y'all talking about who y'all know. Who are y'all? Let's just start there. Right?
I'm gonna tell you. Okay,
hold on, brother. You just said that you cannot do that. It's only the bonds. You're talking about the Treasury bonds. I know what you're talking about. That's not even the bond I'm talking about. When you have your trust set up and when you are operating as the bank, sir, you can create bonds. You don't even know what you're talking about. You have the right to use many. Hold on. You have the right and authority to use any other negotiable instruments as well. I've even paid off a court case with the stamp value, brother. Come on now, you
know what that makes you, sister? That makes you a trustee.
Can I answer the question?
That makes hold on, let me finish. I want to respond to
steer people away from truth because you're uninformed and you don't know.
All right, let's get to the information, not to the batter.
Brother,
let's get to the bad
things that aren't true, and you can't do that. That's not fair.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna tell you. Okay, I'm gonna respond.
Can I respond to you, please? Can I answer the question?
Can I respond to you?
I'm not the same matriarch that was speaking. I was speaking in the beginning, and then
go ahead, sister. No problem. You got it. Go ahead.
I am only explaining the knowledge that I have been enlightened to, and what I am going to do. And this is no shade. This is no jagged edge. Whatever the young folks say. This is not a jab at anyone else doing it through trust, through bonds, because as the young matriarch say to Sister Soul, she had asked if I can get in contact with her. So I am going to speak to her about it. I have no idea, because all of that sounds like to me under the jurisdiction of the United States, which is a business and a corporation. That's all that sounds like to me. I am going to be creating my own contracts with these people and not receiving any type of Federal Reserve notes. Now that has yet to be determined, because that's commerce. That's under the Anglo-American law. That's still under their jurisdiction, which is still fraud. Hold on, please. That's still fraud. I'm not going to create more of a genocidal paper trail for these people. That is evidence. The promissory note, all of that. I'm not going to do that. So I'm only explaining the things that I haven't been enlightened to and what I'm going to do. So whoever wants to go in whatever direction, okay, that's fine. I'm just
all right, cool. All right, let me tell you something right now. Okay, I ain't never seen nobody personally, no individual personally go unless they work for Department of Treasury or they work as an intermediary. I don't think that y'all heard my words. Work as an intermediary. I ain't never seen nobody personally go ahead and write their own bond and walk up to the Department of Treasury or mail something to the Department of Treasury for the Department of Treasury give you a check back. You got to go through an intermediary, because first of all, the Department of Treasury is hold on. Let me finish. You're gonna argue me no, but I need some facts to back that up here.
Now I'm gonna show you. When you come out your mouth, brother,
I'm gonna let you finish.
Please do.
I'm gonna let you finish.
I don't know. Hold on. You keep. It's humorous to me because
I can only tell you from my personal experience.
Right,
I
brother.
never
But when
seen
I'm
anyone.
telling you,
So hold
when
on,
I'm
sweetheart.
telling
Listen,
you,
you had the floor. I just want the floor for a few seconds. Listen,
you right.
I'm just
I'm
talking
sorry.
about.
Forgive me.
I'm
Go ahead.
talking about from my experience. My experience. I've been on this earth. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I've been on this show plenty of times. You know what I'm saying? I'm up here in the East Coast. I talk very fast. You know what I'm saying? From my experience, I personally seen no one, no brother polite, none of them. They trust, and they use an intermediary to get some type of money or some type of incentive. That's what they do as a trustee. They either file with the IRS, 1041. They either do some UCC. All that stuff is corporate. Well, what I'm trying to give you is I'm gonna go back to because I gotta take it back here before we get lost in here. I just want to give y'all a little brief 20-year history real quick, and it's not 20 years from over here. It's 20 years from the 1700s all the way to the 83. So just check it out real quick. 1763, there was the Treaty of Paris. All right, there was all types of things. There was with Great Britain, Spain, France, and there was all type of things going on. So then what happened is these 13 colonies, i.e. the United States for America, then became the United States of America. This is what happened in 1763. They became their own colonies. And then once you fast forward a little bit, okay? Let's go to 1774. You have the Articles of Association where they associated, and they started to really put in their counties and everything. Mind you, they're still subjects of British of North America. British of North America. That's what they're still subjects of. Okay? So then you fast forward to 1776. They got Independence Day. For those who don't really understand, 4th of July is when we start celebrating, right? Okay, boom. So we got 1763. We fast forward like 9 years. Then we got 1774, and then we got 2 years again, 1776. Independence Day. And then we got 4 years after that. In between that, though, they was trying to get more population, people coming over here, lands and stuff like that. East Indian Company, Dutch West Indian Company, like I was just saying earlier. And then it became the Articles of Confederation, where the certain indigenous people helped them organize themselves as a confederation. Where the sister's talking about, where she's right about, okay, we helped organize them. Mind you, it wasn't our indenture. This is why, there's certain things about the Constitution that I'm going to have to disagree with, because when you talk about the Constitution, I'll tell you which Constitution, because you got to understand the separation of powers of government. So then we got 1781. That's the Articles of Confederation, which was 13 articles, and it was supposed to remain perpetual. So what happened was there was the United States of America, 13 colonies, still under British rule. They never was ceded any land. Okay, so they never had no land in the first place. They only took this land by conquest. And you can go look that up in 1862 later on, where they show you things of the Homestead Act. These are all governmental Congress papers that you guys can look up. Everybody's doing the process over there. I'm 44 years old. I done seen all that stuff. I know Polite. I know Asia Duquesne. I was on him when he was on the show. On Sanchez. Look, I've been around, okay? My name is Green Gatlin, by the way. I can show my face.
I got a couple of years on you.
Anyway, but let me get to this. So 1781, we got the Articles of Confederation, and then we got 1781, and then you got 1783, which is another treaty, the Treaty of Great Britain. This is where Great Britain relinquished the right, said, okay, I'm going to pull back my troops from whooping the 13 colonies' ass. You know what I'm saying? But in between that, 1781 and 1776, there was 1778, where the 13 colonies had help from over there in New Jersey, that area, and Maryland, Virginia, when they was dealing with the Lenape, the Arawak. You understand what I'm saying? Those, when they did the Treaty of Delaware, and they needed help to go up to Great Britain, New England area to go fight the army that they kept on. Great Britain was all
the last of the Mohicans movie.
Exactly. So 1783 passed right there, and then you know what? Great Britain said, you know what? We're gonna leave them alone. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna relinquish our troops. They was never ceded any land. So then from then on, when Great Britain left their own subjects alone, they was the United States of America. Now in 1861, they formed a corporation that all these people are talking about, which I do understand. I told you I agree with your side and I agree with homie side, but there's some parts missing. So they formed a corporation. They called the United States, right? And that's what you call that? The Organic Act of 1871, right? And they wasn't supposed to step outside the 10 square mile outside the Potomac River. You know what I'm saying? Down there over there and by DC. Right, and this is what you get the
right now,
cheat
brother.
code,
Out of
what
everything
this
you
is
just said,
talking
hold on,
about.
slow down. You gave a lot of history. You got us up to damn near modern
I'm
times, so
like
that's
still
cool. So let's
waiting.
talk right there, right? So first of
So,
all,
all right.
hold on. Let me walk with you. Let me
That
talk
was a
with
great
you.
history lesson, though, Doc.
I know
I'm talking
Wisdom got the answer. I know you got the answer for it, Wisdom. I
So
already
check it
know.
out, right? So check me out right quick, though, right? Now everything you just explained, because now you can correct me if I'm wrong, but don't correct me yet. Because what it sounds like to me, out of all that stuff you just got finished explaining, you basically trying to explain that it ain't got nothing to do with no trust and all that old shit and everything, like you were just saying before you went on with start saying the stuff you were saying, that valuable knowledge, right? So now,
That's where I land at. That's
okay,
where I
cool.
land at. Absolutely
Okay,
right.
cool. So good. I'm glad I'm following you correctly. So now, saying all that, when you were speaking with Great Britain and all these people, now I don't know how well you are, how versed you are in history, but as I understand it, they actually set up trust in order to do what they was doing. You know what I mean? That's how the whole system is set up from the beginning, is on trust and on common law. Your word is your bond, all that type of stuff. You see what I'm saying? And and so now when you get down to like when you said that it was called the United States of America and all that stuff, no, it was called the United Colonies first of America.
Well, that's
you know what I mean?
when
And
we got to the
then
Articles of Association.
hold on.
I explained that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, but I'm not going against your needles, but I'm just walking it down with you, right? So now when you said when they end up forming the corporations, and another thing I want you to recognize too. Now you were just saying that Britain and all these people wanted to run things over here, and they had the 13 colonies. And I'm glad you was honest to name all these damn northern colonies. You know what I mean, like Virginia, Maryland, and all them old shits. You know what I mean? So when you look at what the 13 colonies is, where they say so much slavery had went on there from the beginning, you know what I mean? You don't even really get down to the south. You know what I mean? So I know Florida, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia came last, and that was a debt colony. Texas, all that old shit. That now they ain't had nothing to do with no slavery. They ain't had a damn thing to do with no 13 colonies. You know what I mean? And then even on these type of colonies, how they try to implement as if they had the whole motherfucking state sold up. You know what I mean? That's a lot. They had a little small section of it. You know what I mean? Like the sister was explaining, you got 50 people here, 50 people there, the scatter here, scatter there, and you can try to protect it as best you can, and they're being ran down on all the time. You know what I mean? And then they ain't never owned no actual land. So when they say land, they actually talk about the people, because the people makes the land, according to when you're talking about law and all that. And then we talk about countries and everything. Go ahead. Let me, I'm just walking down the history back with you. You know what I mean? With a little details added with it. I ain't against you. You know what I mean? I'm just running down with you.
And I ain't against nobody here either. I'm just saying there's details missing.
Say it again.
I don't want the misconception where they think that you supposed to get up there and you supposed to go to the treasury directly yourself. It don't work like that. Just like when you sign for your house.
Let me emphasize on that point,
right.
Then.
And you got a mortgage in the middle that goes to the bank.
There with you there. Hold on.
So hold on. Let me say something, Brother Wisdom, right? Brother Wisdom.
Hold on 1 second, bro.
Just hear me out. I'm gonna let you talk. I want to ask you a question though. I want to tell you something.
Man. I don't want to.
All right, go ahead.
Respectfully, bro. I'm finna get right to you. I swear to God. But I didn't want to hit that man part right quick because he's right. He definitely was talking about the treasury part. Now, this somebody didn't want to tell him about this here. And I'm coming right back to you. So listen here. So now with the treasury part, like you said, you got to have a middleman, which basically what I had already tried to explain. I ran down to you about how to get over the middleman part, how you can be your own financial officer and you do your own shit financially. Like the sister was running down to you. When you set up your own affairs, you set things up, set your trust up, let these motherfuckers know how you independently and you stand as your own self-government, so you don't need nobody to be no middleman for you. But the problem is, hold on. The problem is that we trapped under this what we would call citizenship that was distributed to us by the state under these birth certificates, where say the state of Florida, the state of Texas, the state of this, the state of that, and each state has their own constitution. All right, with these constitutions, these states under it got to be based on the ground of the main constitution, so that the main constitution is to protect each state so they can have its sovereignty, because each state is a sovereign. So, like, if I'm from Florida and I'm in Texas, I'm a foreigner in Texas. I'm an alien in Texas. But with their school education and the way they run things down to us, they make us think a country got to be over the seas, or they make us think foreign got to be a goddamn Chinese or somebody. You know what I mean, or something like that. You know what I mean. So we talk about American, like when we talk about United States of America. You know what I mean. You know English for real. You know that America is the main thing, and the United States is a part of it. Like it has been adopted this tradition and this understanding. So American is the main culture. So when you have a European American, Chinese American, this American, that don't make you American. That make you like a Jewish. I'm sorry, I don't even want to say. Hey, my bad. Scratch that, y'all.
Hey guys. Hey,
anyway,
salutes to everybody
right
on the bill, man. I got to get up out of here. I got some shit to handle. But salutes to y'all, man. It's been a powerful bill. I appreciate y'all. Much love to y'all.
For sure.
Much love to you, Sanchez.
Yeah, peace, man. I just want to clear it up. Sisters, man.
Can This is crazy.
Yep.
Go ahead. Now, when I be quiet, everybody be quiet. I just want to say thank you, brother, for having me up as well and allowing this platform to be able to build on this topic, brother Sanchez. It's definitely appreciated. It was a great topic, a wonderful build, and very respectful. If I was rude to somebody, I did get a little emotional. Please don't take it personal, guys. I get excited about this information, so I respect
Love
all
you,
men,
sis.
and I definitely don't intend to be disrespectful to you guys. So I wanted to say that just for the record.
Yeah, much love, sis.
That.
Much love, Sanchez. Much respect.
Much love to all of y'all. Be safe out there.
No
And
doubt.
I'll see y'all on the next one.
Hey, Sanchez. Can I ask you one thing right quick, man?
Yeah.
I can just run out with the brother question. If I can answer it quick, I just run off and answer quickly to get the fuck on. Because I did what the man had to ask me. If that's okay with you.
Yeah, man. And then I'm going to go ahead and be out. Yeah.
All right, go ahead real quick, man, because I don't want you to feel like I dish you no kind of way, bro. Go ahead.
All right, cool. So the sister Aborigine, was asking me questions and I was answering it. But since we about to leave, would you be able to kind of let her know, like, because you answered this question about like, the financial part of being like a secured party creditor or just, operating within that standing, fixing the status, promissory notes, UCC3, that type of stuff.
Keep this in mind, bro. Anytime you buy anything, you are operating as a secured party person, bro. Everything in UCC1, any contract, anything you're doing, it's all CC1. It's just doing business. That's it. So, I said, Chad, man, thank you, man. Appreciate you, man.
Y'all everybody be on the lookout for a notification, man. We'll continue this bill on the next one, man. Salutes to y'all once again. Peace out, guys. And if y'all don't mind, can y'all hit that cash app for your boy? I ain't gonna lie, we did go the long haul, but we didn't make the long funds. And I don't mind, I ain't too proud to beg. We went the long haul, but we didn't make the long funds. But I do appreciate y'all attendance, though, the liking, the sharing. Man, look, I appreciate everything y'all do, man. Couldn't do it without y'all, for real, though. To my Patreons, to my PayPal people, Cash App people, man, I really, anything you ever done to support these platforms, I appreciate y'all. I don't take it for granted. And I'll see y'all on the next one. Peace and much, much love.